Right, well done, Brooklyn. This season marks an important year for Cycling BC's iRide program. After 8 years of development, iRide is expanding across the country in partnership with Cycling Canada. And we wouldn't be here today without the support of Adara over the last 20 years. This partnership allows us to give kids the tools, instructors, and experiences they need to create a lifelong love for cycling, physical health, and sport.
Adara has been involved with iRide for quite a while, and every step of the way, every time I show up at one of these events, I'm amazed to see the growth and the evolution of the program. And every single one of the kids has a big smile on their face.
A key part of this program is to provide bicycles so that everyone has an opportunity to experience the joy of cycling. Adara's contributions help us grow and improve each year. Whether we're expanding our in-school bike fleets, developing new after-school programs across the province, or training a new generation of sports leaders with our iRide after-school program.
I'm really proud of our partnership here with iRide and Cycling BC. The program is excellent, and I strongly recommend that if you get a chance to participate in it, that you do. It's spectacular for everybody.
I rode bikes before, but this taught me a lot more than before how I did it. I'll definitely be riding more with my mom and dad and my sister because it was really fun here, and I think it will be also very fun when I'm with my family.
Thank you so much, Adara, for helping us help kids ride a little further. Welcome, everybody. This is the iRide program. We bring bikes to gym class. We help create new after-school programs all over the province. We try to create opportunities for kids to get on their bike, get their legs moving, and feel like they can achieve anything on a bike. Today we're at a local school in the Lower Mainland, and we're bringing our in-school program to students from grade 4, 5, and 6. They'll be learning to ride their bike safely, whether it's on their way to school or preparing to go ride in our beautiful forests here in British Columbia. Our big exciting news this year is iRide is now expanding across the country. And this expansion wouldn't be possible without community partners. Partners like Concord Pacific that are helping us bring this program to students in schools and help create new after-school programs across the province.
So the program started quite a few years ago with the idea of trying to connect cycling from a provincial, regional, national level all the way back down to some schools. So that was the initial concept. I came through it myself with 2 children, so I was like, okay, I went to their schools, I did these trial and errors. We found some super passionate people all across Canada.
Over the last 10 years, we've been trying to refine the program, make sure that it works for a wide range of students and teachers in schools, So since 2013, we've been using this current method, and we're happy to share it with other provinces.
My favorite part is when a kid who was struggling, finally it clicks for them, and so they get the huge enthusiasm, they're really proud of themselves, and can join with the rest of the class. It's really rewarding to see.
Squeeze your brakes as hard as you can. You're gonna practice your karate kick. All right, like this. Hi-ya! Go, go, go! And then when I get to here, I'm gonna stand and do the rooster tail wiggle.
To be honest, it kind of makes me more excited to ride my bike. Get back to that grassroots, like why did we start riding in the first place? Because it's awesome, because it's fun. It's not all about training and going hard. Sometimes it's just about pedaling around and enjoying it. And I really appreciate seeing that, and I appreciate being able to share that with the kids a lot.
I just want to kick the rattlesnakes.
My highlight of the day was probably when we were playing the rattlesnake game. It was just really fun.
It was really fun with the jumps and like the ramp.
Welcome back to another season of the virtual BC Cup for Season 2. Brad Soner back with Ryan Cousineau for another exciting year of virtual racing here. Ryan, this is always a pleasure to get together with you. I know you and your riders are always looking forward to this, but this really is a cool way for everyone to get together and kind of get ready for the upcoming season here.
Yeah, it's so fantastic to be able to start the season nice and early, if only in this virtual fashion. And I'm pretty excited. We have a neat-looking start list, and I think we're going to begin racing in about 2 minutes. And we'll be beginning with the category B and C groups on the road at the same time. It looks like we have a pretty fun course today. I believe this is going to be the Durango circuit, and our early scouting reports say, and I quote, "There's a big hill."
Yeah, you can see the elevation profile, upper left corner of the screen here. It's pretty noticeable. Basically, running up this canyon just outside of Durango, Colorado, you climb up here and then basically turn around and come back down the climb at the end of the canyon. There's a little bit of a switchback there on the way back, and then it sort of flattens out before you start to do the loop again for the categories that'll be doing the longer distances today. So plenty of time to go uphill. If you like climbing, this will be a good course for you. So it'll be interesting to see which riders are able to separate themselves on the front. Racing on the RGT platform here today, it is the real-life Iron Horse course from Durango on the RGT platform, where you can upload the GPX file of those individual courses. Those create what are called real roads in the RGT platform. So that's what we're riding on today. This is just like riding in Durango, except I'm pretty sure there's about 6 inches or a few meters maybe of snow on the ground in Durango right now. So that's the only difference.
Aha, but there's no snow inside of everybody's living rooms or pain caves or whatever they've got. Just probably a strong fan and the rider's own muscles. We're about 47 seconds away from the start, so I'm sure that all the riders are beginning to spin up. We've got some neat names that I recognize. We're looking at the category C group right now. I'm not sure all of people. I'm looking down the start list and comparing it to who we've got. But I do see our old friend Shane Alfreds. He was the winner of this category last year, and he's lined up there. I believe this year he's racing for new team Lake City Racing in real life. And I'm not sure whose jersey he's wearing here today.
Well, we'll see if he can get to the front of this group. They are going to start ratcheting their power up here. It's an important part of starting on RGT. You have to have your power as high as possible when that clock gets down to 0. You can see Gould here has it figured out, going 4.3 watts per kilo off the line. That's how it's done. Vandengreen looking good on the front here as well, but you really do have to hit it hard off of the line. So that train that you see right there is called the Durango to Silverton train. Part of this course, or part of the cool part of this course, that you actually race that train from Durango to Silverton. And so you can see they're going to come alongside the train here. It's an incredibly cool part of racing on this course in real life, and I love to see that they brought it over to RGT as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. And it looks like our B group and our C groups are both away cleanly. We've got lots of great local racers here. It looks like we've got a young Mr. Bennett coming to the fore of the C group. Let me see if I've got any notes on him. But there they are. They're pacing the train. We've got a group of 4, and not surprisingly, Shane Alfreds is right there. And trying to chase them down, I see Matthew Moore, not to be mistaken for Manu Moore, but I'm sure there's no relation there. And over on the B group, looks like some familiar names at the front. Brent and Van de Green. Don't recognize Mocht. I'm not sure if we saw him last year, but also don't see much of a selection being made. It appears that we've got all 13 riders forming, as my old friend Jeremy Story would have said, Gruppo Compacto in the B group.
I'm a little surprised to see that they don't have a separation up there in the B group. You talked about that C group of 4 already separating themselves off the front. Only about 1.5 kilometers in here, they've already got the split. But B group maybe a little more calm over there. Interesting to see. Looks like the C's are going to get a few more riders with them. So pressure's on to try and join this group now. The proverbial train is leaving the station. Excuse the pun.
Yes, indeed. I suspect what we're seeing is a slightly greater differential of ability. Sorry, my co-commentator here, Pinter, has some thoughts as well. I suspect we're seeing... I'll let Brad take this over while I deal with my colleague here.
Well, you're going to see riders just come into this group one by one, I think, is what you're going to see at the front of this Cat C race. Looks like Fawcett might be the next to try to come on in 7th spot here. Trying to come across the gap. Huge ask to try to make this up. And then looks like Sicaria just behind Fawcett in 8th position.
Yeah, you can see Fawcett going into the red zone, but I think they understand right now, these riders, that this is do or die. If you let a gap develop in your field this early, maybe in Cat A, you would see a group getting off the front and staying off the front and just being let to dangle. That doesn't happen in Category C. There's nobody strong enough to manage a race in that way. If you're 20 meters off the front after 2 minutes of racing, you're going to have a bad day.
Yeah, you tend to see the more confident athletes, let's say, as you move up in category. We'll see some attacks out of this group. I mean, it's only a matter of time. It's not like you're going to see a group of 16 finish together. See a lot of 1s and 2s on RGT. It is relatively easy to get away on this game, but it's much easier if you can take a group with it. You want to take like somewhere between maybe 3 and 5 riders. So we'll see if Brian Vandergreen gets any company up here on the front.
Yes, absolutely. He's trying a slightly brave, fairly early attack, but you never know which attack is going to make it away and stay away. And so Mr. Vandergreen is taking his chances. We've got racers from all over the province and even out of province today racing here. I saw names coming from as far afield as the Yukon. We've got a rider from Chicago. I'm not sure if he's in this group or not. And we've even got a couple of riders from the interior. Bella Coola is one place. And I know we'll have a couple from the island of Vancouver. So waves out there to my friends on the Triple Shot Cycling team and others who are coming from out of town just for this.
Vandergreen getting a little more space here. Now you can see the yellow bar underneath his name. That shows his current power zone that he's riding in. So he's in sort of the middle of his ability. You'll see that bar turn to red when they go as hard as they can, and then when it's like a light blue beneath the name, that's usually indicating easier riding. See some riders in green back behind him. You also can read the power zone to the left of the name on the left side of your screen. It has that current leaderboard showing the top 11 positions on the screen, and then that colored bar to the left-hand side of the name indicates what individual power zone they're in. Now that's relative to each rider. Obviously it works on the strength to weight ratio. So while we will be watching wattage and things like that, a lot of it depends, Ryan, on obviously how much you weigh as well. So that's the math being done behind the scenes here on RGT to figure out the power zones for these riders. Kroll going into the red here, trying to go across.
Yeah, it sure looks like it, and he's got a friend. I guess that would be Mr. Flower coming with. And behind them, the pack is chasing hard. So as these folks try to bridge up to Van de Green, they are also, the pack does not want to let this move get away. Meanwhile, we're taking a peek at the Category C group, and we can see that Shane Alfreds, who we know is a danger man, has decided to activate that race, and he's bringing some friends up. That's a late bridge by Bennett and now Healy coming through there, but you can see that the peloton has literally exploded here. They've just become a long strung out line, and I am pretty confident that in the C group this will be a decisive selection because there's just not enough folks to chase. So you can see this sort of group of 5 right now forming up at the front, and then it's just shredded behind there. The gap is already up above 70 meters and growing by the second.
So that takes it down to 5 in this front group. Mutis will be 6, Tyler back in 7th, and then a little further back the group of Securia, then Bowen and Ford. Now Bennett going to go over the top of this one. It's good racing.
Yeah, there's some real attacking spirit here in this C group, and you love to see it. We haven't even got to the hill yet, so I can't wait to find out what happens then. And here we are, we're looking at the Zoom room. I see Michael Goodman, late of the Glotman Simpson team, but I think he's got a new team this year, and he'll want me to talk about that. I don't know Angie, but nice to see some faces. Hello, Angie. Hello, Dean. These guys are pretty tired. But one feature you can see of Michael's pain cave there is he's got a very important fan. Those are absolutely vital to these riders. You basically can't ride indoors without a proper fan setup. So kids out there, don't forget when you're setting up your RGT system for your indoor training, don't scrimp on the fan.
It's amazing how much work goes into a lot of these pain caves. So many riders over the last year or 2 years have really built a fortress down in their pain caves between the screens and the fans, like you talked about. A lot of riders building like custom training desks to put their laptop on and computer on so they can keep an eye on the gameplay. It's really amazing seeing the evolution of the training setup. I'm sure you remember when it used to just be, some rollers on a cold basement floor. That was good enough for many years, but times are changing.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I was always lucky enough to do my indoor training here at the local velodrome, the Burnaby Velodrome Club.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic facility. But, when the pandemic hit, even that was off limits for a little while. But we're looking back at some bike racing now. It looks like our friends in the C category are doing some more work. I see Mr. Fawcett here up on the front. He's being chased down by what we'll call the Group Alfreds, which has more Healy, Alfreds, and Bennett in it. And then there's a big gap back to 6. So that is the group of 5 that are making this race happen now. And here we can see the Group Alfreds being led by Moore, who's clearly trying to bridge back to Fawcett. Gap there is over 80 meters right now. Healy coming forward to do some work. And Shane Alfred sitting pretty. There's nothing to prove at the moment. But I'm sure he doesn't want to see Fawcett get too far up the field, because that could be a problem.
Yeah, these riders can't work together. If Healy, Moore, and Alfreds can link up here, there is a pretty significant drafting savings to be had if you can ride in a group. It looks like Moore and Alfreds have it figured out. See how they're locked in wheel to wheel right behind each other. Now you see in the upper left corner of the screen, it says saving about 10 watts right now for Alfreds. You'll see that number go up as he gets closer to the rear wheel of Moore. But once you go out of that draft, you're no longer saving. You can see Alfreds has now been dropped, so doesn't get that drafting savings. It also shows the distance that you have to make up to get to that draft. Now he's getting a draft off of Bennett. But it is very important to keep an eye on that drafting indicator, because you can save, well, up to 15, sometimes 20 watts in these scenarios.
Yes, indeed. We're finally seeing this chase group get back to something like Grupo Compado, but they were looking pretty ragged there for a while. With Fawcett having a 100-meter lead this early in the race, that's not insurmountable by any means. However, they're not going to want to let that get much further. They've covered about 6 kilometers in this race. They've got about 22 kilometers remaining. You can see that in the upper right. And so that's not a very long race for these seasoned Bs. They're going to have to do the work. It's almost crit distance for them. And they don't want to see too many 100-meter gaps forming. Meanwhile, we're looking here now at Tyler. He's Grupo. He's with Mutis, and they're working together. They're about 150 meters away from that chasing group, the group Alfreds. So these folks are in a lot of trouble, but they'll keep plugging away. Right now it's a race for 6th and 7th, but we'll see if they can get back on terms, maybe on the climb, and return to the front groups.
Same thing with these two. I mean, I think it would benefit Tyler to probably try and stay with Mutis here, work together, trade off that draft, take turns doing work up on the front. The problem is that's really easy to say and really hard to do, because it's really hard to modulate your power on RGT, well, on any bike, and have that ability to set your wattage exactly where it needs to be to try to keep that group together. So I think Tyler and Mutis might be learning a little bit of gameplay here on RGT. A little bit of a downhill here as well. There is an advantage for heavier riders on the way down. Obviously, it'll pull them down a little bit quicker. So we'll see if Mutis comes back. Maybe Tyler waits up a little bit. It's only 70 meters right now. But Tyler is going to be looking at about a 200-meter gap to try to get up to that group ahead of him.
Yeah. So Nicholas Mutis, here's his fun fact. He was 5 years ago, he switched from soccer to road cycling, but he's no spring chicken. I'm pretty impressed that he was still playing soccer at age 42 in a competitive fashion. Shout out to my brother Mike, who also is playing soccer at age 42. Actually, Mike's older than that, but we won't tell. So Nicholas is currently desperately trying to get back on terms with Kerry Tyler, his C group counterpart, as we watch this chase, trying desperately to get back. But they are almost 300 meters behind the group Alfreds, and the group Alfreds is still sitting over 150 meters behind Fawcett's escape. So Brian Fawcett, I believe that is. Hopefully I didn't get that wrong. No, sorry, Robert Fawcett. I'm not sure why we have him as a B. Maybe he goes by Bruce. I'll just make things up about his first name. Perhaps he's from parts unknown. At any rate, Mr. Fawcett, age 49, so no spring chicken, is leading this race and leading it pretty decisively at the moment. But we are getting very close to the start of the serious climb on this course. So yeah, that will in some ways be the moment of truth. So do I understand this right, Brad, that that this course is effectively, we're doing one lap. It's a point-to-point circuit as defined? So will it be
I think the bigger or longer categories will often do multiple loops around this circuit, but I think for the lower categories, yeah, they'll do a essentially 28K loop, something like that. This group, the B group, is going to be doing multiple laps of that circuit. You can see they still have 46.8K of racing remaining, so They'll do a couple loops. You can see the lap counter also located above the current standings to the left of the screen, showing that they're on lap 1 of 2 here.
Well, not to editorialize too much, but I say it's only right and proper that the try-hard B group be made to suffer more than those poor C category riders. And indeed, the suffering is about to begin because it looks like the B group has hit the foot of the climb. Let's watch and see what that does to our little field.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to hurt. You can see the elevation profile at the bottom of the screen showing the entire course, and then at the upper right corner of the screen, that shows the current slope. They're on about a 5.4% gradient right now. You can see the next kilometer of riding ahead of them, and it doesn't look like it gets much better anytime soon. So kicking up to just under 7% on the way up now.
Well, I can see some familiar names there in that field, including our friend Michael Goodman. We saw him in his pain cave earlier on. I'm sure he's having an awful lot of fun with this climb because it's not exactly small. He's listed this year as racing for the Bespoke CC field, and there we can see we can match up the suffering on Michael Goodman's face. Meanwhile, we can also see Angie Kwap. She's in this B group, although suffering even more. She's a little bit off the back right now, but she is racing hard and doing quite well considering the group of racers she's having to put out the effort against, which includes Michael Goodman. And we've also got Dean Brand.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead there. All right, I'll do a little blurb on Dean. Dean's a former national level bodybuilder, so apparently he's been skipping arm day of late, probably for the best. But he's enjoying a whole new sport, as so many athletes are, right? You know, that's the classic pipeline of injury to rehab to enjoying cycling for its own sake. Not sure if all of these riders that we're looking at in the Zoom room have that trajectory, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Dean got there that way. Meanwhile, Dean's enjoying this hill. He seems to be roughly on terms with the group. He's a little bit behind the main group, but not so far that he can't get back on terms on the descent, as long as he can limit the damage here on this climb.
Yep, no reason to panic. Just stay calm. The most important thing here is to stay within your personal zone, right? Make sure you don't blow up the engine block, because that is going to create a much bigger problem than just having to come back from a 10 or 15 second gap that you maybe let open up on the way up. You can make that up on the way down, maybe on the flats. But if you got nothing left, if you overcook the engine, you're not making anything up on the way down. You're effectively done at that point. So it becomes very important on these hills to make sure that you're not going too deep, because, well, there's still 45K of racing for these guys.
Absolutely. And the gentleman that Brent is chasing right now is, I believe that's Matthew Cooper Williams, who we're looking at on screen right now. And Matthew is a picture of tranquility, popping out a little 3 watts per kilogram. You can see that his effort line is sitting blue and green right now, so he's not going anaerobic as he manages that gap in front of him. He's about 66 meters behind what we'll call the peloton at this point, the main group of riders on this climb. But since he doesn't seem to be too worried about that, we'll assume that he knows what he's doing.
This group's starting to string out a little bit. Sort of a single file formation as Mocked takes a look on the climb here. 6.3%.
Oh, better them than me, Brad Soner. Better them than me. As Mr. Mocked is taking a little flyer off the front, this is a good opportunity to attack. Given the effort he's putting out, I wouldn't even say this is sort of a deliberate attempt to activate the race. He's just stretching his legs, taking himself into the yellow zone. Maybe he's a lighter rider than some of these other guys, so it's just a little less effort for him to roll up this climb. Not for me, the climbing. I'm against it, personally. So Joel Mocked hails from the Yukon Territory. So he is riding for the Velo North Cycling Club. So he came all the way from the Yukon just to do this race. Fortunately, thanks to the joys of modern technology, that commute was in fact not at all hard. The only real challenge for Joel is whether or not the internet quality that he's getting up there in the Yukon territory is sufficient. So I don't know if he's got a fairly narrow fiber optic pipe to his pain cave, or possibly he's on extremely laggy satellite, or perhaps he's on the wait list for Starlink at this point.
Any way you can get it, I guess. Going back into the group here, finding a nice little draft to sit in. That is a big part of virtual racing too. Having that internet connection is obviously very important. In RGT, if you lose connection, it basically just registers you as doing 0 watts until you get reconnected. So both the connection from the trainer and your power meter, those have to be linked through like Bluetooth or whatever that protocol is for each individual trainer. And then obviously your internet connection to the game as well. So it's amazing how many technicals we've seen in this virtual racing world, but it's just like real life racing, right? You always have that rider who shows up that, hasn't serviced their bike in like 2 seasons. They're running on like 40 PSI on the road tires, and they can't figure out why things keep going wrong with the bike. Sometimes you got to do a little bit of maintenance. You got to do a little bit of preparation for virtual racing too.
Yeah, it's always tragic. You can have a mechanical on your virtual racing rig, but you can also have an electronical or even a telegraphical, I suppose. But none of that seems to be holding back Joel Mock. He continues to stay at the front, but he's been joined up there by Trevor Flower. Just making up first names at this point because I'm a little bit laggy. Don't worry, Tom Flower. But by the end of the season, I am told by our technical specialist Damon, who we should give a shout out to. Damon is the guy who makes Brad and I look so smart and clever. He says that some people call a technical difficulty during a virtual race a techanical. I have thought about that phrase, and I've decided that I'm not going to ever use it again. Back in the C race, it looks like Mr. Fawcett is continuing to hold a lead here. He's got nearly 400 meters on the Group Alfred. So, Shane, get on it. You're not going to win another championship that way. Actually, Shane's in a little bit of a difficulty. I'm not sure the hills suit him 100%, but he's getting a bit gapped behind this intermediate group. So here we can see Matthew Moore, and we're seeing Healy, and Bennett is a little bit ahead of him. So the C group has metaphorically shredded itself. We've got Fawcett way out front. I don't like to call the race early, but I think when you see that kind of gap at this point in the race, that is looking like a decisive breakaway unless the chasers can really get their act together. We know not to write off Shane Alfreds, but there he is. He's got his work cut out for him.
Fawcett is almost up in point. It obviously gets significantly easier once he can get over the climb. You see that on the screen, that very far white dot, the furthest right white dot, is about to hit the red section. So that tells me that Fawcett is probably going to survive up and over that climb. I don't think there's any danger of blowing up here. It's been in the red zone for a long time. Now it takes a little break over the line, but doing right around 3.94 watts per kilo, somewhere around there. Most people, well, we'll say most training cyclists can hold something like that for a decent portion of time. He's not at a full sprint effort right now, so he'll be able to hold 4 watts per kilo for a good 10 minutes or so. I think that's what he did on the way up today.
Yeah, that sounds about right. For those of you who are new to virtual racing, broadly speaking, the categories are determined by your aerobic watts per kilogram capability. So you would expect that pretty much everybody in the C group is about a 4 watt per kilogram rider for, say, I don't know, 20 minutes. Who knows? It's very complicated. But Fawcett, having gotten to the top of the field, his virtual trainer machine is going to undo the load, so it'll actually feel like he's descending now. He'll be able to literally ride down the hill Won't have to put out too much effort, and you can see already his effort has dropped off to like 3 watts per kilogram as he's enjoying the descent. This will mean once his chasers get to the top, they will have an opportunity to do some virtual catch-up just like you could in a real race too, which is a drafting group going down the descent should be faster than the solo rider if they can keep together and rotate properly and do just enough work to sort of continue to keep themselves, say, sub-anaerobic, but nonetheless get the benefit of going down and being a nice aerodynamic peloton. Right now, we are looking at our friend in Cat C, Mr. Bennett. He's a little ways off. He's the lead rider from what we were previously calling the Group Alfreds, but now at this point, he is solo. Over a kilometer behind Brian, although that's a bit deceptive because Fawcett is already on the descent, so there's a rubber banding effect. Fawcett will be further out until we see Bennett fully onto the hill, and we can sort of normalize that gap. But Bennett also comes over the top of the hill with over 100 meters on Matthew Moore, and Healy is more or less riding with Moore at this point. So that's a group of 2 that will get to the top, and if they're smart, they will probably regroup and try to descend together. But my old friend Shane Alfreds has got some trouble. Shane, representing the Lake City Cycling Club, needs to get on it because he's still 200 meters behind the group Moore and Healy. And we can sort of see the shape of the C podium coming together right now. As we go and take a look back in the pain cave, Michael Goodman not looking happy. What's happened here? Anji Kwap still working hard. Goodman may be just riding, just coasting on the descent. And Dean Brandt is taking his meal break. He's geared down. This is one of the challenges of virtual riding, isn't it, Brad Soner, that you'll see this kind of, maybe you don't actually want to wear a jersey. I believe this has become a minor controversy in virtual bike racing now, is that they're starting to have expectations of wearing the team kit, even though you're in your pain cave, and companies are starting to develop very specific jerseys for indoor cycling.
Yeah, they're like thinner jerseys than you would ever want to ride in real life. They're using indoor-specific jerseys. For a long time, riders were just riding with the base layers, and then, as you said, the cycling brands really saw an opportunity to innovate there. Obviously, there's some things you need and some things you don't. They have things like headphone, not sockets, but they can stitch those little holes into the jersey to feed your headphones through. But they don't have things like a ton of rear pockets because you probably have a table in front of you. So you don't need the rear pockets like you would on a normal outdoor road or mountain bike jersey. So it's crazy to see the innovation that's come to the virtual cycling space in just the last few years. They even now have indoor-specific training bibs I saw the other day. Just when I think they've thought of everything, the bike industry always finds a way.
Oh yeah, it's neat to see that kind of innovation coming to the sport. And speaking of innovators and companies supporting the sport, we'd like to talk to you about a couple of the friends of the sport that have made this racing possible today. And one of those friends is our good buddy Born Sport Care, who many of you will know locally. Is our local rep here is Michael Wegner, and he's been a great guy and a great supporter of the sport for years. Born Sport Care is your supplier of premium nutrition and body care products that help athletes achieve their goals in training and competition. And folks, if you are a Cycling BC member, you receive an exclusive 15% discount on all regular price Born products. So you can find those online or at fine stores everywhere, I'm sure. I've used this stuff myself and I highly recommend it. They have my very favorite gels in the whole wide world are the Born Sport gels. So try those out today. Meanwhile, back in the bike race, Mr. Flower leads the B's, Mr. Fawcett leads the C's. Both groups are well past the hill, or at least the crucial groups are. It looks like the C's have come all the way over the hill. The B's, except for the back markers, are back on the flat. So the C group is now less than just over 10 kilometers from their finish, or at least Brian Fawcett is. The rest of the group, not so much.
Brian Fawcett versus the world today on the front. This guy crushed it on the way up the hill today. Absolutely dominated that climb. I'm wondering if Fawcett maybe didn't pre-ride that climb, because this course is available on RGT for anyone to ride. Fawcett seems to have ridden that climb like someone who's done this a time or two before. It seemed like he had a little bit of familiarity with that climb, so I'm wondering if Fawcett got a little training in on the virtual BC course here.
Yeah, I'm reminded by Damon that I keep calling him Brian, and he's probably Bob Fawcett. We've got him as Robert on the start list, but really we're just going to make up names for poor Mr. Fawcett at this point. Beauregard Fawcett, a fine athlete who is just dominating here in the Cat Seas. Some might call it sandbagging, but we certainly would never do such a thing. But Bob is tapping out the rhythm, showing no effort whatsoever as he holds his gap. He's up to 1.3 kilometers, and that's now an honest 1.3K gap, because you can see that his nearest chasers are also on the flats as he is. He's still on a slight descent, but it's like they're calling it a minus 0.5 degree slope on our readout right now. And in fact, Bennett, who's his closest chaser, is actually still on the slope a little bit. So if anything, the gap is being de-emphasized. It's underrated, and Fawcett is still showing over almost 1.5 kilometers. So how to put this nicely, you can't make up 1.5K in 12 kilometers unless your opponent out front literally explodes or has a technical difficulty. I'm not calling it that other thing.
Technical.
Yes, that would be the phrase I am not using, Brad. Thank you very much. Moore and Healy continue the chase, though. They are actually pretty close to getting on terms with Bennett. They could still close that 160-meter gap, and if they can, the three of them will try to work together. But right now, I've got to think that for all three of those riders, this is essentially a race for second. So I'm sure that Bennett will not thank them for their presence. He'd just as soon keep them 100 meters behind him, where they will safely not be a factor in the sprint.
And I think Moore and Healy have this figured out. They appear to be working very well together in the pursuit of Bennett here. So if I'm Bennett in second spot, I do not like what's happening behind me, because it's looking like two very strong, very organized riders starting to link up to try and reel me back. They brought it under 100 meters now, down to 85 meters up. 11.5K to go. They got plenty of space to do this.
Yeah, and they can literally see Bennett ahead of them, so he will be a rabbit that is easy to chase. Although, just as we say that, Moore is starting, accidentally or on purpose, to gap Healy. Healy in difficulty here. He cannot want to be gapped at this point. Both of these riders really have an incentive to work together, because they can see Bennett up ahead. It'll be easier to chase him down if they can do it together, but and Healy not only counters, catches up, he's now attacking, and now Moore is going red zone as he tries to break away. So this is beginning to look like a deliberate effort by Moore to drop his race mate here before he makes the catch. You can see Moore going absolutely red line, and this is also damaging Bennett's lead, because they're down to 60 meters gap. So I'm not sure whether Moore's game there is primarily to drop Healy or primarily to just get back on terms with Bennett. But either way, the racing just got kind of hot. And Moore goes red line again. But you see him, when you see that pattern, he's going red, blue, red, blue. So his power's going way up and then dropping back. So he's either just doing enough to sort of sit on wheels, or else he's doing these sort of little false attacks. But as each one of these attacks go off, and Moore is definitely the sort of the prime mover in that duo now, they are bringing Bennett back in, and now we are a group of three, I'm calling it. So now we have a group of three racing for second.
Well, now we'll look to see if Moore tries to do it again, go over the top. You can also see the past power profile, the upper left corner just below those three key numbers, power, cadence, and heart rate. That graph is showing basically your most recent power for the last like 45 seconds or so. You can see it kind of scrolls from right to left, kind of like an EKG. And so you can see Fawcett's power here up and down, up and down. Look at those spikes. That is big efforts being registered on the power meter here.
Yeah, and away we go. We'll see how well this group of three can work together, but as you look up the road, you can see that Bob Fawcett is in zero difficulty. Robert Fawcett's still 1.6 kilometers away, and now we're inside of the 10K to go mark. 9.7 kilometers left. They're well past the halfway. That's basically the 2/3 mark for the Cat C group today, and it is, roughly speaking, flat all the way to the finish. So that will be, we will check back in on the C's shortly because we're switching over to take a peek at Category B, where we've got Mr. Flower still maintaining a barely there lead over his field. Looks like Flower is putting a slight gap in. The computer calls it 15 meters. And
I'm not sure what the motivation would be here for Flower to try and get away solo. I guess feeling the pressure of the lap, maybe wants to test this sort of last little run into the line, trying to get an idea of what it's going to be like when they finish up next lap, because they still have to do this again. But maybe just feeling good. He said, all right, you know, we made it up and over the climb. Let's see how everyone's feeling. Let's see if anyone wants to go with me. So Flower lifting the tempo here, but doesn't look like he's going to get any company.
Yeah, that's an interesting move, but you know, the only way that you're ever going to succeed with a solo attack is to actually try one, and it looks like he's got some people who want to come up. Well, not quite seeing anybody go redline in that field. Maybe they're just happy to let Flower dangle out front for the moment. The lead is up to 30 meters, but that's nothing in this race, and with so much distance left. The B group now still has 33 kilometers to go. And we can see Goodman, Brandt, and Angie Kwap still keeping it. Some of those smiles are not quite as perky as they once were. I would say that all these riders are in difficulty. Michael Goodman putting on an especially good pain face for us. Brave, brave Michael. And Dean Brandt, you know, is probably beginning to wonder if maybe doing 5x5 reps in the gym sounds like a better day than another 30 kilometers of bike racing at the moment. And Angie Kwap, good on you, Angie. She is one of the very few women, possibly the only woman in our B category today. So that is hard competition she's running up against. And it's like I like to remind all bike racers, you have already beaten all the people who didn't take the race start. So chapeau to Angie. I believe she is the best woman in this race. She is well behind our main field, but she is putting in some good pace and some good time. You can see her there. She's maintaining 40 kilometers an hour here on this very slight descent. So she is going for it and giving her all. And you can see that from the zoom zone that this race is a real sufferfest for her. And for a lot of these riders, and possibly including Angie, this really qualifies as, you know, your training for the real racing, which is coming quick and fast. Here in Vancouver, the spring season of racing starts as early as March. I know my own club, the delightful Escape Velocity Cycling Club, will be putting on a race on March 26th, and I don't think it's even the first race of the season. I believe my buddies at Local Ride and United Velo will have other March races for riders to attend. You can see more information about all of that on Cycling BC's website, so be sure to check that out if you'd like to try some real racing, if RGT has given you a taste for the good stuff.
Kroll getting a taste of the good stuff on the front here. Taking Flower. And then a little bit of a gap back to the rest of the group. Looks like third place on down is more than happy to let these two guys go. They don't seem super panicked. I'm watching the power numbers of third place on down. A lot of greens and blues in there. I see one rider that seems to be putting in that red effort, but for the most part, they're not quite panicking yet. So I think this is probably the right move. Safety and numbers back here. If these two, Flower and Kroll, want to take a little gamble on the front, let them go. Let them see how that goes. And then if it gets over 100 meters, if it looks like it might be dangerous, then the group can start lifting their effort together. Below wants to go with them as well. He says, I like the looks of what's happening up here. Problem is,
yes,
a few riders are going with him.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a wild guess at the pronunciation of his name, drawing on my French heritage and having a former coworker of the same name. I believe that would be Alex Boyot, trying to make the move and bring the field back up to our two breakaway artists, Flower and not mocked, it was Kroll and Flower off the front. And they're just maintaining that 50-meter gap, which does speak to me as you mentioned, Brad, to a controlled gap at this point. 50 meters, 30 kilometers to go, one more run up the big climb. This speaks of a group that is basically willing to let those two sit out front and burn their own matches while the field watches. And speaking of the field, it's still, 8 riders in that group that we're following, going down to Ishikawa, currently listed in 10th before there's a big gap to 11th place, where rider Hamilton is still trying to chase on. That would be Ryan Hamilton. What an excellent name. Ryan is from Cranbrook, British Columbia, one of the outer districts of the great province of British Columbia. I'm sure that people in the outer districts of British Columbia love to be referred to as such by us privileged and smarmy Vancouverians here in the greatest of Vancouvers, Greater Vancouver. Anyways, Cranbrook is a lovely town. I'm sure someday I'll have to go visit. But he said he tried one of these RGT races last year and, quote, had fun. That means that Mr. Hamilton's idea of fun is sitting in his basement, pedaling as hard as he can until he gets to the verge of vomiting, and doing it so hard that it basically requires a couple of cooling fans just to keep him from metaphorically and metabolically exploding. Well, if that's your idea of fun, you should probably give virtual bike racing a try too. I certainly love watching it.
Everyone has their own thing.
Meanwhile, back in the pain caves, we can get a real-time view of what it looks like to be in a virtual bike race as the actual Angie Kwap and Dean Brandt continue on their virtual efforts. You can see how much fun both of them are having. You can see the joy written across their faces. Thank you, Angie. She's giving you a thumbs up for the fans. No, we've all been there. There is something wonderful. This is classic Type 2 fun. It feels painful the whole time you do it, but as soon as you stop, you think about when you can do it again. What is broken in us bike racers? Who can say for sure? But we're broken in a way that makes this seem like just the great way to spend a Saturday morning here local time. Or as my friends like to call it, we started this race at 1500 UTC. It's a valuable time mark to use because, of course, your commentary and support team here is coming from you across, I believe it's 8 hours of time zones between myself here, Brad in the middle somewhere, and Damon all the way over in merry old England, where he sits on Greenwich Mean Time. So wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, or as we like to say, good 1842 UTC. Tom Flower, Kroll on the front of the B race.
Got themselves a nice gap, went up over 150 at one point. They're down to 140 now. And the group behind them still sticking together. This group is doing a great job of not panicking against these two. This really shows some restraint and strength to be able to do this ride just in this group because it's so easy to fall victim to that temptation to go with them right now. So I'm really liking the way these riders are defending against Flower and Kroll up the road.
Yeah, I'm going to take them at their words that they know what they're doing, because that's a smart and sensible group. There's lots of riders who I know have been here before. I believe that's Bart Gould is one of the riders that we're seeing here in the B group. Lots of experienced names both on the road and in the virtual world. With that said, at 30 kilometers to go with a 150-meter gap, I believe I would be in category B. I would officially be going from unconcerned to attentive watching of that gap.
It's getting into that territory, isn't it?
It's getting into the territory. It's a little hard. The one challenge we have is it's actually beautiful that on the RGT system you see the distance gaps measured precisely because, of course, the computer controls everything. You are in the thrall of its virtual world. It is as if all these riders were sucked into the matrix and just deciding to go along with it, blue-pilled one and all. But nonetheless, what it doesn't do is it doesn't directly give us time gaps, which is, of course, the old school on-the-road way of thinking of these gaps. And that's only because when you're on the road, it's relatively easy to measure time gaps and relatively hard to measure distance. But I'm going to say that this is something like at least a 60-second gap that we're looking at to be 150 meters out like that. Guess if I did some math on meters per second and all that, I would actually be able to figure it out. But math is hard. I'm going to leave that to Damon.
Yeah, they use the distance measurement in the game from a gameplay perspective. I think it's easier for the riders to kind of measure that and just get an idea of how far up the road they are, because that's what they really care about. The other thing is in RGT, a lot of times those gaps won't get that big. It's it's much easier to measure 200, 300, 400 meters than 3.5, 3.7, and 4 seconds up the road. So it's I guess a better measurement for the gameplay of how far ahead the riders are in front of you. It's part of the transition, I guess, to virtual racing.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're going to have to do is figure out for ourselves what the formulas are, like the classic 10 seconds per kilometer. For those of you new to bike racing, the classic rule for professional bike racers is it's fairly straightforward for a chasing peloton to bring away a breakaway at the rate of 10 seconds per kilometer, which is to say that if you have a gap of more than 10 seconds per every 10 kilometers remaining in the race, then there's probably a problem for the chasing field. So I'm not going to do the math in my head. I'll go figure it out between this race and our next event in a couple of weeks and see if we can come up with what the formula is when we apply it to meters per kilometers remaining. But broadly speaking, I would say that 1.5 kilometers, which is what we're looking at Bob Fawcett in the C group having right now, is too much because he has 400 meters left. So unless he actually gets off his virtual bicycle right now and takes a rather long break, I think that we can call Mr. Fawcett our virtual winner of the Category C race. So we're going to watch him. This is his victory lap, 250 meters to go, and then the suffering will be at end. But only for Fawcett, because his chasers are continuing to duke it out for second. We watch the finish approach, and
Fawcett crushed it. Really made up his time on the hill, and then to hold on up and over that hill. He, in fact, made up time from coming off the top of the hill to end the day with a 1.47 kilometer lead over Healy and Moore back in second and third. Bravo to Bob Fawcett, your Category C race winner today.
Yeah, he was the class of the field, and now we're getting to watch the chase. This is the 1.3K to go mark as we see Healy and Moore hammer and tongs. Bennett is off the back now, 400 meters behind them. So Bennett is going to be contesting fourth place with Shane Alfreds, who is rapidly catching up to him. But meanwhile, we've got Healy with only a slight gap. Healy and Moore are basically hammer and tongs. This is going to be a full-on sprint for the last 1,000 meters. Moore has the lead now. Healy pedaling hard, coming over the top. You can see they're both in the red. Yeah, Healy just sitting on that wheel. Has he got a plan? I don't know. 700 meters to go. With a 2-up sprint and nobody coming at them from behind, my advice to you kids out there, depending on your sprinting style, this is probably where you need to be wound up and fully engaged before the 300-meter mark, or else you simply won't have time to come around from the back. But on the other hand, you can't start from the front much sooner than that either, because otherwise you'll just be drawing your opponent and giving them a draft. And here we are, 3 years to go, both in the yellow, both playing cat and mouse. Moore fires up his sprint first. Slight gap, but is it enough?
Healy, I think, timed this one perfectly. You can see he's saving 20 watts right now, but not going to be enough to come over the top of Moore at 200 meters to get to the line. Moore going to hold on, crushing this one up at the front, doing around 6 watts per kilo on the way into the line, and just
look at Healy closing.
Oh! I think Moore held on. I think he got it.
That was way closer than I expected.
That was awesome.
Ooh, I do love a good
Alfred's
sprint.
In for fourth up next. Just goes to show you every meter matters, including here on RGT, as we see Shane Alfreds In for a
Yeah,
wide-angle podium finish. He'll be 4th on the day.
Yes, the dreaded mountain bike podium. But Alfred did overtake Bennett from pretty far back and just drove away from him in some decisive form. This does matter to Shane because, as we know from last year, he is looking probably at the series championship. So he will take the points he can get and come back for another day. Bennett going to make it for 5th place. And then we've got a bit of a wait before we'll see Ford, Sekera, Tyler, Mutis, and Bohan finish out our field. You can see Ford pedaling away. Meanwhile, we're looking over at the Category B group, and it's still Flower and Kroll on the front. And they've got about a 300-meter gap, it appears, to the solo Cox chasing them down. Would be Matthew Cox from the United Velo Club. It's a great club out in the Fraser Valley that puts on a lot of races and runs a lot of rides. And here they are doing some virtual racing.
Nice. Meanwhile, Ford all alone in the Cat C race. But Flower and Kroll are going to put on a good show up at the front of this Cat B race. I think this is going to be a good one. And they're still not away from Vandergreen, Cox, Mocht, and company. So this B race turned into a good one up at the front. A lot of times in virtual racing, we do see a solo rider that can get away, but the battle will be the race for 2nd and 3rd, or 4th and 5th, or even 10th and 11th, something like that. I think pretty much the top 10 of this one are all going to be contested today.
Yeah, as our old friend, we have an old friend, Cosmo Catalano, who loves to do how the race was won videos, but I don't think he could do the how the race was won for the Cat B group quite yet, because I don't think it's won yet. Flower and Kroll continue, though, to tap out the laps, and they are now verging on a 300-meter gap over what appears to be still a Grupo Compacto behind them. So 22 kilometers to go, 200 meters. Again, I have concerns. 200 meters is not the world. A chasing pack can bring that down surprisingly quickly, even if it's now more like 250 than 200. And there is still a pretty big climb on this course, and I think that once this group gets back to that climb, which is going to happen in about, if I'm estimating right, about 5 kilometers before they hit the bottom of the climb. At that point, I think we'll be able to say much more decisively where this race is going. Kroll and Flower will either maintain their lead over the top of that climb, at which point they will be looking in pretty good shape for the run to the finish, or else they won't. But meanwhile, we look back at their chasers, led by Mocht at the moment, but this is essentially a group of, I think, 8 riders, and it has been for quite some time. And now we're watching, there's 100 meters to go. Let's give a hearty round of applause to Mr. Ford, Thomas Ford from the UBC Cycling Club. This is his first season of road racing with UBC, and he comes across the line in the C's. Well done, Tom. UBC is actually a pretty great club. That's the University of British Columbia, and they've been a long-standing club. I know a lot of great riders who've gone through that in the past. And now we are looking at Aaron Sekera. He's a Glotman Simpson rider, close personal frenemy of my club. They do some neat stuff. They're a long-standing club in this region, and apparently, Mr. Sekera is basically new to organized sports. And next, we're watching Kerry Tyler come across the line. He's from parts unknown, although he's got an American flag on his profile, so I assume he's another rider who's heard the good word of mouth about the Cycling BC series and has decided to join in the fun today. And now we've got, it looks like the next rider coming in for the C group will be Nicholas Mutis, and after him we've got Bohan, Harry Bohan, and that will be it for our field. So Mutis is in his final kilometer, and as we take a quick peek back, it looks like has Flower gapped Kroll, or am I misreading that?
You're right. Flower has opened up a little bit of time over Kroll here up on the front.
Very
About 30
interesting.
meters to be exact. Good call. Good eye.
I need one of those 42-inch displays. I've been reduced to using a laptop for my virtual commentary today for reasons that are too boring to explain. But yeah, Flower looks like he's trying to activate this race, or else Kroll is flagging a little bit. But, you know, certainly one of these riders has to estimate that he's not as good a sprinter as the other. I don't know how well they know each other, but if you're a rider who doesn't think you have a good sprint, then you'll probably be looking to establish that gap and get away so that you don't have to try to sprint someone for the finish. They're still rolling around. Now they're back together, Flower and Kroll, so they're in Gruppo Compacto for this 2-up breakaway once again. Still have about a 270-meter gap on the field, 20 kilometers to go, and they are rapidly approaching the bottom of the hill. The group behind them is still chasing pretty steadily. It's a group of 8. Gould, Chan, Mock, Cox, Ishikawa, Vandergreen, Boyo, and Smith. And then we've got a couple of riders way off the back, Hamilton and Richards, but I'm sure they're having a lot of fun too. And Matt Cooper-Williams, who I think is a little bit better rider than that would indicate. So maybe he had some kind of technical difficulty, but who's to say for sure? Maybe he's just having a bad day or ate too many delicious treats at Christmas and is now paying a terrible, terrible price for his indulgence.
This group is starting to fall apart a little bit. They were riding much better together as a group earlier, but now with little over 20K of racing to go, you're starting to see riders fall off the back, and then they have to fight on. Ryan, you know, as a cyclist, that's one of the worst things you can do in terms of your endurance is the back and forth. You want to be as steady as possible if you're trying to get the most bang for your buck, the most mileage out of each pedal stroke. And so riders that are coming unglued and then having to chase back on, that's a one-way ticket to getting dropped out of this group.
Absolutely. It's the dreaded rubber banding effect, and you could see Mr. Boyo there doing a demonstration of it. Watch how he's coming off the back and then getting back on, and watch how these riders, you're seeing them have to dip into the red line a little more than you'd expect if this was a steady and smoothly working pace line or chase group. It's just not acting that way right now. They're on a slight climb. It's showing us as a 3.7% grade here. And all of a sudden, you can just instantly see splits happening in the field. We're now looking at a group of 3, Mocked, Cox, and Gould, and then joined by Chan. And then there's a slight gap, but it's all strung out. It's all a mess. This is no longer a group that's working well. But say what you will, they are making time now on the lead pair because that gap is down to 250 meters as they cross over this small climb and get back on the relative flats. So I think what we may be seeing is just that the pace is picking up in this group. They're now rolling along on the flat at 45 kilometers an hour. In Group B, that is a pretty steady pace. You can see them now peaking over 50 kilometers an hour as they take advantage of a slight descent. And I see a banner up ahead, which I strongly suspect means we're about to arrive at the foot of the climb. Lead group has, I believe, hit it. Now we're looking at Joji Ishikawa here in the field. He's been there with this chase group the whole time. Nice and smooth and steady. Kind of invisible to us on commentary, which probably means that he's been doing exactly the right amount of work in this group.
Yeah.
Right? Not too much.
I was going to say, that's exactly what you want to be doing on a day like today is just staying out of the wind, staying out of trouble, and, staying off the screen because the more you can draft, the more you save, and the more you have for these last 19 kilometers of racing. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ishikawa put on a strong ride up to the top this time through because he has those just few extra watts that he saved last time around.
That's right. Don't burn your matches too early, or as that great theoretician and literary lion of cycling, Tim Krabbe, would say, make sure that your opponent's plate is empty before you start eating from your own. This is a great metaphor for the idea that you should ensure that your colleagues have done the work. And Damon's breaking in. He's telling us that he's got the top 10 results for the Category C group. So while we watch these riders suffer, let's go look at those. Here we go. Bob Fawcett putting it away. He had almost a 2-minute gap over Matthew Moore and Norm Healy. Our old friend Shane Alfreds, he of the championship winning last year, came in 4th place, and then it goes down. Bennett Ford, Aaron Sequeira, Kerry Tyler, Nicholas Mutis, and Harry Bohan coming in with the finish. Look at those watts per kilo. Interesting to see how much work was being done downfield. Look at Thomas Ford coming in with a 3.29 watts per kilo, almost as much as our winner, and yet only being good for 6th place.
Really impressive riding from Matt Moore as well in 2nd position, just under 3 watts per kilo at the head of the group. But then you look down, Norm Healy did 3.16, so relatively efficient riding from Moore. Now, Fawcett obviously has the highest watt per kilo because he was out there by himself for a large portion of the day, so he didn't have a chance to draft off of anybody, lower his average watts per kilo. So to hold 3.42 for 47 minutes out there for Fawcett, great ride and certainly a good workout for all these riders today. Got to just under an hour for most of the riders, probably about an hour after the warm-up and cool-down on the trainer.
Yeah, chapeau to Bob Fawcett for a decisive ride there. And Bob, let me introduce you to a little concept called Category B. You may become familiar with it sooner than you think. Meanwhile, back in the pain cave, we've got Angie and Dean still suffering aplenty. They both looked so excited by this, and they are tapping out the laps. These two riders are continuing on in the B group, so they've got about another 20 kilometers to go, if I'm not mistaken. At the paces that they're maintaining, that's going to be, what, approximately 30 to 40 minutes of suffering left? Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine, Angie and Dean. Have a great day.
Famous last words. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll have to do some Zoom Pain Cave background ratings. You know, decide later on who has the best background in their pain cave of all of these. I noticed that Angie had a nice little bicycle decoration in her pain cave, so I think so far she's the early leader here. Meanwhile, back in the actual bike race, we have Mr. Flower still on the front. I believe that's Tom Flower, but I've been known to make up first names in the past. And he now does have a little bit of a lead between him and actually Matthew Cox. Where has he ended up? This is a little confusing to me, but Cox appears to be maybe even dropped all the way back into the chasing group, and that is indeed what's happened here.
Yeah.
Or actually, wow. Who was it that was with Flower for so long? Was it Cox? Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, though, that gap has come way down. So they are just hitting the hill now. But nonetheless, it has to be a bit of concern to Flower that his gap is now 74 meters instead of its previous 300.
Yeah, if I'm Flower, I'm not liking the looks of what's happening here. I lost my breakaway partner, and now my breakaway partner is working with the chase to bring me back. Things couldn't be going any worse for poor Mr. Flower on the front of this one. But holding on to the 74-meter gap, this is the never-give-up attitude that a cyclist must adopt when they go into a breakaway, right? He's already gone all in on this move. Flower doesn't have another card to play because even if he does get caught by this group, he's only got 17K to recover. I don't think that's enough time to try and get back in. So Flower's got to stay on the gas here. Just go all in. You already started the gamble. You might as well see it through here.
Yeah, I think you've laid out the race situation exactly right. The hope for Tom at this point is that he can in some way get this gap to be a little bit bigger than it is right now as he goes up this climb. And he's got some reason for hope. And the reason I say that is this week, look at the gaps. Cox has actually yo-yoed off the front of that field that briefly caught him again. He's now about 30 meters away from them. So Flower has now expanded his lead over the chase group to 100 meters, but with Matthew Cox more or less caught in no man's land. If you look on the view there, you can see the group Smith and Ishikawa there, and then there's a little dot just about hiding behind the slope indicator, and that is Cox in the middle. So he's showing us about 40 meters ahead of the chasers and about 60 meters behind Flower on the front. Very, very scary for everybody involved. Yeah, and I think it was Kroll, actually.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yep.
Yeah, and Kroll has fully integrated into that chase group. So Matthew is basically attacked out of the chase. He's coming back. The gap now is 60 meters from Cox to Flower and 40 meters from Cox to the Group Gould, or Group Ishikawa. We'll call it by whomever wins. And I think that's just one of our spotter riders. That might be Tammy Brimner's virtual cyclist. Tammy is here as our photographer today, I believe. And so you may see a T. Brimner on the start list, but that's because Tammy is doing in-race photography. She's also a very practiced and avid photographer, semi-pro, really a pro photographer in real life, but she's taken to doing virtual event photography as well, which is a fascinating thing to do.
She was with us for the Echelon Racing League past couple seasons, actually. Her ability to capture these races in high definition is amazing. If you're racing today in or any of the BC Cups that Tammy is going to be with us, I highly encourage you to go check out those galleries, because she probably has a really cool picture of your avatar. Just like in real life photography, she has that eye to be able to, find the right backdrop and frame it up just right and make everyone look like a pro. So shout out to Tammy, and highly encourage you to check out the TLB Velo galleries here from the BC Cup.
Yeah, she's a great supporter of local bike racing as well as virtual bike racing. When we look onward here, Mocht is trying to get a slight gap from his chasers. Cox is sitting out there. Cox is now 140 meters up the front, and Flower is showing us 250 meters. So remember when we said that it was going to be imperative that Flower expand his gap on this climb? Flower has expanded his gap on this climb. So good job, Tom Flower. You took our advice. We thought it was good advice, and we were right. So we appreciate you taking it.
One of the few people in the world that will take advice from Ryan and I, and it actually paid off this time for Tom.
Yes. When I'm talking to the kids on the Devo program that my club runs, the youth development program, which we're so proud of on the rare occasions when I'm allowed to, I usually give them one key piece of advice. I say to them, look, kids, don't be like me. Back at the bike race, we are watching Tom Flower. So
Flower got about 15K of racing to go here till he hits the line. Meanwhile, the B group behind him at about 500 meters back. So we'll keep an eye on Flower up the rope. We're also getting ready for our women's races coming up here in a little under 25 minutes from now. So as we get ready for those, let's keep an eye on Tom Flower and take a quick break here from the virtual BC Cup. And we'll be right back with a Tom Flower finish and our pro women coming up.
So the program started quite a few years ago with the idea of trying to connect cycling from a provincial, regional, national level all the way back down to some schools. So that was the initial concept. I came through it myself with 2 children. So I was like, okay, I went to their schools, I did these trial and errors. We found some super passionate people all across Canada.
Over the last 10 years, we've been trying to refine the program, make sure that it works for a wide range of students and teachers in schools. So since 2013, we've been using this current method, and we're happy to share it with other provinces.
My favorite favorite part is when a kid who was struggling, finally it clicks for them, and so they get the huge enthusiasm, they're really proud of themselves, they can join with the rest of the class. It's really rewarding to see.
Squeeze your brakes as hard as you can. You're gonna practice your karate kick. All right, like this. Hi-ya! Go, go, go! And then when I get to here, I'm gonna stand and do the rooster tail wiggle.
To be honest, it kind of makes me more excited to ride my bike. Get back to that grassroots, like why did we start riding in the first place? Because it's awesome, because it's fun. It's not all about training and going hard. Sometimes it's just about pedaling around and enjoying it. And I really appreciate seeing that, and I appreciate being able to share that with the kids a lot.
I just want to kick the rattlesnakes.
My highlight of the day was probably when we were playing the rattlesnake game. It was just really fun.
It was really fun with the jumps and like the ramp.
What a cool program you guys have with iRide. I want to do the rattlesnake game. That sounds like fun.
Me too. I want to find out what the rattlesnake game is. Lovely to see Michael Vandenham involved there as well. He's a professional bike racer and champion level here in Canada. And I don't think I'm giving the game away when I say that he has just been hired as the coordinator of the Devo program that Escape Velocity puts on. So folks here in BC are going to see a lot more of Michael around local bike races this year. That's pretty exciting. Meanwhile, speaking of local bike races, yeah, it's going to be fantastic for the kids. We've had great coaches in that Devo program over the years. It's gone from Andrew Pinfold to Tim Scherstebedoff, and now we've got Michael Vandenham. It's a tremendous pedigree. Meanwhile, back in the Pain Cave, it looks like we've got Angie Kwap and Dean Brandt. So we were talking about rating their outlines. Both have gone for the plain white background. I think there's been some efforts at staging here. You can see that Angie, as I mentioned before, has a lovely little bicycle decoration to one side of her, whereas Dean Brandt appears to have a brag wall of plaques or medallions there, so it's not sure what that's for. Possibly it means that he's completed his work-safe training at work for 4 years in a row. That's what we're just going to go with as a theory. Or make up your own idea about what Dean Brandt's plaques are for. Folks, you can send those to me in the comments in the usual ways. You don't have to send them to Brad, but I'm sure you could do that as well if you want. And we're Dean giving a big fist bump here, but we're definitely in the why am I doing this sport phase of the event today for both Angie and Dean and Brad. Meanwhile, back at the front of the bike race, it looks like it continues to be Cox leading the chase, Kroll right there, and Tom Flower off the front. He has a scant 70 meters between him and Cox. Is it enough? But Cox is off the front. He's got another 130 meters back to the group Ishikawa.
This is so brutal. Flower holding on to this 70-meter gap for this long. You know, normally in real life, a gap like this would come undone immediately. Once you can see that rider up the road and you have them in sight, it's almost always over. Once the chase group can sort of see that carrot dangling in front of them. Look at Flower's power profile, the upper left corner, barely moving. You can see it hardly deviates from that very narrow band of power. This is a guy that knows how to ride his bike.
Yeah, he knows what power output he can maintain for this run into the finish, which is now 10 kilometers. So that's a distance that at his current pace he will cover in probably less than 15 minutes. And that 15 minutes is going to be decisive. He has a 75-meter lead on Cox. He has 150 meters more to that, so I guess about 225 back to the group Ishikawa. And the whole challenge is going to be, can he keep that lead above zero in the next 10 kilometers? He can afford to lose distance to these riders, but only very slowly. So essentially, think of it this way. He needs to lose, I would say, less than 10 meters per kilometer to that chasing group. So he may have a problem. Right now, it looks like it's about 120 meters, so I think the bit is between the teeth of the chasing group. Cox has still got a gap here. We're looking at that. He's 30 meters ahead of the field, but I'm not sure he's going to be 30 meters ahead of this field for much longer.
Yeah, looks like they are coming hot and heavy behind Cox to try to pick him up here. Meanwhile, Flowers' gap is growing. He's about to take it over 100 meters. I don't think that has much to do with the elevation. I think he did make up an organic gap there. So now this group can get back to work of trying to bring Flower back as he goes over 100 meters up the road.
I think the effect there, unfortunately for Flower, was that Cox was flagging, so that was giving the gap to nearest rider. So now we're seeing a very hot and heavy group of, I believe it's 9 riders, who are chasing Flower, including the very worked over Cox. And all of a sudden, I fear that that gap is going to start shrinking. I mean, basically, all the motivation is pretty straightforward at this point. You can see it's already down to 75 meters. There's a group of 9 chasers. All of them want to win this race, and the path to winning this race is to make up 70 meters in 8 kilometers. And I don't care what formula you use, that is a very achievable goal in 9 flat kilometers of bike racing. 9 against 1 is not the odds that you want unless you're a very special bike rider indeed.
Nobody ever said the odds were in Flower's favor, but he does have a shot. He has shocked me already today being able to hold on to this gap, so I'm not going to count him out yet. I think any other time, if you ask me, hey, can a guy with a 70-meter gap hold on for 8 kilometers? I would have said, have you ever seen a bike race before? There's no way. But the way that Flower has been riding today, I don't know. He might have a shot.
Yeah, he's shown his mettle, and we know he's been riding steady. I mean, you mentioned before his power numbers, and he's just been keeping it incredibly tranquilo. He looks like he's managing this. So the challenge is going to be, do we see his power numbers start to rise to the occasion here? Can he put in the big numbers? And even as I say it, I think the answer is starting to become no, because this gap is falling way too fast. Indeed, it's non-existent. Guess who's back? It's Kroll. We said this before. Kroll was his breakaway mate for quite some time earlier on in this race. And now he has returned. And he is racing there side by side with our longtime race leader, Flower. Andy Kroll. Andy Kroll is a skateboarder and snowboarder at heart, I'm told. He only started cycling a couple of years ago. And remember, I was talking about the rehab to cycling pipeline. Sure smells like that's what happened with Kroll. The Kroll has joined Flower at the front, and they are a mere 20 meters, if I'm reading my readouts correctly, ahead of the Group Ishikawa. And the Group Ishikawa is closing fast. It's now 15 meters and dropping. This is going to be a race of 10 riders before we get to the finish. Well, before we get to the finish, we're closing on the 7 kilometers to go mark, and there's going to be 10 riders together before we get to 6. In fact, before we get to 6.5. In fact, before we get to 6.9, it looks like. Gruppo Compacto. Exactly what Tom Flower did not want for the finish of this race. He gives a little fist pump, which is a gesture you can activate in the RGT interface, but we're going to assume it was a sarcastic one, because I'm sure he was super stoked to see those 9 frenemies joining him here at the front of the race. Exactly how his plan went. Yeah, I'm gonna go out solo all day and then get caught about 6 kilometers before the finish. That's exactly where I want my race going. We're looking at 11th. This is Richards. He's about 2.7 kilometers behind the field, so afraid to say he's not going to figure in the final outcome. And we've got Goodman back there as well. Again, Mike Goodman was one of the riders that we had in our virtual pain cave, but he fell a little bit off the pace one way or another for either technical or physical reasons, and so he is now racing for pride, sitting alone in 12th place there. He's got about 300 meters ahead of the next rider, Brandt, who is Dean Brandt. So we've got Brandt and Goodman, our two Zoom riders that we've been checking in with, sitting here back in 12th and 13th. So they're still racing each other. That might be it, as the category Zoom is still to be decided.
Yeah, remember we talked about sometimes the best battles out there in the further back races. I think we may be seeing that with some of these guys. So it's nice to see a little further back in the group, 11th, 12th, 13th. Larceau here in 14th spot. We'll go back to Angie Kwap, we were watching earlier in the Zoom room, in 15th.
That's right. So Angie Kwap still keeping going. She's got 7 kilometers to go. She is trailing this field, but there is no sin or shame in that, because she's been going hard all day. You can see what her power numbers are. So we go back to Brandt and Kwap, both suffering away, and you can see there is no lack of effort there. In between the two of them is Alec Larceau. I just want to call out Alec for one reason and one reason alone, because his submitted biography that we're looking at has this very terse entry: "I'm old." Fair enough, Alec. You're doing very well for a man of your age. So congratulations for coming out to our bike race. Meanwhile, we look back at the front of the field, and now we have, we'll call it just the Group Fox, the Group Flower, because of course our long-standing race leader Tom Flower has been caught up by his pack of chasers. Group of 10 now, and we can see them there all on the field. It goes back down to, right now, it would be Smith, Boyo, Vandegreen, Gould, Cox, Ishikawa, Kroll, and of course Flower somewhere in there, and a few other names. And the rest, as they say. 5 kilometers remaining for this group, so we're going to go out on a limb. Unless somebody does something very brave or very stupid, this will be a straight-up sprint finish. So tactics are going to get interesting. Let's see if anybody decides to work together, if anybody goes for a suicidal breakaway that turns into a goofy lead out, or if it just becomes sort of everybody waits until 300 meters and then it's just power versus power at the end.
Huge advantage here for riders that have raced on RGT before. The riders that know how to sprint on the platform will have a big advantage if this does come down to a bunch gallop to the line, because they'll understand how much draft you can get, when to launch your sprint. We've seen that in a lot of these races where the experience pays off. So if they raced with us in the first BC Virtual Cup last year, using that experience to your advantage is going to be a pretty decisive advantage, I think, in a group sprint like this. So we may see the experience pay off out there today.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I've been impressed throughout by how much RGT and other virtual platforms are able to create virtual racing situations that look sensibly and work sensibly like real racing situations. But nonetheless, sprinting is a game of inches and seconds, and so getting your timing right, it's not going to be quite the same way. There's spool up effects with virtual trainers. There's this and that. There's slight subtleties of how, as you say, the drafting and aerodynamics work, and sprint dynamics, and even frankly just the way that sprinting on a trainer is different from sprinting on a road bike. If one of these guys ends up falling off his trainer on the way to the finish line, he will not be the first person to crash out of a virtual bike race, I can assure you of that.
Well, let's hope everyone stays upright, both virtually and in real life. Vandegreen taking a little look off the front, starting to heat things up here at 3.5K to go. And you can also see how this field kind of strings out a little bit. That is indicative, just like real life, of the pace starting to lift. So that is one thing that RGT has done really well, talking about the dynamics of how this group plays out. You can really see when the race starts to heat up, they will start to string out. When it starts to calm down, they come back together a little bit. But Flower back on the front here, lifting the tempo again, saying, I didn't quite get enough pain today.
Well, we have to admire Tom Flower. If nothing else, he deserves the combativity prize for today's race, because he truly activated it. He was the literal pace setter for about 80% of the duration here. He went on an early breakaway with Kroll. Kroll and Flower were the only names we were calling at the front of the race for a very long time. He finally got caught what was it, at about the 6.9 kilometer mark. And yet here he is still trying to drive this race. But Van de Green, whose name you already called, he's gone red line, and he is trying to activate this race. I guess he does not trust his sprint, because 2.8 kilometers to go is not a sprinter's distance. And there he is.
And if Van de Green's not a good, sorry, if he's not a good sprinter, you're right. This is the only play that he has, is to try to make a jump here. 2.8K where he went, little far out. He would like to take some riders with him, but again, you don't want to be caught on the back foot. You don't want to be responding to an attack from someone like Flower or maybe Ishikawa or someone like that would be able to go. So Van de Green is trying to get out ahead of the problem here. And it looks like they have brought back. Here's Ishikawa going now.
That's right. Ishikawa launching his attack. Flower right there, sitting on the right wheels all the time. And you can see so many of these riders are starting to build up the speeds. Watch the little red numbers off to the left of our grid. That gives you a hint of who is sort of trying to drive to the front, and it's Van de Green and Chan now. Actually, now it's everybody. Look at that. 2 kilometers to go. The sprint is winding up. 2K is not really a sprinting distance. Realistically, Cat B is one of those fields where on the road you see them often starting their sprint a little too early. Anything outside of 400 meters is frankly an optimistic distance for actually sprinting clear of a field. You can make it work if you are very strong, but other than that, I would say that basically it's a fool's errand to go any earlier than that. We get a quick look at the Zoom room here. Goodman back online. You can see how hard he's pushing there. Goodman's not in this sprinting group, but he's got something to prove, and as we recall, Goodman and Brandt are currently racing each other on the road.
Love it.
Pardon me.
Goodman, I think, has also moved his Zoom camera closer to us from the last time that we saw him, so I'm not sure if he's just trying to show off the guns or maybe just trying to get on the computer. That's my best guess, but either way, nice to get a better look at Mr. Goodman as this group goes down to 1.3K to go up on the front. Still all together. A few early jumps have come back, and I think once this thing goes inside 1K, your hopes of getting away are pretty much shot. So there's the Flamme Rouge up ahead. Riders going under the red banner, which means we're on the last 1,000 meters of racing, Ryan.
Brad Soner, it is all happening. Ishikawa on the front, Flower now at the front. He's just not letting go of this race, but we are heading down to 800 meters and dropping fast. The time of the sprinters is upon us. Watch those red numbers start to chalk up, and remember that number that I said before. 400 meters is where I predict the earliest and most optimistic full sprints will be beginning. Let's see how that prediction turns out. We are still a group of 10. Flower off the front.
My man.
That's a little too optimistic.
Strong effort there at 500 meters to go. He'll get swallowed up as Ishikawa goes to the front. Look at these wattage numbers here. 7 watts per kilo for Ishikawa. Boyo trying to get up there to the front as well. Chan moving up into 3rd spot. Coming up on 500 watts here as we follow Cox up into 3rd spot. Here goes Kroll from 200 meters out. Big attack from Kroll here.
That could be it. I don't see anybody in frame, and he's inside 100 meters. It's going to be Kroll. That's incredible. Cox and then Gould in a quick, tightly contested sprint, and our numbers say Flower still managed to come across the line for 4th. So incredible 10 deep sprint finish. Could have covered them with a blanket. I will look at the time gaps, but there was essentially no time gap from, I think, about 3rd through 10th, and it was probably less than 5 seconds between the beginning and the end of that field. We're watching Richards now, our 11th place finisher. He's still a little ways from the line, 2.8 kilometers, and he will cruise smoothly because he is about 1.5 kilometers ahead of Goodman. Goodman and Brandt are within 400 meters of each other, but I think that gap may be too much for Brandt to close. And then we have all the rest. But what a sprint, and how well timed was that. Remarkable to see Kroll, after all the work he did earlier in the race, still coming back and having it to do. and having enough in the tank for that finish. He's our skateboarder, snowboarder, if you'll remember, and he timed that exquisitely. To be in such a tight group and still find almost a second at the finish line, that's some big sprint energy there by Andy Kroll.
Somehow found a way to turn virtual racing into an extreme sport to add to his collection at 3.67 watts per kilo. Takes Matthew Cox and Bart Gould to the line on the podium, and then just less than a second back, Tom Flower in fourth. Bravo to Tom out there today. Great ride to stay out in front and then hang in there and hold on for a fourth place finish with Vandergreen in fifth, and then Chan, Smith, Boyo, Ishikawa, and Mocht rounding out the top 10. All right, looks like our women's race is just about ready to get underway. As you said, perfect timing for these Cat Bees finishing up as Andy Kroll, Matthew Cox, and Bart Gould pick up their podium finishes. We pick up the front of our women's race, taking off from the line right now.
And away we go. Aha! I see my old friend, the ageless Claire Cameron, starting off on front, but she's got company there. Parker, who is that? Name I don't recognize, and I'm not even sure I've got her on my start list, but we will look that up later. Knights, Bowmans, Cameron. It's still Gruppo Compato. We've got 9 starters in this race, not counting the virtual cameras or Tammy Brimner, our resident photographer.
This group doing a nice job riding together early on here. You remember that B and C group was kind of disjointed from the go, but this group going to sit in and figure the drafting out, figure the game out, feel your competitors out. You always want to get an idea for how your opponents are feeling once that ride starts.
Yes, indeed. We've got some interesting stories in this group. There's lots of experience here. I've already mentioned Claire Cameron. She's, lately, she's been a provincial champion in the past on the road and in other disciplines. She races just about everything. True story. One time I casually tried to convince her to do an age group hour record because I thought that she was coming into a window where there was, where she definitely, let's put it this way, Claire Cameron is strong enough that she absolutely has the watts per kilogram to be staring down the barrel of some of the age group women's hour records, if she ever decides to. And what she told me was that training for an hour record sounded too boring, and I couldn't disagree with that, that's for sure. But here she is doing some virtual training, but probably having some actual fun as she does it.
Let's at least hope
like our group,
that
yeah,
it's not that bad. Yeah.
So I see that we've got one rider slightly off the back right now, Keely Hamilton. However, something we got to tell you about Keely Hamilton. She's 15, so I see good things in her future. I don't think she should feel any shame about being gapped slightly by a group of women this strong. And I'm going to go out on a limb. No, in fact, I can confirm it's her mom who has dropped her. Gemma Hamilton is still in the field, and that is Keely's mom. They're both from Cranbrook. So Keely's getting some tough love there today. Sorry, Keely. Sometimes that's how bike racing is, and I suppose it's just as well that you learn this lesson early rather than late. But keep it up, because sometimes training is training, and the wattage and the effort that you put in now will pay you good stead in future events, and honestly in the rest of your life. Learning the hard lesson that hard things are hard. Can't go wrong with that. Meanwhile, her mom, not looking back, instead leading this field away as they gap Keely.
You know, it's
Gemma
very
Hamilton.
rare that you have the mom outplaying the daughter on a video game platform, right? Normally it's the kids teaching the parents how to get through the levels, but I'm sure we all have, I don't know what generation you fell in the video game world, Ryan, but I had to have my parents beat a couple Game Boy levels for me, which I remember specifically from my time. They were just a little too hard for me to get through, so it's nice to see that the older generation still has some tricks up their sleeves.
Well, I may be revealing exactly how old I am, that I can honestly say my parents were well pre-video games, and for myself, the first home game system that we had was an Atari 2600. So I was playing video games in the early 1980s, and I can assure you my parents were no help whatsoever in getting through the hard levels. I still love you, Mom and Dad. Shout out. I don't think they're watching this because they probably have something better to do, but who knows what that could possibly be. Anyways, I'm sure they're very happy. I think they're up at their late getaway, and we're looking back in the pain cave. Dean and Michael are still suffering, but meanwhile, we've got some new entries. Renata Blushki and Deborah Sluice-Parker showing their stuff. And again, let's rate those pain caves. Renata's got a friend here, and it looks like this is definitely a suburban garage, so that's a classic locale for a pain cave. Deborah is definitely doing the domestic things. Looks like this might be, the basement den. I think I see the makings of a wet bar behind her, and she's got an excellent television setup, which we can see. So good on both of them. And I'd also like to compliment Deborah on the incredibly tasteful sweat towel that she's got over her bicycle. I think that's like an Argyle diamond pattern, and I really love the colors. So chapeau to these two new entries in our best dressed pain cave field. And we're watching as Michael Goodman's suffering is at an end. So he's a good bike racer, and on the road I know he is a solid Cat 3. So he will live to fight another day. And we've also got Dean Brandt finally able to shut it down. So those two riders from our virtual pain cave will now be shutting down. You can see Michael hanging up and Dean doing his cool off.
Like Goodman is like unplugging everything. He's going to sell this thing on eBay immediately following this. In fact, he's getting on eBay right now to try and sell his trainer.
Michael, if you're willing, you can probably find me on Messenger, and you can do a little post-race smack talk, and we'll try to convey that. We'll try to convey that to our global audience, by which I mean Damon's in the United Kingdom. So as long as Damon keeps watching, then we definitely have a global audience. Meanwhile, back in the actual bike race, which is still going pretty good, Gemma Hamilton continues to put the boots to her own daughter as she leads this field. Hamilton. Keeley is about 300 meters back, but still keeping it up gamely. She's putting out 2.8 watts per kilogram as we watch. So, this is nothing to sneeze at in terms of power output. I see a bright future for a 15-year-old who can put out that kind of wattage. Keep training, Keeley. You'll catch your mom sooner than you think, because time is on your side. And I'm afraid that your mom is on the curve where, trust me on this, every year she will get slower and weaker. So strength is on your side. Good luck with that.
That's right.
Anyway, back to the front. Now that I've savaged the entire Hamilton family in as cruel a fashion as possible, we have Gruppo Compacto. We still have a group of 8 riders at the front of this field, and they are level. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that all of them have looked at the race distance, which for them continues to be 51.5 kilometers. I think that's going to be 2 laps, if my guess is correct. So they'll be doing the same distance as the B group. And I would say that this group is probably content to ride at this sort of solid, steady pace, at least until they get to the climb, at which point we may start to see the cracks form in this peloton. So let's, while we're waiting for that to happen, let's talk about some of the sponsors who have made this event possible. You saw a little promo there for the iRide Racing program featuring our friends Michael Vandenham and Ben Chaddock and the other coaches for that. Cycling BC's iRide program has been a big success thanks to longtime corporate partners like Adara. With Adara's help, iRide has been able to ride through challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic and was still able to provide nearly 5,000 kids the opportunity to participate in iRide programs across the province in 2021. So we'd like to thank Adara for sponsoring that great program.
Yeah, so many great partners coming together to help make the virtual BC Cup possible.
Yeah, it's interesting, all the responses that we've seen all around the world, really, to to this, shall we say, these unprecedented times. I know that, for example, with youth development programs, of which iRide is certainly one of them, it was a challenge at first, but what we saw was an interesting development. The Devo Road program, our youth development program for road racing, kind of had, steady enrollment, but what boomed to the point where we had wait lists was the mountain bike program. That people understood this as, a slightly more solo activity, slightly more appropriate for pandemic times, and there was just a tremendous desire to get kids into programs, and so that was one of them that was a great success. And I know that when we were finally able to get back to real bike racing last year, it was tremendous. Every race we could run was a huge success, lots of entrants, and we had a lot of fun doing them last year, I know. But here we are, back in the virtual bike racing world. It's February 19th, I can tell you, as I look outside the window, it is not a day I would be particularly excited about either riding in or putting on a bike race. Kind of rainy, kind of miserable, kind of about 4 degrees outside according to my wristwatch, which measures in metric temperatures, so I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit. Perhaps it's 30, perhaps it's 70, somewhere in between there. It's somewhere between freezing and boiling, though, I can tell you that.
Nobody knows. It's impossible to know. We still haven't figured out how to convert it. Down here south of the border, we've been trying for the better part of a couple hundred years, actually, and still have not figured out how to convert from the simple numbers into our more complicated numbers.
Well, funny as it may be, I'll have to show you the flowchart of how Canadians do it, because it's absolutely true that the metrification of Canada has not only gone in fits and starts, but it's to the point where, to this day, a Canadian will happily tell you it is 75 kilometers to his friend's place, and that he's going to buy a pound of coffee and a liter of soda, and that he's feet and inches tall and pounds heavy. So, hooray! There's 3 systems of measure in the world. It's not well understood. There's the imperial system, there's the metric system, and then there's whatever mess Canada has made for itself. Truly a delight. Yeah, it's there's a jokey flowchart which basically explains how you have to decide as a Canadian whether you're going to be giving a particular measurement in metric or imperial, and it's complicated. Back to bike racing. It looks like we remain Grupo Compacto, 49 kilometers remaining in this women's race. We are still a couple of kilometers before we get to the big climb on this beautiful, beautiful Durango course. Amanda Argue is who we are looking at right now. She's part of this group of 8 that is nice and steady. Excuse me. Breakfast coming back on me. Eggs. It's apparently what's for tea time. But let's take a look down this list of starters. We've got Renata Bluschke, who we saw on our virtual Zoom pain caves. She is new to cycling. The only race she's done officially is the Seymour Challenge last September. I'm very excited about that, because I was the Seymour Challenge is my own private Escape Velocity Cycling Club's bike race. And so she says she's not sure about her racing strengths or weaknesses yet. I gotta say, Renata, for you to be staying in this group of 8, who includes some well-experienced riders, you are absolutely doing very okay. Wait, Renata raced for the SFU varsity track team on the 400 meters? I can literally walk to the SFU track. Like, I live on Burnaby Mountain. Burnaby Mountain is where Simon Fraser University is. That's pretty great. So I've obviously got a rooting interest here. Go Renata. Do it for SFU. Rah rah. And but we've got lots of others we were talking about. Yeah, she's the local favorite. And we were talking about Deborah. I don't have a bio for her, but that's just an artifact of who knows what. We'll blame Corey Ostertag for that one now. Corey's a great guy. Corey Ostertag is the director of competition or some similar title for Cycling BC, so he was pretty crucial to organizing this event, and he's been one of our background guys. I know what a challenge it can be to organize an event like that, having done 1 or 2 in my own, and I'm really pleased about really pleased about how these events have been organized overall. No, actually, I do have a biography for Deborah. She is, in fact, a Masters 40-49 podiumist. She came in second in 2021. She came in, she won the Masters Championship in 2019. And she was, if I'm reading this right, in 2019, she was the national 40-49 champion in Canada. And she qualified for the Fondo Worlds, which is a lovely thing. You must know this, Brad Soner, that in the last few years, one of the somewhat clever moves that the UCI made is they basically moved the Masters World Championships to a Fondo format. So now what happens is you can qualify for the Masters Worlds by participating in particular Grand Fondos designated all around the world. And if you qualify, then you are able to become a competitive entrant for the Fondo World Championship, which is also the age group World Championships for all of these Masters riders. And I am one of them. Deborah wants us to know that she loves riding her bike recreationally and competitively and competing in local and regional events. And she's proving that by doing it right here and right now.
Little gap here forming off the back of the group, but I think they'll be able to come back in. Looks like Imluk putting in the effort up on the front, wearing that Canyon Esports kit. That's a virtual racing specific program that has popped up over in the UK. They have those very cool sort of pink and blue jerseys that riders can select on their virtual platform of choice. Another one of the crazy innovations that we saw over the last few years, where we are now seeing virtual specific programs. I love it.
Yeah, well, I got to say, I love that jersey. That is heck of a tasteful jersey there, Brittany Imlach. So thank you for wearing that for us. And yeah, she was putting in a big dig there, but it looks like we are once again Grupo Compacto. But again, that is sort of what we expected. These riders are coming ever closer to the bottom of the climb. They're still on the flats, but any moment you're going to see that little white marker there hit the red zone at the bottom of your screen if you're watching this online. And once that happens, it's all going to shred. And there we're looking back at Gemma Hamilton. How the turntables have... Wait, how's that go? Anyways, Gemma Hamilton, mother to Keely, is now slightly off the back. So Keely is continuing to pedal away. She's well off the back, but now Gemma is in difficulty. She may end up back with her daughter sooner than we expect. So we'll watch those developments. Might be a little bit tense in a certain household in Cranbrook, where Keely and Gemma are going away. But
maybe Gemma's trying to wait for Keely here, trying to try and bridge up or bridge back to her a little bit.
Ah, yes, the maternal instinct, but you must remember this is bike racing. You must suppress that instinct. Remember, go for the throat. There are no friends in bike racing. You know, blood may be thicker than water, but it should be thinner than wattage. Meanwhile, our bike racers have, I would say, officially hit the hill. Showing is only a 1.1% slope, but we are on the foot of the big climb here at Durango, and you are going to start to see those watts per kilogram climb. And as I say that, Gemma Hamilton is putting in a big dig, and she's doing that partly just to get back on terms with this field. But the time for drafting is at an end. The time for watts per kilo has begun. Oh, and I see a little dot on our screen crawling away from all the other little dots. Let's see who that is making a dig here.
Getting away here, though.
That's Diane Bowmans. She virtually races with the Cryogen Gen team, but she's also racing on other virtual pro platforms. She's an age group duathlete. The duathlon. That's because some triathletes think that the cycling is the annoying part of triathlon, and therefore they just do the running and the swimming. Not sure I agree with that particular position, but there you go. Anyways, Bowman's is back and integrated with the pack. Cameron slightly to the front, but we are basically, you can see that the splits are now happening from the rear. We can see Gemma Hamilton marking the back of that group, but she has Knights and also getting gapped very slightly. Let's see if that rider can catch up here. That would be Chancy Knights, a gravel road and mountain bike rider. But I can see her putting in a dig and going into the red, and it looks like Knights will catch up with the rest of this group. Claire Cameron sitting on the front, setting pace. Bowman's right behind her. All we can do, Brad Soner, is wait and watch as we see these riders put in the time and start to watch to see if there is any weakness in their competitors.
Yeah, I think there's some early worry about going too hard too early, so a cautious approach to the first time up the climb, get a feel for it, see if anybody drops out, see how many riders are left the first time up and over, and then I think the second time up the climb is where you really start attacking. So this is just tactics right now. This is smart bike racing from this group. There's probably no reason to split the group this early. At 46K to go, there's really not much of an advantage to taking 2 or 3 riders with you because 46K is a long way out. So for now, I think this is more about what's happening on the back than what's happening on the front. They're just going to try and slowly whittle this down. You see Knights getting a little bit of space opened up in front of her wheel as they bring it down to 6 in that front group. That's the game being played right now. It's the selection being made in that front group. They're not quite racing each other yet. They're just trying to see who can hang the first time up and over.
Yeah, that's very true. And now we're looking back at the group at the Hamilton race. And this is Gemma Hamilton, mom. She is about 100 meters behind Knights, who is about 100 meters behind the field. And Keely Hamilton is still 600 meters behind her mom, but it looks like she is starting to close that gap. It's now down to only 600 meters, so it looks like Keely may be a little bit more of a natural climber than her mother is. So we will watch that gap and see how the family rivalry goes as we go up this big climb in Durango. Meanwhile, we're watching Knights here again, Chancy Knights. She moved to British Columbia from Ontario, and right now she's trying to move back into that lead group because she doesn't want to be losing time here already on this first climb. She's in 7th place, so we've got a group of 6 here up front that we're looking at now. And that is, of course, Imlach, Bowmans, Argue, Blauschke, Parker, and Claire Cameron leading the field up the hill as we look into the pain cave. And it's Blushki and Deborah Sluice Parker. And they are suffering mightily. Remind you, Renata is our local hero here up on Simon Fraser University. She's a former member of the SFU athletics teams, locally known as the Clan, which makes a lot more sense when you understand that this is a Scottish-tinged university. Simon Fraser University, home of one of the greatest pipe and drum bands in the world. I am not making that up, Brad Soner. They have repeatedly gone to world championships and won those events. They have played at Carnegie Hall. Even their B-team band is not bad at all. But that has nothing to do with bike racing, so let's go watch some bike racing.
Learn something new every day. We got to get them out to a bike race to have the band cheer the riders on. Maybe we can get them programmed into the virtual world here. We can get the RGT programmers on that. I'm sure they love when I volunteer them for projects.
I will talk to a few pipe and drummers that I know and see if we can get a pipe and drum band to perform at an actual bike race sometime. That would just be some pretty sweet action.
Yeah, how cool would that be?
Yeah, we'll do a Highland Games bike race. I wonder what that would look like. Just allow you to contemplate the idea of bike racing in a kilt there for a moment, Brad. I'm not going to make any commentary. I'm just going to let that image sit and marinate with you for a moment and with our global audience. And that's about enough time for that. Claire Cameron continues to lead, but she's in a group of 7. Gemma Hamilton still off the back. Chancy Knight still a little bit off the back, but in with a chance. She is only 50 meters behind. I apologize for that unintentional pun. And we are not quite at the top of the climb, but it's getting close, so it looks like everybody has decided to be not cautious, but let's just say nobody is firing all of their guns this early. 44 kilometers remaining in this race. This group of women is going to do another run up this climb on the second lap, and so nothing needs to be done. I can see in our secret side chat that our producer Damon is mentioning that he in fact also used to play trumpet, and he even came to the US for drum and bugle corps, so very nice. Turns out, oh yeah, this seems like a strange coincidence. It appears that both Damon, Brad, and myself have all played trumpet in the past, although I'm going to go out on a limb and say I was by far the worst of the three of us at trumpet playing.
I'm going to say I was the second worst, and I'm going to guess that Damon was probably the best of us. So we got a nice trio going already. I can see the three amigos showing up to a bike race with you, me, and Damon, our trumpets, and getting chased off by an angry mob of bike racing fans.
Heaven help us all. Yes, the virtual bike racing commentary bugle corps. Truly a horror I do not want to contemplate any further. RQ is leading the field as they come across the top, and their descent. Away she goes. Belushki, who we've been able to check in on, our Simon Fraser University racer, is right there. Claire Cameron is right there. We're starting to see tiny splits in the field now as we get over the top. We can see that it's roughly a group of four, then a small gap back to Bowman's and Imlach, and then a larger gap back to Chansey Knights. She is still about 150 meters back. That is a distance that she can make up on this descent with a little bit of pedaling and a little bit of effort, but probably would rather not have to do that. And Gemma Hamilton, 425 meters behind this group, but more importantly, less than a kilometer ahead of her daughter Keely. So away we go. This is starting to be the formation of the bike race, and just as Brad suggested, it is kind of attrition from the behind on this climb. So we've reduced a group of 9 riders now down to 8 when we got to the foot of the climb, and now it looks more like a group of 5 has formed at the front, with Imlach here with a chance. That's Brittany Georgia Imlach racing for, is that team name? That's a great team name here. The Roka Korba Collective. So Imlach has her work cut out for her. Brittany Georgia Imlach has to make this gap up. It's currently at 60 meters, and she cannot be allowing that to abide. And behind her,
break up a
Chansey
little bit here. As you said, Knights a little further back, and then Hamilton, we'll say the Hamiltons, I guess, behind, and then our bots a little bit further back into 10th spot. But this is the real battle to watch. They are starting to heat up. Imlach fighting to get in. Look at the red power back with Imlach trying to hang in to this group.
Yeah, that's what she has to do. If she doesn't close this gap on the descent, then it's only going to get harder to close this gap later. So the time has come. Yes, Brittany rocking the incredibly tasteful jersey there that you mentioned before. What club was that for again?
The Canyon Esports team.
Oh, very nice, very nice. It's becoming clear that in the virtual world you can do anything when it comes to jersey patterns, and apparently they have. But
Imlach going to get back in here. Bravo. Way to fight back, man. That is so hard to do, to come unglued and then find the extra wattage to go across that gap and get back in. And it feels so good when you finally make it. You get that just a little bit of draft. You can see saving 300 watts right now when you're doing 600 watts to get across the gap, and all of a sudden you can cut your effort in half. Oh, what a feeling.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and that's exactly it. On this big descent, she had to put in the big watts in order to get back, but it will be worth it. I mean, that doesn't mean that her troubles aren't at an end, but now she can at least sit pretty for a while and do some recovery, because chances are she's going to have another problem the next time we come around to the climb here on this Durango course. But we are back to a group of 6 at the front. Chancey Knights still out in a drift, about 360 meters behind this group. So she will be putting in a dig, trying to close that gap, but it's going to be difficult at this point. And then we've got Gemma and Keely in the back. That's Gemma, mother. She's about 800 meters behind Knights and about 2 kilometers ahead of her daughter. She's putting in the water, and there's Keely Hamilton. She is still on the climb. So that gap will start to shrink once she gets over the top, which is happening right about now, I would say, given the 7-Eleven signage appearing there in the background. Speaking about sponsors, while we've got a moment here in the action, I'd like to talk to you about another one. Bracelayer Apparel is a BC-based company that specializes in knee-stabilizing compression pants. Cycling BC members will get 35% off on all Bracelayer's knee-stabilizing compression pants, and you'll get free shipping on orders over $100. So we'd like Bracelayer for supporting this event and all of Cycling BC's activities here. Speaking of need for knee braces after that knee knacker of a climb, these riders are all recovering, but I'm sure 1 or 2 of them are thinking about maybe they could use a knee brace right now. We remain in Grupo Compacto at the front, 6 riders all together, 6 riders watching. They're doing a steady pace. I mean, you see again, this is sort of, I'd say they're roughly averaging about 3 watts per kilogram in this group. We're looking at Claire Cameron's numbers there, 150 watts. That's an easy pace for her. 150 beats per minute on her heart rate meter, though, so she's going for it. She's going for it. This is a solid mid-race effort, appropriate for this group, sort of just recovering after the climb. 40 kilometers left. Be interesting to see what the tactics are. I know that Claire. I don't know if Claire is the class of this field, but it's a possibility. She's got a decent sprint, but I think that ultimately she would probably want to power away from this group. But she doesn't have to decide that yet. She's got about 40 kilometers to go. And for those of you looking ahead on our schedule, in about 30 minutes we will have the men's race coming up. So we will show you that start, but we will still be well amid the women's race, so we will be watching the finish of the women's race as well as we go forward here. Brad and I are very glad to have you here with us this lovely Saturday morning, or whatever part of the day it is, wherever you are. It is currently, if I am to be trusted, about 1900 Universal Coordinated Time here on February 19th as we speak. So whatever time that is for you locally, I wish you a good morning, or if I don't see you later, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night. Front of the race continues to be led out by Bowmans, but by Diane Bowmans, but she is just one of this group of 6 that is basically all at the front together. I don't know, Brad, does that look like a slight gap there developing again between this field and Brittany Georgia Imlach?
Yep, Imlach coming unglued again, but I think we'll be able to fight back on. Remember, we saw her regain contact earlier on the descent, but I think we're starting to see the cracks forming in the foundation here for Imlach. This is usually a bad sign. Again, when you see riders continuously coming unglued and chasing back on, but Imlach just has that never give up spirit to get back into it. Way to go.
Story of my career, man. Imlach, though, is making the gap. She is closing it. I think that's going to go away, but I don't know if it'll be the last one. It's showing as a 6-meter gap on our screens right now. But she looks pretty comfortable with finishing that off. And so we continue to have this group of 6. Argue, Bowmans, Cameron, Parker, Imlach. And then we've got a gap of about 200 meters to Knights, Chancey Knights. And then we've got Gemma Hamilton, the mother, at 800 meters behind Knights. and Keely Hamilton, the daughter, about 4 kilometers back of her mom. But looks like some wheels may be spinning up here. Pace is up to about 40 kilometers an hour as we did a slight descent. So these lead riders are by no means taking it easy. Just testing each other, watching the wattage. We're sort of sitting sub 3 watts per kilogram right now in this group, and I suspect that's well inside of the capabilities of all 6 of these riders. So, some watchful waiting. There's some attention to the fact there's a very long flat section of this race course, and then there is a very big hill. So, yeah. So we take a look into the pain cave. Deborah, checking her messages. I'm sure it's something important, but that may indicate to you sort of how the pace is going here. And Renata, our SFU 400-meter runner, she is continuing to grind away in the garage of agony.
Belushki's got a good setup. I like the riders that ride outside in the garage because it helps you sort of control that core body temperature, which is a big part of virtual racing. A big part of indoor riding is being able to regulate your body temperature. So that's why you talked about the fans earlier. We've seen ice vests come on. We were talking about the very thin jerseys as well. But sometimes the best thing you can do is just put yourself in a cooler environment. You don't want to be in a cold environment because that does start to affect your physiological performance. But a lot of times that sort of mid-range garage temperature is actually perfect for riding. I'm going to go back to our crazy imperial units here, but in the U.S., we call it 56 degrees Fahrenheit. I was reading a study the other day that said that is the optimum temperature for cycling to compete in. That was where riders produced the highest power numbers. They showed the most endurance in a 56-degree controlled environment. So you want to get that temperature down, and Belushki out in the garage is doing just that.
Yeah, it's an interesting number. I mean, I very briefly flirted with the idea of doing trainer rides, and I actually, because I'm fully devoted to small space apartment living here on our mountain paradise, I actually had my trainer set up on the balcony of our apartment, and that was actually worked surprisingly well in terms of temperature management, at least in the winter. But nonetheless, it is the great appeal, of course, of virtual bike racing that you can do it in relative comfort, even on the coldest of days or the wettest of days, or I suppose if you live in Arizona, the overly hottest of days. As far as I know, none of these riders are
I was surprised how low that temperature was. I thought for sure that would be too cold and it would start to affect the performance of riders, but science is science.
Well, there you go. 56 degrees, I think in the new units that's somewhere around 13 Celsius, which strikes me as kind of, I may be betraying exactly how much body fat I carry, but that strikes me as one of those temperatures that I have always been extremely happy about riding a bicycle. So I will completely believe the science in this case, Brad. I will completely buy into it. In fact, if I could have it be a little bit colder and actually have all the skinny people around me in a bike race suffering just a bit more than usual, that's kind of like where I enjoy it being. But I would say among the 6 riders at the front of this race, there are probably exactly 0 riders with excessive body fat, because these are some fast and competitive pacers. And with watts per kilogram like they have, they are definitely not carrying les extra avoir du pas, as the French would absolutely, positively never say. Belushki leads this field. Again, it is a group of 6 on the front. And it looks like actually Chancey Knights has caught back up, so now it's a group of 7. She's the rider you can see hovering there about 20 meters behind the front 6 here, but she is definitely going to make this gap up if she puts even the slightest dig in. So good on Chancey Knights. She has been chasing this field, I think, since at least the climb many kilometers ago, and with 35 kilometers remaining in this race, she is returning to the fold, and making you a group of 7 can be a funny thing. Sometimes a group doesn't even realize it, but they may terribly regret having Knights back in there. If she turns out to be a very good sprinter, then this could be a very regrettable experience for the other 6 riders in that front field. As we return to Grupo Compacto, 3 watts per kilogram, again that being our benchmark of relaxed but steady riding. We're looking at the numbers here for Vlushki on the front. Look at that heart rate, 167 beats per minute, definitely not a leisurely ride, but 150 watts, again, that is sort of sub-threshold power for these riders. It's not going anaerobic in any way. This is just watchful, steady power, keeping the pace up enough that nobody is getting a free ride, but nonetheless well within the capabilities of these riders. And I think you'll also see that there's sort of a slow pace lining going on. Different riders are circulating to the front as we watch, because they don't want to spend too much time breaking the wind for their fellow competitors.
It's easy to fall into that trap, get a little too comfortable. It's also easy to overexert yourself in this scenario because the game sort of, you feel like you're going to get left behind, and so you're kind of constantly upping your watts. It's very similar to a new rider when they ride next to someone. It's hard to ride with somebody because you always want to stay just a little bit ahead of them. Same thing in the game, so their ability to ride at a steady level here is very impressive for this group here. Doing a great job at right around 150, 160 watts, I think has been sort of the normal area that they've been cruising in here. It's going to go up a little bit as they pick up a little bit of an incline.
And just a gentle slope here for them to themselves against. And you can see that the speed drops very slightly, even as the wattages do not drop at all. So we're doing about 30 kilometers an hour as we go up this slight slope. Yeah, probably a lot of watching each other happening right now in this field. We've got, what is it, 7 strong riders. All of them have come this far. They've done 20 kilometers already, and none of these races are dropped yet. So another 34K to go. I like to say often that one of the ways that you can judge how much effort is happening in a field, and this is true both virtual and real bike racing, is what shape the pack is. So a long strung out pack is a strong indicator that the racing has been challenging, because everybody is right on their limits and all they've got is the energy to keep pace and follow wheels. And indeed, look at how the field is sort of lining itself up line astern now, whereas if we'd looked a few minutes ago, they were kind of a big blobby pack. And a blobby pack means that the racing is a little easier because nobody is having too much effort or be very focused about the draft in order to keep in. And indeed, looks like we're seeing an attack go just as we speak. Not sure if it's getting any distance, but I think we've got Blauschke and Argue at the front of the field. Cameron coming up to do a turn. But just as I say that, the pack has gone kind of wide, which means that again, well, yeah, no, the effort just isn't there, right? And they're on a slight descent as well, which is taking a bit of the effort needed out. But Parker
still
goes off
sorting
the
it out.
front in attack. Yeah, they're still sorting it out. Like, this is... You can see sort of what'll happen sometimes is false attacks, right? That there'll be little half-hearted efforts, just test the mettle of the pack, maybe accelerate things a bit. Sometimes you even just try to pick up the pace and go to the front to see if you can just drive the pace a little faster so that nobody's getting quite as much as a free ride. You know, you can think of it as the difference on a club ride between that time when people are riding along and talking and then somebody picks up the pace slightly and all of a sudden the conversations all stop. We're at about that moment of the bike race.
I think every cyclist that's been on that ride knows that moment where, hey, wait a minute, this isn't fun anymore. Why am I breathing so hard?
Yes. We are still, however, a group of 6. As we take a quick peep on the reader board, we can also see that Gemma and Keely continue to be out back there. Gemma is about 800 meters behind this group, and her daughter, Keely, is about 3.5 kilometers behind Mom. So those gaps continue to maintain, but both of them are going pretty hard. And you can see, again, they're doing like 2 to 3 watts per kilogram all along, even though they're riding solo. It'll be fun when we finish the race to see what the average wattage of the Hamilton family has been, because they both had Once you get out of the draft, you don't have to work any less hard. You just get gapped because you're not able to get any draft.
Right.
So
yeah, they're both going to have a really high average watt per kilo by the time this one's all said and done, because both Hamiltons have spent a pretty good amount of time by themselves on this course, and that's going to raise their average watt per kilo. So if nothing else, they'll get a good workout in today, right?
Yeah, just so I don't have to tell any of the kids in the Devo program this. They've heard it 1,000 times. But kids out there who are aspiring bike racers, remember, the easiest thing in the world is to be in the field. Don't get dropped. You heard Brad talk earlier about how yo-yoing off the pack can be so painful and such a high effort way to maintain your position. You know, stay steady. The other rule of thumb is that, in fact, you're usually using much less energy if you're sort of in the front third of a substantial field rather than being right on the very back of the pack. So pack position is everything in road racing, and that's that's a lesson that you can remember throughout your career. And so kids of all ages, remember, always be thinking about your pack position in bike racing and how you're managing it and where you actually need to be. You would be shocked at how many amateur bike racers are just never, they're so on the edge and so anaerobic, but they're just never really spending much time thinking hard about moving up. Meanwhile, this group of amateur bike racers is happily pedaling it away, and all of them are thinking about their pack position, and they're all in the top 6, at least for this group of 6 that we're talking about. And indeed, Knights and Parker is still there, so we've got a group of 7 here at the front. And it looks like, again, as they do a tiny descent, there's just a little bit of effort rising in the field. Bowman's and Knights leading it off, but nobody panicking. Remember what I said about wide groups versus strung out groups. This is still a relatively wide group of riders, and it doesn't matter that it's virtual bike racing. That is an accurate reflection of sort of how people are drafting and positioning. So this is a group that is not, you know, in difficulty right now. Nobody's pushing the pace quite high enough. These riders have to be attentive to perfect drafting in order to keep their efforts within, you know, the not burning matches range. You'll hear commentators and bike racers often talk about the concept of burning matches, and without getting into the physiology, because I don't know it very well, the core idea here is that you have sort of aerobic and anaerobic power. Aerobic power for most trained bike racers and athletes is going to be roughly your all-day power. We often talk about 1-hour numbers, or 20-minute numbers, or even maybe 3-hour numbers, or all-day run numbers. Those don't vary very much. Once you get beyond about 20 minutes, you might be talking about differences of the power output that you can maintain for 20 minutes versus 3 hours as being in the range of like 10%. Whereas your anaerobic power, the power that you can maintain for a sprint distance, which is some number of seconds, that can be many times your aerobic power. So the challenge is you can go anaerobic for a few seconds, but you can only do that so often. You have to recover after each event, and when you do that recovery, it has to be attentive to the fact that you've just gone anaerobic, and so you've got to wait until you can go anaerobic again. The challenge you face is also there's only so many times you can recover and re-sprint. So the metaphor that is often used is a pack of matches. You can burn a match at a time, and that's like going anaerobic and making a big effort, but you can only do it so many times before you run out of matches. I had a friend, Stuart Lynn, who was a mighty good age group amateur road racer in BC, still is, loves the time trialing. But his remarkable ability was that he was almost the purest aerobic capacity rider I've ever met. He has almost no sprint. And so his whole mechanic was, when he was coming to the finish in a group, he would basically just keep ramping up the pace and ramping it up further and further. And what he was doing is, if he could get little gaps, he could force all of his compatriots to go anaerobic. And the reason he was doing that is because he didn't care if he used up his anaerobic capacity, because it wasn't going to do him any good. They could all beat him in a sprint regardless. But what he was going to do was wear them out so that they had no anaerobic capacity for a sprint. And once he'd done that, he actually had a chance. And so he'd do things like make the last 10 kilometers of the race very hard, find a little rise a couple of kilometers before the finish, make sure that he went up that about as hard as he could so that there was a small gap, and then he'd be time trialing against a worn out group that couldn't sprint back to him at the finish line. And so kids, if you find that you are in fact a natural time trialist, that is the way that you win such an event. So I think in a moment, my friend Damon is going to show you a little ad as we take a very short break here. As we watch the women continue to tap out the laps, they are coming to the 30 kilometers to go mark, and they are just coming around to the start of their second lap in a minute or two. So now I'm going to turn it over to Damon for a very special message from our sponsors.
Well done, Brooklyn! This season marks an important year for Cycling BC's iRide program. After 8 years of development, iRide is expanding across the country in partnership with Cycling Canada. And we wouldn't be here today without the support of Adara over the last 20 years. This partnership allows us to give kids the tools, instructors, and experiences they need to create a lifelong love for cycling, physical health, and sport.
Adara has been involved with iRide for quite a while, and every step of the way, every time I show up at one of these events, I'm amazed to see the growth and the evolution of the program. And every single one of the kids has a big smile on their face.
A key part of this program is to provide bicycles so that everyone has an opportunity to experience the joy of cycling. Adara's contributions help us grow and improve each year. Whether we're expanding our in-school bike fleets, developing new after-school programs across the province, or training a new generation of sports leaders with our iRide after-school program.
I'm really proud of our partnership here with iRide and Cycling BC. The program is excellent, and I strongly recommend that if you get a chance to participate in it, that you do. It's spectacular for everybody.
I rode bikes before, but this taught me a lot more than before how I did it. I'll definitely be riding more with my mom and dad and my sister because it was really fun here, and I think it will be also very fun when I'm with my family.
Thank you so much, Adara, for helping us help kids ride a little further.
Welcome back. 27K to go on the front of our women's field as this group of what has become 7 riders tries to figure out what to do about one another in this scenario. Ryan, we've been watching them back and forth all day. Couple riders have been sort of yo-yoing on and off the back of the group, but for the most part, looks like this group is settling in, and I think there's a good chance that we see these 7 riders stick around for maybe another 25K or so.
Yes, indeedly doodly, Brad Soner. We've got a group of 7 here up at the front. As you say, we've seen a couple going back and forth. I think the next big test is going to be the second climb up this Durango hill here on the Durango course. That is, of course, the final climb for the day for these riders. So they got 27 kilometers to go. It's essentially a full lap. They're just past the halfway mark. The climb comes at about 10 kilometers into the lap, give or take. And I think that is the moment where we will see some truth happen. That perspective will be provided by the fast riders in this group. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there's a couple of riders here who probably don't want a group of 7 to come to the finish. And just that classic bike race tactic, put in a bit of effort on the climb, let's see who falls out the back of the field, and that's a pretty good way to narrow the complications and simplify the bike race at the finish line.
Yeah, you try and use this hill to your advantage if you like climbing. Like you were talking about earlier, if you're a good anaerobic rider, well, you want it to come down to the anaerobics of it. If you're a good sprinter, you want it to come down to a sprint. I'm not sure how many sprinters are in this group of 7. Typically, sprinters are the ones that get dropped early, right? They're not the endurance riders in the group. So I'm wondering if any of these 7 are looking at this group and saying, I would love to take this to the line. I can beat the other 6 here, no problem.
Yeah, we'll have to check in with our 2 riders in the Zoom room here. Renata or Deborah, give a thumbs up if either of you identifies as a sprinter. I don't think that was a yes from Renata. And somebody who's running a 400 meter, well, actually, 400 meters is probably right on the verge. Math is hard. That's about a 60-second event. So anybody who can run a fast 400-meter dash is going to be something of a sprinter. And it looks like there's the team car has shown up for Deborah. She's getting a little bit of support from someone in the household. Remember, bike racing is a team event, and perhaps never more than virtual bike racing. As we look on, a little bit of drama. Yeah, the classic issue for a sprinter facing a hill like this is, in broadest terms, sprinters tend to have, great anaerobic numbers, but they're not going to have the perfect time trialing watts per kilo. So their weakness is going to be climbs. You see that in the Tour de France every year, where the sprinters are just basically desperately trying to stay in the race at the minimum possible pace. The whole carefully calculated laughing group of maintaining enough tempo over the hills that they don't get dropped out of the race completely, but they'll lose many, many minutes on each day. This hill isn't exactly a Tour de France Alp, but on the other hand, the strategy for any sprinters is do whatever it takes to desperately hang on as the natural climbers and breakaway artists in the field try to use the hill to shred them and shed them out the back.
Yep.
And that's exactly the calculus, is if you're a natural sprinter and you're not as good a climber as the rest of these riders, to a degree, you will be burning matches on the climb. And your desperate hope is you can stay in contact, that you can either stay with them over the top or catch up on the descent and then make it to the finish. Now, that's predicated on there being relatively narrow ability gaps in this race. I mean, we've seen races in the past. Remember Jacqueline Godby? She was racing in this group last year.
Sure.
And Godby was just faster at everything. I'm not sure if she could have straight up beat all of these riders in a sprint, but she simply never allowed it to come down to a sprint. She was able to ride away with such a wattage delta that it didn't matter. And there may be gaps like that. Like some of these riders may be easing off. I'm pretty confident that Claire Cameron has not been riding Redline all day. So it's going to be the moment of truth when we get to this climb, which is coming up in, if my math is right, about 8 kilometers from now. So we should see those riders hitting it in give or take 15 minutes.
And already seeing a little bit of separation up here. Argyle and Beaumont's.
Yeah, that's right. They're just on a very slight slope, but there's a little bit of effort going in. You can see they're going green and yellow, so this is not nothing. Bowman's peaking out at 4 watts per kilogram. That's a genuine effort. There is something going on here. I think a couple of these riders have decided to maybe see how the legs are. It's not quite strung out the field completely, but it's not nothing. So 1.1% grade, 31 kilometers an hour pace. That's an interesting. If you felt a 1.1% slope in the real world, it would feel like a flat road, but you just wouldn't be very fast on it. So exactly what we're seeing here in the virtual world. I remember being on races which were essentially flat but had little tiny slopes or bumps in them. And the kicker was always that the first few laps that you did, it was always fine, but somewhere around the 3/4 mark or an hour into the race, all of a sudden those little hills and little slopes in the road that didn't matter before started to matter a lot. So we're not quite at the point of attrition yet, and partly because there's bigger slopes to come, These riders aren't getting shed off the back, but nonetheless, they're, in a way they didn't on the first lap. These riders will be feeling even these gentle slopes. And there we see them crossing the train tracks. It's a pretty oblique track crossing. I'd be glad to not have that on the route in the real world, but these riders have no trouble whatsoever. As we look on, the men's race, the A race, is 1 minute from starting now, Brad Soner. Looks like they're getting the 45 seconds as I say this.
Yeah, getting lined up, across the line. Same thing here. I think most of these riders will understand how to ramp the power up. I know we've seen Ivani, Usborn, Ridenour racing in the some other high-level races on RGT. So those are guys that will know this platform well and certainly know how to get it started. So as they get the 20-second countdown, usually I don't start ramping up until like 8 or 9 seconds before, because it takes a little bit to ramp your power up, you know, like a car going from 0 to 60, right? It takes a few seconds. So same thing with the legs. You can't go from 0 to 60 immediately, so they start ramping it up in the last few seconds. Like right here, you see Ivani, Usborn, McCall all go into the red zone as they take off.
Yeah, it's one of the most distinctive features of virtual bike racing, is if you watch a real bike race start off, a road race has almost never got a zesty start like this, regardless of how they roll the riders out.
Yeah,
everybody kind of
maybe
gets
one of the
moving.
least exciting things in sport is the start of a long road race.
Yeah, I have seen on very rare occasions one rider will be feeling his oats and will take off like a shot. But broadly speaking, the challenge is that basically everybody gets held here. There's no neutral rollout or anything. So you're just sitting on this virtual start line. But unlike in a real bike race, you can actually be spinning your cranks because you're on a trainer. And so as a result, you get these, it's the one noteworthy artifact of virtual bike racing. I suppose if I was editorializing, the way that you would manage that is it would make some sense to have a depart teeth in a virtual bike race where you'd actually have a neutral rollout, and then riders would have to be pedaling. They'd be held at a pace or something. But even then, you'd be basically changing it so that the ramp up was from sort of a managed, say, 150 watts to whatever you want it to be. But the motivation is the same in both cases. You're trying to just not, because everybody can wind it up, they do wind it up, and because of that, you don't want to be suddenly gapped and effectively dropped in the first 5 meters of the race. And in this case, one rider has sussed it out more than the others, and so it looks like we've got Mr. Drader, that would be Blair Drader, who has decided to take an early lead in this race, and he's got about an 80-meter gap over the chasing field.
Drader's beating the train. Look at this guy.
Nice. That's right. He is paced now at almost 40 kilometers an hour. He's outrunning the steam engine. He's outrunning Matt Osborne, which may be even more impressive. But I'm going to humbly suggest that the field of 6 riders who's chasing him is very content to have him sit 100 meters ahead of that pack. So we will watch and see over the ensuing minutes whether or not he's able to maintain, expand, or what that gap. But certainly the other riders seem willing to find out what this Mr. Brader is about. He's a 42-year-old who races out of Saskatchewan, and we've got a few new people to show you in our Zoom room. So let's say hello to Jamie Dumper, Matt Usborne, Blair Drader, our escape artist, and Taylor McCall, who have joined Renata and Deborah. And so that means we will also have to begin the hard work, Brad Soner, of raiding these pain caves. I would like to point out that Jamie Dumper is in fact using my previously mentioned trick of working on a balcony.
Yep.
Matt Osborne very tastefully has a spare bicycle there, just in case he has a technical difficulty of some kind, of the mechanical nature, not electronical. Blair Drader has gone for the plain white room, perhaps auditioning for a new remake of 2001: A Space Odyssey. And Taylor McCall is busy texting. One of the great features of virtual bike racing is you can text mid-race without risking certain death. So gotta love that. I'm going to say that Taylor has come to an early lead of our new riders for simply having a greenery feature. Jamie has blinked out, but he had trees in the background. Yeah. Now Matt is texting.
I like that we're in all 3 stages of indoor racing apparel. You have the Usborne approach through the McCall base layer into the Drader full sweat management protocol system. He's got the jersey, the headband, the sweatband as well. So I'm giving Drader top ranks in this one. I think he's got the best setup here.
As best dressed, are those arm coolers that he's wearing on his forearms as well? It's a kind of a triathlon-y look there, if you ask me.
As long as it works. I will say, one thing about virtual racing, I joke a little bit about sweat management there, but it is a serious issue for a lot of riders. The amount of sweat that you generate when you're not moving and you don't have that air blowing over you, a lot of riders don't realize, really how much sweat the human body generates. And it affects your equipment, right? We've seen rotting handlebars. We see corrosion in shifting cables, brake cables, things like that. So if you're training a lot inside this winter, make sure you get that bike checked out. Take it into the local bike shop, have them give it a look over, because the sweat really does do a lot of damage. Jackie Godby, who you were talking about earlier, is famous for wrapping her brakes in a sock because she doesn't want them to get corroded from all the sweat because she does so much indoor riding, but she obviously wants to be able to get outside when the weather warms up. So there are a few devices out there. You were talking about the towels earlier. A lot of riders will use that, but yeah, it's another one of those sort of weird, unique parts of virtual racing. I'll stop talking about sweat now.
I will say this is certainly a time when, if you can avoid it, you don't want to be looking for spare parts right now. So yeah, try and preserve your bicycle and keep in mind what Brad said. We're looking back at the A men's group, and as we were saying that, we'll take a peek at the women's race soon enough. But I thought I saw Claire Cameron trying a little sneak attack as they are into their final lap, but not on the hill yet. And we were looking at Drader there, who continues to maintain his small lead. I don't think they've dropped anybody else yet. And we're switching over here, I think, to the women's race, where you can see Cameron has eased off her attack, but the women continue. They're on these small false flats and minor slopes that you can see. If you look at the gradients down below on the course map, you can observe that they're coming to a small orangey section, which is your hint that they will be climbing uphill again. And we remain Grupo Compato, except for one note. You can see that Chancey Knights is once again off the back. She has been flirting with disaster on and off for the whole race, and as these little tiny slopes and pace increases have arrived, Knights is once again off the back. And you can see also that actually, it appears that we do have no, and then we've got Grupo Compacto, Group of 6 up ahead of Knights now. So Knights is going to be looking to try and regain that position, but if you'll recall, she caught back up with this group on the descent the last time, but I don't think she was off the back before the climb, and I don't think this group will be taking it quite as easy on the descent as they were on the first lap. So
yeah,
trouble brewing for Chancey Knights.
You see there's just a few very brief sections of incline on the profile at the bottom. They're about to get to the last of the easy parts of the climb, but even the fact that there's this much separation on just a small bump in the profile, that has me excited for what's coming with this big climb.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Brad. We're going to see a group of 6. We're going to see some attacks. We can already see riders are starting to go into the red now as we approach the start of the climb. They're on a essentially flat piece of ground, but you can see that blue gate in the foreground, and as we know, that functionally marks the beginning of the climb here. So once the riders hit that, I think we can confidently predict it will all be happening. And there's Claire Cameron. She's actually gotten a gap over her field here now, so 44 meters apart. And I told you Claire might be one of the danger women in this field, and I think if these riders have any sense of danger, it should be tingling like crazy right now, because Claire Cameron off the front is absolutely a big, big red flag if you're in a bike race with her. So there's a group of 5 chasers now.
Little surprised that she did it before they got to the climb, but I think she's kind of launching herself off the front here before they even get there. So almost use that little red section as a springboard, if you will, to try and get that gap going. Blushki fighting back here. Look at the chase behind her, trying to close down this gap to Cameron. Now, what Cameron's trying to do here is not win this race. She's not making an attack from 19K out to try to go solo to the line. What she's trying to do is get this down to 3, and that's exactly what she did. Blushki and Parker, as now she's going to get rid of Arju, and has now created another separation in this group. So it went from 7 down to 5, and now it's going to go down to 3.
And Damon's taking us in for a little peek at the Zoom room, and you can see Blushki and Parker, who are, of course, the chasers of Claire Cameron, and they are working like crazy. I can see that Blushki has someone there cheering her on. Hopefully not heckling. That would be terrible at this moment. But Blushki and Parker are working like crazy. They know that this could be the race. If they can get on terms with Claire Cameron, they can define the podium. So as you said, this is sort of an attack that is doing the damage at the back. So all of a sudden, Imlach and Bowmans are out the back. Argue is clinging for life here, and Blushki and Parker are having to work incredibly hard to stay on terms with Cameron. So we will see how that goes. They are just on the foot of the climb. This is now a 6.9% slope. So this is no longer anything to sneeze at. This is hard, hard climbing. And considerations of drafting have almost gone out the window. Look at these numbers. We're currently looking at Blushki right now, and she's got 233 watts in the tank. Her heart rate is at 178 beats per minute, peaking. She's notionally saving, or actually, I guess we're looking at Parker, because she's notionally saving about 5 watts right now, which is nothing by drafting Blushki, but she's even lost that draft now, it appears. But they're on a 7% grade. Cameron is not quite riding away from these two, but she's got a 40-meter gap, and it is slowly climbing. Argue is trying to get back on terms, and we're looking here as the look down at the split screen. That is your race. Blushki and Parker going like crazy.
This is awesome. Look at Blushki.
Yeah, that's right. As we watch the virtual being reified in the suffer caves here of Deborah and Renate as they continue to tap it out. There's nothing virtual about bike racing when you're going for it like this. They're in the red zone. They're putting up big wattage and big watts per kilogram. Blushki is just gapping Parker, but she's got to be thinking about Cameron up in front. Cameron continuing to maintain now. Cameron's lead is 60 meters. Parker and Argue have made contact, and it actually looks like Argue may be going right past Parker.
Yep.
So Parker's going to want
Parker getting out of the saddle, trying to get on the wheel, trying to hook her wagon to that horse.
That's exactly the right move, right? Even this tiny amount of draft, just gain a few watts, help you through this hardest part. And the climb's not forever. They're about halfway up this slope. It's flagged down to it's only a 6% grade. I say only, that would kill me practically at my current fitness state, but now it's ramping up to 8%. This is just, pure suffering. Oh, how these riders must be loving it. This is exactly what they came to do on a Saturday morning, is being a completely decisive, all-out aerobic effort as they go up this climb, knowing that this will make or break their bike race today. For all 4 of the riders that we're following here, Cameron off the front, trying to put together a decisive gap or at least shred this field. Blushki and Argue knowing that every meter between them and Cameron is more matches that they're going to have to burn on the way down. And, Parker there still trying to maintain terms. And then all the other riders in this race, Imlach and Bowmans and Knights, are all racing for their lives, as it were, metaphorically, or at least racing for their podium positions. So watching Blushki now, she's still on a 7% slope. She's wearing that beautifully tasteful Hugh Dog racing kit, which they also have in real life. Hugh Dog is a racing team run by my buddy Stephen Hewick, and they have that glorious faceted Husky logo. I happen to know of at least one person in the local bike racing scene who tried to encourage her partner to join Hugh Dog for the sole purpose of having the sweet, sweet Husky-themed kit. Which tells you something about dog lovers, I guess.
That's right. And there's nothing wrong with that. Blushki's about to have some company here with Arju. Remember, Arju came from behind Parker, made up a 30, 40 meter, let's say, gap. Not only made the catch, but then went across the gap as well. And now may go right by Blushki as well. Yeah, talk about saving some bullets here. Keeping the powder dry as Arju goes from 4th to 2nd in about 60 seconds.
Yep, for you kids out there watching a bike race, this is how you keep your powder dry and how you save a few matches for the decisive moment. Arju has put down the power and closed those gaps exactly when it mattered. She has been pacing this climb beautifully, and she's basically overtaking people who rode away from her at the first half of the climb. That can be such a vital element of a big, hard climb like this. It's just knowing what your real internal capabilities are and then riding inside of those. So we watch Blushki continue to suffer. She's probably trying to get on terms with Arju because now they are just about at the top of the hill. There's one little ramp up here, but then I think they will finally, I think this 9% grade they're on is the last big break. As the women go over the top, we're sneaking a peek at the men's A field as they are just coming to the bottom of the hill for the first time. And it looks like we've got Grupo Compacto. I think they're all coming together. Nobody's broken away. So our early breakaway has been reeled in, and this will be their first test. So these riders have 74 kilometers to go in the A field. That means they will be, I think this will be their first of 3 laps. Once again, math turns out to be hard, but I think that's right. And so again, this may be the first test, but I don't think there'll be any attempts to win the race on this first try up the hill. But we do have McCall giving it a little go, seeing how the legs are. That would, of course, be Taylor McCall. He's a former varsity golfer turned rock climber turned cyclist. He says that's the classic transition, and of course, who among us hasn't, seen that move from, one of the fussiest skill and technique sports in existence to the wild world of rock climbing and the concept of positive ape index to, the ultimate rehab sport, cycling. McCall there is joined at the front by Matt Osborne.
Oh, yeah. See, what they're going to try and do here is split the group. They're just trying to get rid of 1 or 2 guys on this first lap. They've got 3 times to do it, so you figure get rid of 1 the first lap, get rid of 2 more the second lap. By the time you get to the 3rd time up that climb, there's only going to be 4 or 5 riders left, and then you can split it again. So I think these guys are trying to force the first selection of the day with Osborne and McCall.
Very true, and they're trying hard too. Look at Matt's power numbers and how red he is going here. It's this is a remarkable effort for this early in the race. Here they are, 9K in. They've got 73 to go. As you say, multiple trips up this hill to come. So anybody who gets capped or dropped here, it's early days yet. They've still got a lot of time if they can work together and stay steady. And once you get over this, long but not forever climb, the rest of the course is descending or flat, so there's lots of time to get back up. That's right. Survive the climb, regroup, hopefully before you get to the climb again. But nonetheless, Matt and McCall are making a real effort here, Matt and Taylor, to define this race. And you can see what that effort looks like as we go to Matt Osborne and Taylor McCall, both here on our Zoom room. And meanwhile, we're also looking at Renata and Deborah, who we know are deeply involved in their bike races, must be coming just close to the top of the climb for those women if they're not already over the top. And look at the efforts that Deborah and Renata are putting in.
This women's race is going to be insane. Watching this battle is awesome. We'll see if we can go back to women's coverage here as Blushki continues to try to chase down Claire Cameron here. She has opened up about 400 meters for Cameron, but this is the battle. Arju, Blushki, and Parker. Blushki 20 meters back. Parker has now gone 600 meters back. That's a big drop for her, but this is the race to watch. 2 and 3 right here with Arju and Blushki.
That's right. And you can see everybody, all of these riders that we're talking about are now over the top of the hill. They're working on the descent. And when you saw Blushki doing those little sprinty, standy climbs, she was trying to catch up and hang on Argu's wheel. And now what they'll be trying to do, because they're both pretty smart bike racers, is draft each other, share the load, and basically close the gap to Claire Cameron. 400 meters, that's a lot. 14 kilometers to go, though. That's also a lot. So they've got to make up 414 divide by 10. We said every 10 kilometers you can make up 10 seconds. That's a lot of meters. It's more than 400 meters. So I would say that Blushki and Argue have their work cut out for them, but they do have a descent here. So this is their last best chance to make this time up. Is the descent favors a group that can draft together and work together. And so if they can keep that draft going and they can put in the effort, they can close on the solo Claire Cameron. But Claire's not making it easy. Look at that number, 3 watts per kilogram, even as Claire is also on the descent. So she's aware of the challenge. She'll be looking at those gaps on her computer as well, and she will know that she has to keep Blushki and Argue away unless she wants a sprint finish, which I doubt that Claire wants one, especially having worked up a 500-meter lead at this point. She'd just as soon ride to the finish with many minutes to spare before she gets to create second and third place. Now we're looking at 100%. Deborah Parker. She's also on the hill.
Parker might be able to make it back. I don't know. At 600 meters back, that's close enough for a solo rider to make it. 800 meters back to Bowman's. I don't know if she'll be able to get any help, so Parker's probably on her own. But she was obviously a strong fighter over the last 41.6K. I don't see why she can't do it one more time over the next 14K. So I'm not counting Parker out of this one yet.
Look at these watts per kilo numbers that we're seeing now, Brad. Deborah is putting up like 4 watts per kilogram. Meanwhile, Claire Cameron is flirting with 5. And Blushki and Argue are sort of caught in the middle. So this is beginning to feel, that's an enormous effort by Cameron. She is putting out huge numbers to hold this gap. You don't usually see that level of effort on functionally a descent or a flat unless basically the riders decided that they're going to time trial it all the way to the finish. So we can see Claire's numbers now. She's putting out about 280 watts of power. She can legit probably carry that much power to the finish. She's a strong rider. National class all the way, has won provincial championships. I've seen her compete with everyone. She's always a force that's super weak, and she's ageless. I think she's getting better with every year that goes by, and we're seeing her just be the class of this field. I would say that Blushki and Argue currently have their work completely cut out for them if they're going to keep up. And you can see that Blushki and Argue are just struggling to match those power numbers, but they are now starting to go into the red as well. They're starting to flirt with those 4 watts per kilo numbers. And if they can do that, and if they can maintain a sensible and efficient 2-up sharing of the pace, they might have a chance. I wouldn't want to have to chase down Claire Cameron in this situation.
Yeah, it's a big ask, that's for sure, but if they can cooperate, work together, they got a chance. See, in our men's Category A race, bottom right of your screen, Usborne and McCall have widened their lead up to 550, somewhere around there. Part of that, I think, is because they're on the descent right now, and the chasers have just started. You see the elevation profile at the bottom, but Ivani working his way down as these two try and chase down Usborne and McCall. So they did go clear. They opened up a pretty good gap here, and then it'll be a group of 5 trying to chase them. Same story here, just like in the women's race. If these 5 can stay calm, work together, and just do the math, make sure that you're watching what kind of wattage you're doing and seeing what that does to the gap. At that point, it's just a math equation. And I'm not a big fan of math either. I know you aren't, Ryan, but we can do some basic calculations and say, when my number says 500, the gap goes down. When my number says 400, the gap goes up.
That's right. number go up equals good, as the kids like to say. So we've got a group of 5 chasing a group of 2. As you say, it's a 500-meter gap. There is a lot of time left in this race. They are still at the 70-kilometer to go mark. Just crossed that for Osborne and McCall. Our group of 5 chasers, the group of Annie, we'll call them, are sitting there. But nonetheless, yeah, man. How do you feel about giving Matt Usborne a 500-meter head start in a virtual bike race? Does that seem like a good plan?
It does not, in fact, but sometimes Matt Usborne just takes a 500-meter head start in the bike race, whether you give it to him or not, and I think that's what happened here.
Meanwhile, we're back looking at the women, and we're starting to get pretty close to the finish. We're watching Blushki here as she is about to cross the 10-kilometer go mark, which means that Claire Cameron is pretty much at the 10K to go. And this is the race for second and third, although they've still got a... I'm going to say, with a 500-meter gap and 10K to go, it's going to take something like a miracle for Blushki and Arky to close that gap. Parker is still chasing them, and depending on how well they work together, there's a chance. But look at this. Blushki is starting to gap Argy. 30 meters, that's not nothing. She's making a decisive attack here. 4 watts per kilogram. She's trying to hold it. But the thing I'm watching is that even as Blushki attacks, she's still not matching the watts per kilo numbers of Claire Cameron. So that gives you a kind of idea of how this race is going. And as you watch, Cameron, as she's inside of 10K to go, is actually slightly expanding her race lead. She's up to 600 meters and still slowly climbing, more or less. So Blushki and Argy were not able to put any time into her, and now Blushki has decided to go away and stay away. She does not want to bring Argy to the finish. She'd like to have second place free and clear all to herself, and really, who can blame her?
Man, that's a big ask. This is sort of a rock and hard place scenario for Blushki, because if you feel like Argy is just weighing you down, then at some point you have to say, we have to go get Claire Cameron. I can't wait for you any longer. But at the same time, you don't want to blow yourself up and risk that second place position, because there's a chance that Blushki tries to go across the gap here over the next 9.6K, doesn't make it, and then gets caught and blown up by Argy, maybe even caught and blown up by Parker if things go really bad. So Blushki has to be careful in this scenario. It's been a long day, 46K, but a lot of interval efforts. The hills, obviously, the attacks. She went across a couple gaps on the day, so you're starting to get into that territory where, as you said, the matchbook that you have is starting to run thin. So Blushki just needs to be careful, but I do like that she seems open to burning some of those matches, so I like a gambler.
I think when our friend Cosmo Catalano rewinds this race, he's going to point to how the race was won as being, well, on the final climb up the big Durango hill, Claire Cameron established a gap and never lost that gap. And when he's looking at how second place was won, he's going to be talking about exactly what we're watching on screen right now. This is Blushki and Argy, and one way or another, these two are going to settle second place right here in the next 5-6 kilometers. And it's a matter of either Argy can start closing this gap down, or she cannot, and either way, that will decide the race. And Blushki's whole job in life right now is to make sure that that gap to Argy doesn't close. So we continue to watch. Meanwhile, Parker coming in from the back. At some point, if Argy cracks, Parker might even be in the thinking for a podium position. Because right now, the danger for Argy is it pays Argy to basically burn every match, and you go absolutely redline as long as she can to catch Blushki, because that's her only hope of second place. However, if she burns too many matches, she could crack and be vulnerable to a time-trialing Parker catching her from behind. I'm sure all of these calculations are also going through the mind of Renata Blushki as she watches there. She is pedaling away pretty solidly in second place, but very concerned, I'm sure, about whether or not Argy is going to catch her from behind. I think her lead is about 100 meters now, but not growing very quickly. Meanwhile, Deborah Parker there in fourth place, thinking about whether or not she can catch up to Argy. So all these riders are just basically putting in the big watts as their race closes down. And we take a quick peek back at the Cat A men. Osborne still in the lead, has McCall with him, and then we're looking at the group of 5 chasing them and chasing them hard. It looks like we've got, what is this, Gavelis? So we're sneaking a peek back at the women's race. So the men's race is pretty active right now, but it's also pretty early. I think what we'll see is whether or not that group of 5 can close it down. But we're looking back at the women's race because here's Claire Cameron. She has 7 kilometers to go. This is everything to play for. But actually, I think we're going to see this last 7 kilometers, Brad, are going to be a coronation for the ageless Claire Cameron, as she is not going to be caught barring a catastrophe, either physical, mechanical, technical, or, you know, emotional. But I don't think Claire is prone to finding that bike racing is hard. She's learned that lesson about she learned that lesson many years ago. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, this gap just isn't coming down quickly enough for Belushki or Argue, I think, to bring Cameron back. We would have needed to have seen some progress already. They would have needed to have brought that to under something like 500 meters by now, but they're only making up a little bit of time here. You see that gap starting to shrink, so Belushki is still giving it a go, which again is really all you can do here, and just try and slowly tick that number away. Got it under 600 here. She'll try and take it down to 550 next. You just kind of peg these numbers, but man, those kilometers are melting away quickly. 6.8K to go now.
Yeah, the calculus is that at the speeds that they're traveling, I think that 500 meters is something in the realm of a 20-second gap. So that's not nothing. Remember we said 10 seconds, what was it, 10 seconds every kilometer? This is in the realm of catchable, but I feel this may be too much of a managed gap. When you're talking about taking in way 10 seconds per kilometer, you're talking about doing it in the context of a chasing peloton against a tired and wearied solo rider. Instead, what we have is a tired solo rider chasing the virtual peloton that is Claire Cameron right now. And if you look at that number, it's now 700 meters. It's just, if there's any flagging behind her, that gap just leaps up. So I think that Cameron is riding well within herself. Meanwhile, we're looking at Argue, who is trying to catch back up to Belushki and is trying to hold off Parker, who we've been watching all the time on the Zoom camera. Cameron is inside of 5.5 kilometers to go. She's very much looking at the end of this race. She's still got a 700-meter lead over Belushki. So all she has to do is do the work. She's well capable of that. You can see her, she's sitting, she's on yellow power numbers, 280 watts, 4 something watts per kilo. She's roughly matching. When we look back into our pain cave, we can see Matt sitting and texting. I'm told by Damon that we've got about 14 seconds between second and third, so that's the gap that you really want to pay attention to. And here we're looking at Belushki and Slutz Parker, both very much in this conversation. Belushki in second and trying to hold off a charging Argue. Slutz Parker in fourth and trying to catch a charging Argue. Let's see what happens. This is everything to play for these two racers who we've been following all along in their beautifully appointed pain caves. Renata relying on some moral support right there. Perhaps she needs a drink from the team car. See, there are no restrictions on having, team support here like this in the final 10K because it's a virtual bike race, not a real one. And these two riders are just going for it. Meanwhile, you can see that Matt Usborne is developing a beautiful sheen over his upper body as he sweats like crazy. It looks like he oiled up for this race.
Earlier, I think he was maybe trying to communicate with some other riders, trying to get some help. Meanwhile, Belushki's cheering section is out in full force as Usborne tries to figure out what to do about McCall down in the bottom right of your screen. And Claire Cameron has now brought it under 4.4K. See if we can check in on the battle for second and third in that women's race. Belushki and Argue, because that was turned into a good one. 14 seconds at last check. Here's Belushki in second. And I think Argue might be more than 14 seconds back now.
Could be, but she's the listing we're seeing is 200 meters on the on the readout here, and that's not a very big gap. That's not a gap I would be super comfortable with 5K to go. The calculus here is that these riders are going between 30 and 40 kilometers. Damon is giving us the readout. He says 21 seconds to go. So there's your math, is that roughly you can think of these gaps as about 10 seconds per 100 meters at the women's race pace. It varies a little depending on what your race pace is, of course, but that gives you an insight if you're trying to compare it to what you might hear when you're watching the Tour de France or some other non-virtual bike race. That's a closable gap, but it's by no means an easily closable gap. So Belushki will be working very hard, which is what her power numbers say she is doing, and Argue will be working very hard, also reflected in the power numbers. And this is the whole race, 4 kilometers. It's basically, we're now at a team pursuit distance, but what if your warm-up for a team pursuit was an hour and a half of fairly hard bike racing? That would probably not be quite as much fun. So here's to you, bike riders. You've got, what is that, about 5-10 minutes of real hard bike racing going. And now we're looking at a group here for 5th, 6th, and 7th. So this is the battle for the last step on our extended mountain bike program. And it's Imlach, Bowman's, and the indefatigable Chansey Knights. We've seen her on and off the back of the pack all day, and now she's back on. And let's see, she's got this opportunity, what she can do with it for 5th place.
Man, great racing in this women's field here. The battle for 2nd and 3rd, and then this 5, 6, 7 race between Knights, Bomas, and Imlach. A 3-for-1 in this field. Here's Belushki up the front trying to hold on to her 300-meter lead over Argue. She's also brought Cameron back under 700, but remember, they were under 6 at one point, so Claire Cameron did take out another 100 meters or so. So I think she's going to be good at the front. Belushki just needs to worry about Argue behind her for the next 3.3K at this point. And then Parker going to be solo as well before we go back to the Knights, Imlach, and Beaumont's group. So we'll follow these through. Here's Argue in 3rd, who's been doing a great job. Also wearing the very cool Cycling BC kit. I noticed she has the Cycling BC jersey on the sleeve there. So little hometown love.
That's a beautifully tasteful kit, both in real life and in the virtual world. The number I'm looking at is, Argue there for a while was just taking numbers out of Belushki so quickly, but that danger now seems to be flagging a bit. If I read this right, I think she's now showing is about within 200 meters. We're looking at Parker again. And Parker is closing on Argue. You can see the number crawling down, but the problem is 3.5 kilometers remaining in this race, 500 meters gap. That math won't work even for me. So Parker has got to keep it steady. She doesn't want this group of 3 aggressive chasers to bring her home. But now we're looking at what now is verging on a coronation. Claire Cameron, 2 kilometers to go, steadily maintaining the power and performance numbers, rolling towards the finish at nearly 40 kilometers an hour. Belushki chasing like crazy, but really, what is Belushki doing right now? She's trying to avoid being snapped up by Argue. She has started to increase that gap again. For a while, it was decreasing like crazy, but you can see now the numbers are just sort of going up and down. 330 meters, but not changing dangerously quickly. Well, I say that, now it's 320 meters, so... But time is working against Argue and in favor of Belushki. Belushki is now at 2K to go, and she's got a 300-meter gap, so Argue's got to work really hard if she wants to improve her podium position. But I hate to say it, keep pedaling, Deborah, but Parker is probably out of it for 3rd place. She's just protecting her 4th place position now and making a good go of it. So she's racing for honor and to hold that 4th place position. We almost have our field defined. Claire Cameron approaching the Fiamme Rouge now.
It's got to be such a good feeling after 55K of riding. Cameron did the work and did just the right amount today. I think that was maybe the most impressive part riding solo on the front for the better part of the day, just holding off Blushki behind her. She'll end with just under a kilometer lead, I think, ahead of Blushki, as that goes out to 8:40, 8:50 here on the way in. And Cameron can afford to let off the gas here a little bit, and maybe even, dare I say, enjoy the moment.
Just smart bike racing from one of the smartest bike racers I know. She did the work. She knew where her advantage was. She established the gap. She held the gap. And, you know, sometimes strategy is easy when you're the strongest rider in the race. So we're watching her. She's coming into the finishing chute. This is the 400 meter to go mark. You can see the sponsor banners there. A lot of folks who've made this bike race possible and been great supporters of Cycling BC over the years. 350 meters to go. Behind her, the bike race continues. Blushki is only 700 meters back. Of course, she won't make that gap, but she's protecting her second place. As we watch, we're at the 200 meter mark, and Cameron is literally and metaphorically cruising to victory here. She made it look easy by doing the hard work when it counted.
Yep.
And your winner today on the Durango course. Yeah.
Finish in sight as Cameron hits the line. Your winner in stop 1 of the virtual BC Cup at the Iron Horse Classic course here just outside of Durango, Colorado. Blushki, great ride today. I think Blushki probably had the toughest day out there. Had to battle with Argue, had to hold off Parker, had a lot coming her way. Look at this effort in the bottom right corner of your screen. Knows how to finish as well. It's been a pleasure.
That's right, she's doing big work.
Watching.
What is she? 350 meters to go. It's not done yet. Argue isn't making any time on her, so she's got this locked as long as she can keep up the effort for a few more seconds. So what is it, about 30 seconds of riding, and we can see she's still there in her pain cave. She's still going for it. Watch the swing of her body. She is giving the effort. The numbers are in the red. She's determined to make a go of it. She sprints for the line. Chapeau, Renata. Renata Blushki, second place. Well-deserved, well-earned, well played. High five from the support crew. Nice
That's
work
awesome.
from the Garage of Agony.
The Garage of Agony. Exceptional. Argue will be next in. Great ride from her today as well. All the credit in the world. Again, put on a great battle up there with Blushki. Held off Parker. Remember, at one point, Parker went past Argue. Argue fought back, got that third position back, and is now going to finish on the podium here.
Very true. I wouldn't say she quite came out of nowhere, but she did the work when she had to. She closed a gap, and then she just powered away. It was a real show of knowing your strengths and weaknesses and riding the course, as it were. And now we've got Deb Parker. Excuse me, no sin or shame. We've been watching her race all day, and she's coming into the last 400 meters. She can cruise. She's got a steady 1 kilometer plus gap between her and the chasing group of 3. So she will lock up this 4th place, and she's done the work today. She can be proud of this result against a hard-charging competition. So chapeau and bravo. 150 meters to go as I say this. And Parker easily wins the prize for best workout towel today. I want to know where she got that, because I kind of want one of those for myself. And she finishes, and we've got actually a fun result here, because we're looking at Chancey Knights, and she is still riding with Bowmans and Imlach. This is our group of 3.
This is so cool. Imlach goes into the red to try and come back. Look at the pace here, lifting up to 53k an hour, so they are cooking on the way in.
Remember what I said about starting the sprint a little early? We're 750 meters to go. Not a lot of people in the world can maintain 50 kilometers an hour for 700 meters. So Chancey Knights going for it, though. Bowmans and Imlach, they're coming in. Everybody's got big, big power now. 500, 400, around 400 meters to go or less, you're going to start seeing those numbers ramp up big, because I think that's where the sprint will engage. And it might even be a game of last person to sprint is the winner, because they're the one who gets to hold the draft for a few precious meters and then come around the other two with speed. So let's watch them all ramp up.
Strategy.
They're going later than I thought. We're getting inside 200 meters to go, and they haven't redlined yet.
There we go. Knights into the red. Imlock into the red. Imlock lifts it and gets ahead. Opens up a little bit of space. Too early. Down to 100 meters.
Tell me you're a sprinter without telling me you're a sprinter.
And Imlock going to hold on. And it looks like it'll go Bowman's followed by Knights after that photo finish for 6 and 7. But they do give it to Bowman's in 6 and Knight in 7. Great finish again in the women's race.
And now we're looking at the most important category in the women's field. That is, of course, the mother-daughter Hamilton Challenge. Gemma Hamilton still in the lead. She's actually got, I think, about 9 kilometers in her daughter. So Gemma is 2.7K to go. She should decisively be able to gap her daughter. Enjoy it while you can, Gemma. I'll bet you it's only another year or two before daughter is chasing you down in these races. But what parent wouldn't want that?
That's right.
So I'm sure we will see a little more of the women's races. We watched the Hamilton family finish. We're now 2.5K to go, and meanwhile we're taking a peek at the men's race. Over on the Cat A men's side, we can see Osborne and McCall continue to have a gap. And am I reading that right? It's about a 200-something meter gap over their chasers right now?
Right around there, yep.
Yeah, so, oh no, I read it badly because the screen was very small.
I read it too. My apologies.
800 meters. That's also a gap.
A little bigger than we thought.
That's quite a gap. That is by no means insurmountable. We've got 53 kilometers to go. We've got 2 more trips up the big climb. But I made a joke about it before, and I stand by it. Do you really want to give Matt Osborne a 800-meter head start in a bike race like this? I don't think so. Osborne is, I would say, classically a time trialist. He's literally and metaphorically that, in the sense that he is actually a very, very good time trialist. I think he might have a tri background. I can never remember that quite right. But the key thing here is he is very, very comfortable being at the front of a bike race and then just doing the work for a very long distance in order to win said bike race. So Matt Osborne sitting here, and if you look behind him, what I see is an awful lot of red numbers in that group of 3rd through 7th, which indicates to me that the chase is starting to feel a sense of urgency and wants to close these numbers down.
Yep, good eye. It's amazing how much we can see, the insights we can see into the race just by using the data that we have available in these virtual races. But yeah, typically when you see a lot of those numbers light up red, that usually means that something's happening back in the group. And I'm wondering if that's the chase. This is also the scenario where you really wish you could talk to the other riders in the group. The game does have a built-in chat, and you can also do like hand signs, like you can say good job or give a wave or a high five or something like that. But there's really nothing that can substitute for the strong suggestion, let's say, that you pull through in a scenario like this, when you need to kind of whip the group into shape. Somebody needs to take charge. A lot of times in a group like that, there will be one rider that says, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're doing 42K an hour. Everyone's going to stay on the front for 10 seconds, then you pull off to the right. Let's go. And, you know, you lose that on the virtual platform, and so I'm wondering if that's affecting the chase back there. Good news for the 2 guys up front, Osborne and company, but I'm sure those guys wish they could speak to each other in person right now back in the chase group.
They will need to let their legs do the talking, Brad. Meanwhile, we're watching Gemma Hamilton as she closes inside of the 600-meter mark, or will soon. She is just coming to the finish of her race, and then that will decisively mean that she will conclude the most important competition, which is the Hamilton versus Hamilton mother-daughter event. Mom will win this one, again, barring some sort of disaster. So, chapeau. We will see Gemma Hamilton finish, and then we will review the results in the women's field. So we've got lots of time to go in the men's race. So once again, Gemma and Keely are both from Cranbrook, British Columbia, a lovely part of the province that is pretty far from where I am. But I'm sure it's very nice, and I hope to visit it someday very, very soon.
Well, Hamilton had a tough ride today as well. Anytime you're solo for a long time like this, that certainly makes the day that much tougher. So this will be just under 2 hours on the bike for Gemma Hamilton here. That's a solid effort for the day. You've earned whatever you want today, however you want to relax after a day of tough virtual racing.
So what do you think? Do the Hamiltons have a shared pain cave, or do you think they have separate pain caves just because,
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's you got to have enough Wi-Fi, you got to have the fast internet. Maybe there's a better spot in the house that has the faster Wi-Fi somewhere. Everyone crowding around the router trying to get their Ethernet cord in. I'm not sure what the household is like. Claire Cameron getting the win today at just under an hour 40 with a 3.42 average watt per kilo. Blushki fights her way into second for a silver medal. What a battle that was to watch between Blushki, Argue, and Parker. Second, third, and fourth place were at one point all sort of locked in. Blushki ends up putting out a 3.49 average watt per kilo. And then the other battle, the Imlach, Bowmans, and Knights battle that we watched for the 5th, 6th, and 7th place fight. Behind that, they finished up about an hour 44 behind. And then Gemma Hamilton, who we just saw rolling into 8th place, and an hour 49 for an average 3 watt per kilo. So awesome day of racing in our women's field here in Virtual BC Cup. Certainly looking forward to our upcoming stages as well, as we're going to have sort of a crit day. I think that'll be exciting to watch. And then some additional road stages as well. So it looks like this is going to be a good year for the Virtual BC Cup in our women's field, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's give a quick shout out to Keely Hamilton. We'll probably end up seeing her finish in a few minutes, but she's still out there and she'll be good for 9th place when she rolls through. That was the other half of the alluded to mother-daughter competition here. Now I think we're going to take a little break before we come back to watch the end of the men's race, which is, last time we saw it was about 50 kilometers to go. So we will see you on the other side of that.
Well done, Brooklyn. This season marks an important year for Cycling BC's iRide program. After 8 years of development, iRide is expanding across the country in partnership with Cycling Canada. And we wouldn't be here today without the support of Adara over the last 20 years. This partnership allows us to give kids the tools, instructors, and experiences they need to create a lifelong love for cycling, physical health, and sport.
Adara has been involved with iRide for quite a while, and every step of the way, every time I show up at one of these events, I'm amazed to see the growth and the evolution of the program. And every single one of the kids has a big smile on their face.
A key part of this program is to provide bicycles so that everyone has an opportunity to experience the joy of cycling. Adara's contributions help us grow and improve each year. Whether we're expanding our in-school bike fleets, developing new after-school programs across the province, or training a new generation of sports leaders with our iRide after-school program.
I'm really proud of our partnership here with iRide and Cycling BC. The program is excellent, and I strongly recommend that if you get a chance to participate in it, that you do. It's spectacular for everybody.
I rode bikes before, but this taught me a lot more than before how I did it. I'll definitely be riding more with my mom and dad and my sister because it was really fun here, and I think it will be like also very fun when I'm with my family.
Thank you so much, Adara, for helping us help kids ride a little further. Welcome, everybody. This is the iRide program. We bring bikes to gym class. We help create new after-school programs all over the province. We're trying to create opportunities for kids to get on their bike, get their legs moving, and feel like they can achieve anything on a bike. Today we're at a local school in the Lower Mainland, and we're bringing our in-school program to students from grade 4, 5, and 6. They'll be learning to ride their bike safely, whether it's on their way to school or preparing to go ride in our beautiful forests here in British Columbia. Our big exciting news this year is iRide is now expanding across the country. And this expansion wouldn't be possible without community partners. Partners like Concord Pacific that are helping us bring this program to students in schools and help create new after-school programs across the province.
And our thanks to Concord Pacific, sorry about that, for their support of Cycling BC, a big part of making this happen. I know they are largely involved in the cycling community around your parts, Ryan.
Yes, that's very true. Yeah, the Cycling BC has done some great development work in the province, and it's just fantastic to see the stuff. And they've got some incredible coaches there too. You saw Ben Chaddock there speaking on the ad we just watched, and he's one of a couple of great bike racers themselves who have been involved with that program. Chaddock is, of course, a former professional who raced on the North American circuit for many years. And now he's turned his attention to developing the future generations. And iRide is just one small part of that plan.
Also want to say thank you to some other partners here of the Virtual BC Club, including Flow Bikes. Don't forget, Cycling BC members now have access to a 20% discount on a Flow Bike subscription. Live events in 2022 include the Spring Classics, World Tour stage races, Monuments, Grand Tours, Cyclocross, World Cups, and UCI World Championships. So if you're a Cycling BC member, make sure you get your Flow Bikes subscription with a 20% discount included.
That's a solid discount. I got to take them up on that and get me a Flow Bike subscription. That sounds like fun. It's a great way to watch some bike racing, but this is also a great way to watch some bike racing. And indeed, here we are watching some bike racing. Right now, it looks like we've got Osborne and McCall doing what they do, which is leading the field by about 1.2 kilometers. I think we had a little heart-to-heart before we went on break where we told our friends in the chase group that they really needed to make the numbers get smaller, and Brad Sonar, I do not think they've been listening to us, because 1.2 far is definitely bigger than the number we saw when we left for those breaks.
Yeah, they did the opposite. I went to public school, but even I know that that's bad news for the guys in the chase group. But it's also very easy for me to sit here and drink my coffee and eat my cookies and tell these guys to chase down McCall and Osborne, who are, by the way, currently putting out about 6 watts per kilogram, which I think I've only done twice in my life.
Brad, if these guys didn't want to be mocked by semi-fit people sitting in the comfort of their gamer chairs, then they should have known better than to enter this bike race. But,
that's right.
Oh, how
Virtual
we love
racing
them for
is
it.
not the place for you. Yeah.
Let's go and look over who these chasers are. So we've got Osborne and McCall up front right now. Osborne is a guy that we know all too well. He was a huge force, one of the top riders here when we did this virtual BC Cup last year. We already mentioned that McCall is our golfer turned rock climber turned cyclist, but let's look at some of the other guys we've got in this field. So we've got Michael Gavalis. I don't have any biographical information for him, so we'll just say he's from Parts Unknown, racing for HPL Cycling. And since we can make up biographical facts about Michael Gavalis, I can tell you that his favorite hobby outside of cycling is combat macrame, and that his occupation is he's a train conductor. Behind him, we've got Karsten Ivani. I know he's under R. Ivani, but I'm pretty sure that's still Karsten. And that's also good. We love Karsten. And then we've got Michael Matthews. He's racing for Gastown Cycling, an actual club that is pretty active around here. And he won the B category last year. So chapeau to Matthews for stepping up to category A and making a good show of it. He's definitely not lost at sea here. Love to see someone go from sandbagger to upgrader. Always a moment that we admire. And then we've got Riddenauer here. That would be, of course, Nicholas Riddenauer, also racing for the incredibly tasteful Hugh Dog Racing Team. Ask about the giant faceted husky. He says he's an ex-college rower looking to enjoy retirement by doing this sport. When he says retirement, Riddenauer is 26, so I assume he hasn't retired from his day job.
I think he retired from rowing.
Who knows?
Is what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, rowing is the only sport I think that makes cycling look easy. And we've got Blair Drader, a name we've already called. He's from Saskatchewan and has won stuff out in Saskatchewan, but now he's out here in British Columbia, and I dare say we've got quite the racing scene here. So he's warming up on the virtual side, but soon he'll be ready for the real thing. And there we can give a big wave to Blair Drader. Welcome to British Columbia, Blair. Hope you're enjoying the agony. Meanwhile, we're also looking here at Taylor and Matt. Matt has a lovely glowing sheen. Taylor has a beautiful houseplant in the background behind him, and I can see that the bottle on his side table there is one of the distinctive red and white Born nutrition water bottles. Born's a great supporter of the sport.
That's a strong
side
term.
Tupperware container.
That's a strong term for what I'm seeing.
Everybody sets up their pain cave in their own way, and who among us hasn't used a Tupperware container as a way to prop up a drink or two? So,
as a guy who has built a desk off of a door and a couple file cabinets, I have no room to talk. So,
I think you're in good company. Wasn't that the story of Jeff Bezos' first desk at Amazon or something?
Yeah. It was a pandemic necessity. There was a shortage of desktops, and I ended up compromising with a door. So I understand. I'm with you, Taylor.
Oh, that's right. His side table may be made of Tupperware, but his legs are made of steel because he's putting out the watts, and he's keeping pace with Matt Osborne. Or is he? I was going to say at the front of this race. So Matt and Taylor are both well on the climb, and indeed their chasers are also there. And so they are in full suffer mode, and you can see Matt is 5 watts per kilo and Taylor doing the same. This is a decisive moment. I'm a little surprised that Osborne is putting in as much effort as he is right now. I don't even know if this is a deliberate effort to shed his breakaway partner, because surely he's not feeling the necessity to do that quite so early.
Yeah.
But there you
You're
go.
right, and he is letting off here. He's into the yellow power zone, almost, asking McCall, like, hey, are you coming or not? I mean, this is your chance. Come on up here. Get on the wheel. Because if Osborne, I think, was trying to get rid of him, yes, he's in the green power zone here. He'd be up in red, orange, those high power zones. But it looks to me like Osborne is just trying to leave the door open for McCall here.
Yeah, that's an interpretation I'll go along with. And if I'm a Matt Osborne at this point in the race, with still another lap and a half to go, and thus one more climb, I'd probably want to bring a friend with me on this descent as well. So now we're looking at the chasing group, and you can see Ivani has what we would call on the road slight gap. Not one worth measuring in seconds yet, but certainly notable. See if he can carry that over the top, but I think that's just going to be closed up when he gets to the top. This group is now on about 700 meters behind the lead 2, and that is I think that is important. Like, that is closing the gap relative to where they were before. But the question is, once we get everybody onto the descent, what does that gap finally look like? So we're going to see them on the climb. They've got a gap. They'll go down the descent. We'll see what the gap does. And then when we finally get back to the flats in about 5 kilometers or so, we'll sort of be able to judge the real composition of this race relative to what we saw before they started on the climb.
Well, 45K to go, plenty of time to try and work that out among the group. Osborne on the way down now. I'm wondering why he has the Union Jack next to his name. I know he's out of Vancouver, is that right? Taking British Columbia to a new level, maybe.
Oh, perhaps not. I suspect that for one reason or another, Matt is one of the several local athletes who has a UK racing license by accident of birth or something else. I know of at least one other more or less born and bred local who, because of his birth, is also races under a UK license, although he's not here today.
Interesting. Okay.
So we'll follow up with Matt and find out whether he comes by that
international
Union Jack,
man of mystery. I like it.
That's right. Yeah, perhaps he's going to race in the Olympics for the United Kingdom. Maybe he'll become a Winter Olympic athlete. If we hear about a sudden shift to snowboarding.
Right, exactly. I don't know if the cycling program is one you want to try and break into in the UK. I think all their spots are pretty much spoken for, but give it a shot.
Yeah, Matt Osborne is strong, but I don't think he's Sky Sports strong. Sorry, Matt. Not sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
Meanwhile, because of the rubber banding effect, as they've gone over the top and their chasers have not, they've stretched out their lead to 1.8 kilometers. But again, that's not very meaningful until we see everybody on the same piece of road. So Matt and Taylor are relatively tranquil right now. Taylor doing the work to catch up. Just making wild assumptions about their body composition here. I'm going to say that Taylor's carrying a little less overall weight on his frame than Matt, and not that I'm saying Matt is fat. I'm saying Matt is big. But the core problem here is that on the descent, that means that Matt's going to get a relatively easy ride, whereas Taylor McCall is probably actually having to put in a few watts just to hold on to Matt's wheel and make sure he keeps the draft here.
Yeah, this is another time to play the game here. I mean, really use that drafting to your advantage. You see how McCall lets off here, but now there's an art to staying in this draft, right? When you restart, like he needs to do it now, because if that gap opens up just a little bit, then you start to lose that draft, and then he has to do the work to get back up on the wheel. And so McCall, he gets a physical break right now. He gets to check his phone a little bit. It does keep him in the draft here on the way down.
Sometimes the pain caves, some kind of pain cave spy cams tell us too much about how these bike races work.
He's like, well, this is perfect. I'm going to check my crypto. He's trading NFTs right now. I don't know. Right. I don't know what cool people do on their phones anymore. There was a time when maybe I used to, but
I can tell you, Brad Soner, I have never been cool, so it's not a problem.
Made $47 million trading NFTs. You can do it now.
Yeah. Yeah. If we see one of these
just
riders,
lost it all. Oh.
If we see one of these riders showing up in his pain cave photos riding an actual Tron bike, then we'll know that they did okay during the recent unexpected events, shall we say?
Yeah, exactly.
We are following Nathan, I think,
up the road. Yep, Nathan Ridenour back here at right around 4 watts per kilo. 200 meters back to Ivani, and then another 20 back to Matthews. So Ridenour has left Matthews and Gavalas. There we go. This is a much better view here. Matthews trying to close down the gap, saying, you're not going anywhere without us. And looks like they will be able to shut that down.
Yeah, I thought that they were looking pretty Grupo Compacto on the last climb up the hill, but that was clearly not the case, because this group is shredded. And what I think we're seeing is the messy regrouping on the descent. But nonetheless, we've got Ivani with 200 meters, and then we've got Matthews, Ridenour, and Gavalas 700 meters back of him. Those are non-trivial. Well, no, they're 200 meters back. So there's some non-trivial gaps here forming anyways, and we'll see how that group reforms. But it's Drader who is in real trouble, and we're seeing on our screen here, Blair Drader has lost some big distance, and he's got his work cut out for him. He's got a lot of time to make up to catch up to the next group on the road. And we're watching here because it's Keely Hamilton. She is seeing the Fiamme Rouge here in the women's race. 15-year-old Keely coming all the way from Cranbrook. Cranbrook is a lovely town deep in the interior of British Columbia. It's in the southeast corner of the province, almost all the way to the Alberta border, and also almost all the way to, I believe it is the Montana border. It's pretty far over there. And Keely is there in Cranbrook, but she's also here in Durango, and she's also just about to finish her bike race, so chapeau to Keely, whose racing age is 15, who's competing against many great riders here, including her own mother, and she's put in a 55-kilometer ride, over 2 hours of riding. Not bad.
When I was 15, I couldn't do anything for 2 hours. So all the credit in the world here to Kaylee for hanging into this one. 55K knocked out. That's how you spend a Saturday afternoon if you want to be a bike racer at just over 2 hours. Way to go. Bravo.
Nice work, Keely. Yeah. She's doing the work now. She will get the results soon. So I expect great things, and I will keep an eye out for her in upcoming youth races. I wonder if she'll be out in Vancouver for Super Week, where I think we'll have a pretty good youth program, or for some of the other events that we have in the Lower Mainland coming up. Could be some fun. And she's got 100 meters left to go, so we'll stay with her as she crosses the line. Looks like in a time of just over 2 hours, 10 minutes. 9th place, legs it out. Good job, Keely Hamilton. We salute you. Final finisher, but certainly not the least, in our women's race today. Good competition all around. And now we're back to the men's rooms of pain. Blair Drader, he's suffering. Taylor McCall, he's suffering. Matt Usborne, he just looks angry right now. It's like someone
Usborne
offended him
needs
or
to
something.
he needs to borrow McCall's towel here. I think McCall's got it figured out, but Usborne looks like he could use it. Meanwhile, Blair Drader continues to put on the sweat management clinic at the bottom of our screen here. See, if you don't take care of it, you end up looking like us. There we go. He does have the towel. Okay. He just doesn't use it. It's the problem.
That's right. So we're looking at our race situation, and it looks like our chasers are, I would say that's a reformed group, except I'm afraid for Blair Drader. So it looks like we've got a chase group of 4 riders now formed up, with McCall and Usborne also back together and out in front of them by 1.8 kilometers to go. So as we watch these riders, they're all reforming on the flats. We've got Karsten Ivani here. He's technically got a 50-meter gap, I think, ahead of the group behind him, but unless he does a lot of work and is trying, say, to bridge the gap between himself and the group Usborne, I predict that he will be reabsorbed by the 3 chasing riders very, very soon.
Yeah, this is,
well,
I think he was trying to get away from those riders. I think he was trying to split that group. Not so much worried about getting up to Usborne and McCall, but trying to lock in 3rd place. And got to give him credit for that, trying to mix things up a little bit out there. So good job, Karsten.
Yeah, and while we're watching Karsten Ivani's quest for glory here, I'd like to tell you about another sponsor that is supporting this bike race today. This is a new creation by the local company Doma, D-O-M-A, which is short for Domestique. They hated fumbling with food wrappers while they rode, so they designed a food-grade silicone liner that slides into your jersey pocket, so you can fill it with your favorite ride snacks. Homemade, doesn't matter, no wrappers needed. It makes eating on the bike easier, faster, safer, and it eliminates litter. So if you're a Cycling BC member, you can get a 15% discount on one of these lovely Doma silicone liner pockets. And I can tell you, I've got one right here in my hand, Brad, and it's just a beautifully made thing. And it's a lot of fun to use, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. So you can, if you're a good Canadian like myself, you can slide an unwrapped Nanaimo bar in there, no fuss, no muss, and it'll just be happy and ready for you without destroying your jersey in the process. So that's Doma Liners, and you can get 15% off through Cycling BC. We'd like to thank them for sponsoring Cycling BC and this racing today.
Group of 4 back together. Matthews rolling back in. As they say, welcome back. Karsten Ivani chased him back, shut it down. Gonna keep a little bit of space, but these guys are back together for the most part. About 1.8K back with 37.5K to go. What do you think, Ryan? Does this group of 4 ever split, or is this 4 guys that go to the line together?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think that we've already seen some gaps and cracks develop, but we're on the flats right now. So 37 kilometers to go. The big Durango hill climb is still ahead of them. I think it's very simple. They're going to go up that hill, and you're going to see a lot of decisive action. I think until that hill, they'll stay together, because their winning move right now is this is their last desperate chance to work hard enough to pull back on terms with McCall and Usborne. So if any of them has aspirations above 3rd place, this is the 20 kilometers that absolutely matters for that. We've got about a flat 10 kilometers before we get to the finish line, then we've got about a flat-ish 10 kilometers before we get to the climb again, and that is the whole of their time. If they don't get on terms before, really at the top of that climb, I don't see a lot of hope for any one of these riders getting back to Usborne and McCall. So I guess the short version of that prediction is they're going to be together until they get to the climb, then they're going to shred apart, and the debris will be chasing down Usborne and McCall, and they'll either be with them or they won't.
This will be the first race that we see doing 3 laps of the climb as well. I think that that 3rd time up, no matter how strong you are, that brings a certain extra level of difficulty, I think, in this scenario. So, yeah, 2 is tough, but 3, boy, oh boy.
Yeah, that gradient is long, that gradient is steep, and all these riders can, in fact, count to 3, so they're well aware that they've got this 3rd and fundamentally decisive climb up the hill for all of the reasons that the final climb is always fairly important in these races. Well, and just as I made all those big predictions about Grupo compactability, it seems that Michael Matthews is trying very, very hard to shred this group. He's putting in a lot of effort here, and I can see riders going red line behind him to keep up. And I don't know if he's going to get away from everyone, but he might just have put Gavelis off the back here.
Yeah. Remember, Matthews first tried to split this, and now maybe trying to do it again. But see, yep, this is what's going to happen. It's not about one rider getting off the front. It's about shedding one rider off the back. And I think Gavelis might be the rider in trouble right now, sensing some weakness, right?
Yeah. Gavelis has done the work, but it caused him to burn a match. We talked about that before. It's exactly what he did. So Matthews sort of just testing the mettle of the field. Meanwhile, Usborne and McCall are completely untroubled by what's happening behind them and are simply doing the work. So look at that. We're looking at Matt Usborne's numbers, 300 watts at 143 beats per minute. For you kids at home, it's actually fairly hard to reason about heart rates without knowing what an individual athlete's maximum heart rate is, because heart rates don't really matter in an absolute sense. They matter relative to what your own personal abilities are. So if Matt has a maximum heart rate of 150 or 160 beats per minute, that could be very possible for even an elite athlete, but it's what percentage of his maximum heart rate is indicating the effort. So I guess what I'm saying is we're looking at Matt's heart rate of 135 beats per minute, and I don't really know what that means, but 344 watts is always impressive.
I was announcing the other day with Lauren Hall, former professional road cyclist. We were doing some virtual commentary, and she was looking at some of these heart data numbers and saying, I would be dead if my heart was beating that fast. But as a 5'5" rider, versus a 6'4" rider, so those riders will oftentimes have different maximum and minimum heart rates. And so, yeah, it very much varies between the individual person. The cadence, though, is maybe the universal study of cycling. That'll be one that everybody feels. 80 RPMs feels the same for everybody. See the front group doing 95 RPM, a little faster, spinning a little bit, easier gear, but the guys down in the chase group are doing a little bit of a harder gear with a lower cadence.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation. 70 RPM is frankly pretty slow for most serious cyclists. So they're either loafing, which might be part of the answer, or they're just one of those rare diesel riders, like a guy like Jan Ullrich, who was famous for, in his heyday, for maintaining surprisingly slow cadences, where on the other side of that story, you know, there was Lance Armstrong, who was famously a high cadence rider. Although what good it did Lance Armstrong is hard to say, because he never was able to win the Tour de France, despite a number of efforts on that front.
Came close.
Came very close indeed, didn't he, Brad? Yeah. Meanwhile, back in this group, we've got Matt Osborne sitting at it's probably a fairly happy cadence of 94 RPM. You know, we're watching one of the riders in the chase there. I'm not sure we've got the numbers on, but they're, as you say, doing about 74 RPM. Honestly, this looks like maybe a chase group that has elected not to work real hard on closing the gap, because the gap is not getting a lot bigger, but it's up to 1.9 kilometers. That's not a gap that's closing. And I don't think this group of riders has enough time left in this race, or has shown enough strength on the climb to just be lollygagging like this and leaving, you know, a 2 kilometer gap there to the front field with 33K to go. This seems like a group that needs to be super motivated. And just as I say that, look at this, Brad. They've started to pick up the pace again. They are letting their legs do the caulking. Ridenour is the odd man out here. He's showing some difficulty.
So I'm now wondering if maybe that's what Matthews is doing, is just pressuring and then letting off, pressuring, letting off, making these guys chase back on. He's going to get rid of them, not by a long, sustained effort, but just kind of keep hitting them. These body blows, like in boxing, you just want to wear them out. So I'm wondering if maybe that's what they're doing, trying to feel out the strong and weak riders in this group right now. Ridenour's got a big old target on his back. When you fall off like this, you're kind of showing the other three riders, like, hey, you know, I am beatable. And when you have a rider, you have a chance to kick a rider out of a group like this, that's one less guy that you need to worry about. Now, I would also be looking at this and saying 32K to go is that one more engine to add to my group. But it seems like Matthews wants to kind of get things going here. So I don't think he would mind getting rid of Ridenour or Gavelis, for that matter. I think Karsten Ivani has been the only constant that's been sort of riding on Matthews' level. Every time Matthews has gone, Ivani has gone. Gavelis and Ridenour are the only two that have spent time off the back in these continued attacks from Matthews and Ivani.
Yeah, I think that's the correct calculus in this race. But I think the other thing that's going on is that if Matthews and Ivani want to close on McCall and Osborne, they need this group to be traveling faster, and they need to have fewer passengers. So at this point, the problem may be that Matthews and Ivani just need this group to be traveling at about 42 kilometers an hour if they're going to start closing on Osborne and McCall. And they need there to be no passengers, and they need there to be, you know, a fairly steady exchange of pace, and they need that pace to stay high. If Gavelis and Ridenour can't pull, then it's not really in the interests of Ivani and Matthews to keep them around. As the old saying goes, pull or get dropped.
Yep, look, here we go again, Matthews and Ivani. Yep, and they go into the red. Matthews puts the pressure on. Gavelis and Ridenour are in trouble. They'll close back on. Again, it's not about killing him here. He's, you know, just setting the groundwork for the eventual KO swing that he's going to try and take.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing is that Ridenour and Gavelis are telegraphing with their legs and their efforts that they can't hang at the pace that Ivani and Matthews want to maintain, and they know it. So they're just acting as passengers, right? They're sitting in on this group. I mean, that's fine. That's well within their rights, but it's not doing any good work. So Matthews and Ivani will do a little work. They'll try and drop these two, and then they'll try and work together. But The other thing can also happen. Maybe what they'll do is they'll encourage Gavelis and Ridenour to do enough work that they're, so to speak, paying their own way in this breakaway, and they're starting to close things down. As I say that, as this effort continues, the numbers are coming down slowly between them and the lead group. Excuse me.
Well, Ridenour got back on. Matthews takes it a little easier, lets off. But then he's going to go again. Yeah, this guy will not let up. Matthews and Ivani definitely have a little conspiracy going, I think, between the two of them. It seems like they've come to an agreement that we need to keep the pressure on Gavelis and Ridenour here. Now, the ultimate script flip would be Gavelis and Ridenour going on the attack here and dropping Matthews. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that would be a pretty remarkable thing if we were able to see Ridenour and Gavelis put the boots to these guys. I
don't think that's going to happen, races. Just to be clear. Yeah, I don't see that happening on the horizon. But, you know, a man can dream.
Gavelis and Ridenour are either the ultimate bluffers, or they're doing exactly what 1,000 bike racers and 1,000 bike racers have done right before they got dropped. We got 30 kilometers to go. We're about another 10, 15 kilometers for these riders from the bottom of the hill. When they get there, let's go out on a limb and say that the wheat will be separated from the chaff. And so in the meantime, everybody's just riding along. The gap is back up to almost 2 kilometers again, so they're still making no progress on the problem of McCall and Usborne. And I said before, and I maintain, that the decisive moment will be to see where the gaps are once McCall and Usborne get up the hill. But given that McCall and Usborne are currently increasing or holding their gap on the flats, I do not hold out much hope for the group of 4 chasing them.
Yeah, these guys got them right where they want them. At this point, Usborne and McCall can start thinking about how they're going to race against each other. I don't think they any longer need to worry about the group behind them. At this point, you just start looking for tells, trying to get a feel for the other rider, try and figure out how to beat them in 27K. I mean, there's not much to it.
Yeah, I don't know Taylor McCall very well. I'm not sure if we've seen him racing here before. We know Matt. Matt's a known quantity, and what he is probably the strongest rider in this field. So, unless Matt knows something that I don't know, I'm going to guess that his basic theory of how this race will go is wait for the bottom of the climb, ride away from McCall, time trial to the finish line. The end. McCall's whole job in life will be to find some way outside of that script. If he can outclimb Matt, that'll fix it. If he can get back on terms with Matt on the flats, that'll fix it. If he can hold Matt's wheel until he turns it into a sprint finish, well, Matt is a strong and powerful rider, but I don't think he's the most natural sprinter in this field. He's fundamentally a time trialist and a power guy and a ruler at heart, but I don't think anybody has him tagged as the guy who wants to see a 20-wide sprint finish. So if you're Taylor McCall, the strategy may be hang on to Usborne until you get within 200 meters of the finish and then steal all the glory. And if that's your plan, Taylor McCall, I want to say that I support you. I'm a great fan of sprinting and sprinters, and I always love it when the Sprint Royale trains shut down a breakaway within 10 meters of the finish line. It's the most beautiful thing you can see in cycling, isn't it?
One of the most classic storylines ever told in professional bike racing.
Yeah, it's always lovely when you can rewind and see in slow motion as the guy who's been away from the field for 100 kilometers has his heart break while he's actually within, view of the finish line. Yeah. Everybody
see the
lives
moment
for that
it
moment.
breaks. Yep.
That's right.
Back to the chasers working their way back through the line. As once again, Matthews and Ivani have been the two keeping the pressure on this group.
Yeah, so they are coming through the finish line here for the start of their final lap. 27 kilometers left in this race for these riders. Everybody's in the blue. There's still about a 2-kilometer gap between them and the lead two, so the gap isn't really going up or down at this point. So everybody's sort of riding within themselves. It almost feels like at this point it's turned into a waiting game. Everybody knows the big hill is coming. Everybody's going to do their work on the big hill. Everybody's willing to have the race largely decided from the big hill onward. So really what we got to do is wait for the big hill to come up. So while we're doing that, I'd like to tell you about another friend of our sport. Based in Golden, British Columbia, Mountain Lab knows that good gear can make or break your adventure. Mountain Lab's flashlights are powerful, ultra-compact, and perfect for your nighttime cycling adventures. They have flashlights available from 800 to 1800 lumens. Sounds like a portable sun at that range. Cycling members can get an amazing 40% off of Mountain Lab flashlights. I gotta tell you, Brad, with a discount like that and considering the shabby state of my current bike riding lights, I am definitely going to check those guys out after we finish this broadcast.
Well, depending on the pace and where you are, it might be nighttime by the time these guys finish up. Coming up on an hour and a half in the saddle so far for these guys, so we probably have probably a little over 30 minutes of racing, so it'll be another approximately 2-hour effort for these riders. But again, anyone that can do 2 hours on the trainer is a hero in my book, video game or not.
Yeah, I have no stomach for doing 2 hours on the trainer. I will be honest with you, Brad. Speaking of nighttime somewhere, I make it, if my math is correct, and it rarely is, 2100 UTC, which is where our friend Damon is producing this show from. So Damon is, I'm sure, shrouded in darkness as he watches the finish of this race and helps keep our production going as well as it does. So thank you there to Damon Bates, the silent and invisible producer, who tells me that, yes, indeed, it is, in fact, 9 p.m. in Imperial units over in merry old England where he is. But back here in the virtual world of Durango.
See, Damon knows I don't know how to do the 12-hour conversion to 24-hour time, so Damon told us the time in American time for my benefit. So thank you, Damon.
That's right. Sometimes when I'm feeling especially dumb, I have a meme I'm trying to push on Twitter and elsewhere called #UTC Everywhere, which is the idea that everybody should just live their life on universal coordinated time and do the calculations to local time from there. So it's lovely when I can have an opportunity to say, you see, it actually works, it helps. But in the land outside of time, we're in a bike race where it's only been 1 hour and 30 minutes from the moment that mattered for these bike racers, and it's an hour and 30 minutes on the road for Usborne and McCall as they continue to lead our bike race and slightly increase their gaps. Looks like we're up over 2 kilometers here, and we can see deep into the pain caves. We've got Usborne and McCall in the front, and Blair Drader continuing to pedal away. I know he's a little bit gapped from our chasing group, but he's continuing to make the effort. Just felt like, seems like it was a lot better idea an hour and a half ago, didn't it, Blair, than when you're right now. But what did we say about Type 2 fun, right? The classic moment of it hurts the whole time you're doing it, but the moment that you're done, you're like, how soon can I do that again? Look at Taylor McCall. He's standing out. He's putting out the effort. This is a secret insight these riders can be using. I'm sure that Matt and Taylor are looking at each other's pain caves and faces and going, ugh. Are they ready for the break? Should I drop them now? Can I still get a bit of more work out of them before I cut off my drafting partner? Those two are sitting 2 kilometers ahead.
We heard a story from the Echelon Racing League about a rider who was doing virtual racing and got into sort of a similar scenario as this. It was a 3-rider breakaway. Did not know the other 2 riders in the breakaway. And so while this rider was like doing 500 watts, they were also on Strava trying to look at the stats of these riders and see how much they ride, what their maximum wattage might be, if they could glean any insights as to whether they were a sprinter or not. So I guess that's just another one of the new skills you need to learn to be a good virtual racer. But I guess, you know, they used to do it in the team cars, right? You look up the GC standings or, you know, try and look up the results of a rider. I guess that's similar to doing it, but here we go. Matthews coming to the front saying, all right, I'm back in charge here. Wants to take Cavellis with him. This group hitting each other hard.
Oh, yeah, this is beautifully brutal bike racing. So some of these guys are not content to wait around, as I suggested, and wait for the big hill. They've decided a 1.3% grade is plenty to start trying some decisive attacks. And so now we've got Matthews and Cavellis. Ivani and Ridenour chasing them. Even in the virtual world, it still scares me when they go over that super oblique railway crossing. Kids, if you see a railway crossing like that in real life, as you might if you're riding, say, outside of Fort Langley, where there's one famously on a nice riding road, remember, try to square it up at least a little bit and don't hit it fully oblique. I know more than one rider who has broken a bone sliding across a railway crossing like that. But in the virtual world, no worries whatsoever.
I would also caution, make sure you look and listen before you cross as well, which you don't have to worry about in the virtual world.
Yeah, for sure. It actually creeps me out a little bit that they time it so that every start has the train crossing ahead of them with only seconds to go. And of course, in a virtual world, I'm pretty sure you can never go fast enough to catch that train. But I'm not sure I'd want to be chasing towards them. For those of you who don't know, UCI has very specific train rules which come into play surprisingly often in European World Tour races. They try to time it so that train crossings don't affect the progress of the race, but if a race is going especially fast or slow, you can run into situations where the train crosses during the event, and of course you can't stop the train. So there's lots of specific rules which I won't dive into, but suffice it to say that one of the ways you can get disqualified very quickly from a UCI race is by trying to duck under a dropped train crossing arm or a active train signal, even if you're pretty sure you've got enough time to make it across. So kids, that's another thing not to do. Don't cross, you will get disqualified.
Well, where are you going to go? You know, we got cameras out there on you. Like, we're watching live video of you duck under the thing. I don't know what you're expecting. This one on the RGT platform here actually will, we have a reverse built-in safety feature on RGT where the train actually stops if the riders are near the track on a crossing. The ZMS bots risked their lives to make sure that it was safe for all of the other riders. So Damon did test with our bots being on the tracks, and the train will actually stop for you. Only in RGT, though, kids. So, Damon, thank you for risking the ZMS cameras for our curiosity.
And thank you for the incredibly diligent scientists there at RGT who have worked it out so that they can create the safest possible virtual bike racing environment, world where we can cease worrying about trains. I'm glad to hear it. We actually have a bike race that we do almost every year, a course called the Thunderbird course out in the Fraser Valley, not far from where I live. And it has a train crossing, but usually it's not a problem because we run the race on Sunday. The trains don't normally run on Sunday, but nonetheless, we have to have a marshal out there to watch. Each year I tell the marshal, okay, so look, your job is very simple. You watch, and when the riders are coming, you look up and down the tracks. And if there's a train coming, you step out onto the tracks and you put up the stop sign and you tell the train to stop. That's not actually.
How's that go over?
Usually, though, that gets their attention for the actual instructions of no, please just stop the lead vehicle and let's not have a train disaster. Meanwhile, speaking of train disasters, there's a pain train that's running, and it's running on time. Usborne and McCall are going hammer and tongs. It looks like there's a small gap, but now we're watching Cavellis, who you and I had written off at one point because we're wrong, and he is currently activating the chase group. He's got about a 60-meter lead, and it does not look like being closed down trivially quickly. So we've got Ivani, Matthews, and Ridenour currently suffering at the hands of Michael Cavellis.
Well, I love it. Cavellis is back there playing dead. The old possum trick where he was letting Matthews hammer himself on the front, and then Cavellis came over the top of Matthews. This was my dream scenario that I was talking about where I said, man can dream that someone would come over the top of Matthews here. Cavellis, unfortunately, doesn't have any company. Nobody was able to go with him, and I do not think he'll be able to make it up to McCall and Usborne. It would take a superhuman effort to close a 2-kilometer gap solo, even if you had all the time in the world. I mean, even if we had 100K left, that is still a really, really big ask, especially considering the fact that Usborne looks to be attacking up on the front here, gapping McCall off a little bit.
Oh, it's trouble all around. Apparently, the race has begun. So Usborne riding away, and you can see Taylor McCall. We're getting a little spy into their pain caves, and there is some effort going on. They're both kind of riding within themselves. They've just hit what is the official start of the climb here. You can see by that by the banner that they just passed underneath. And the real meat of the climb begins about a kilometer later, by my estimate. But both of them are they're still sitting in sort of the 3 to 4 watts per kilogram. This isn't kind of all-out superhuman effort quite yet, and you can see that McCall is doing a little more than Usborne, and he's catching up. But despite that, I think what we're going to see is maybe that McCall experiences the full wrath of Usborne's legs, starting as soon as the road starts turning properly uphill here.
Well, same story with McCall here, back and forth all day trying to catch back on. And then, who knows, maybe McCall goes over the top of Usborne.
Yeah, the interesting thing is when we were looking at their little peekaboo at the pain caves, neither one of them seemed to be particularly freaked out. They were basically riding within themselves. And they still are, right? Although, well, there we go. Matt is standing up. That can't be a good sign for Taylor. Taylor continues to ride. He gives a little shrug, and now he's chasing Matt down. Meanwhile, we're looking at Blair Drader. Don't forget about Blair. Blair is still pacing. Last time I think we checked, he was about 1 kilometer behind the chase group of 4. So he is still in this race. He might even make the extended mountain bike podium under a rare set of circumstances, possibly involving multiple failed internet connections. But nonetheless, there he is. We're showing him as 1.25 kilometers behind the group of 4. Although, again, that group of 4 is more like a group of 3 plus Gavelis off the front right now. And we're continuing to monitor events there. And meanwhile, Usborne and McCall still together. And now we're looking sort of, everything is happening everywhere on our bike race right now. We talked about how this climb and the approach would be the decisive moment in this bike race. And indeed, we're seeing whole bunches and bags of action as we speak. Where are we looking here? Matthew, Zavani, and Ridenour. These are the guys who are now chasing Gavelis. We don't have much biographical info on Gavelis, but I'm feeling fairly confident about the pronunciation of that name because I'm pretty sure that's a Greek name. I have some Greek family members on my in-law side, and so we're just going to call him Michalis Gavelis and make it stick. But Gavelis there is pedaling after we'd seen him look like he was in real danger earlier. Isn't that right, Brad?
Yeah, I thought he was going to be the first to pop out of that group, but once again, proved us wrong. So now Gavelis solo off the front, picking up 100 meters over Ivani and Matthews. So now they're going to have to work together with Ridenour to try to bring this one back. Gavelis has just under 20K to go and one more time up the climb. Remember, they still have to do that last big climb. They have gone up and over the 3rd step up. Remember, we were talking about those sort of smaller, brief incline sections that you see they're just going past right now, the orange sections on the profile across the bottom of the screen. So once again, kind of use that as a launch pad. We saw that in some of the earlier races on the day, kind of trying to give yourself a little bit more of a lead coming on to the bottom of the climb. Kind of like sag climbing, maybe, is the way to describe it, where you're just building yourself up a gap so that, I don't know, you can get even more of a gap.
Yeah, so do you think that maybe Michael Gavelis is doing a bit of sag climbing right here, that he wants to make sure he takes the lead into the big slopes because he doesn't have confidence about staying away?
Right, could be. Trying to, give yourself the lead there, knowing that Ivani, Matthews, they're gonna beat up on you on the climb, right? If you let them just kind of, you got to stand up to the bullies. That's what Gavelis is doing here. He's tired of getting bullied by Matthews all day.
Yeah. So we're watching this race steadily proceed along, and while we're doing that, we're gonna take a jump out of the. We're gonna take advantage of this lull in the action to tell you about another one of our beloved sponsors here today. Sea to Sky Sports Nutrition is a direct-to-consumer e-commerce nutrition provider based out of the North Shore of the Lower Mainland. Sea to Sky offers natural products such as Honey Stinger, Go Macro, Little Big Shot coming soon, Ultima Replenishment, Stoked Oats, Fatso, Tailwind Nutrition, Hornby Organics, Naked Snacks, Epsom Gel, and Rock On Clay. As a Cycling BC member, you will get 15% off and what I'm told is gree shipping. Now, that may be a typo for free shipping, but I'm going to tell them that when you go to Sea to Sky Sports Nutrition, you tell them that you're expecting gree shipping, and you tell them that Ryan sent you. So please insist on that. But Sea to Sky Sports Nutrition, another great sponsor of this event, and we'd like to thank them very much for their support today.
I have a feeling some of these riders could use some Sea to Sky products right about now. Body starts screaming for some calories at this point, maybe a little bit of caffeine, some sugar. Could certainly use some good nutrition right now. We've seen the riders doing a good job, though, of staying hydrated and fed. We've seen a lot of riders hitting those either gel or bar products, and then obviously going through multiple bottles over an hour and 45 minutes of racing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. The hydration factor is especially important. I mean, feeding is a factor as well, but for these riders, we talked about it before, how much you sweat, how much effort it takes, how hard cooling is. And for all of that, your water and your hydration and your nutrition factors are all big deal. But what we're taking a peek at right now is our friend McCall. Taylor McCall is in difficulty. He's 150 meters back on this climb. We'd alluded to this before. Osborne has gapped him. And this is dangerously close to being a decisive spot in the race. So we predicted a lot of racing would happen right here on this climb. And indeed, as we are watching it, a lot of racing is happening. So Osborne carrying a 160-meter lead, and he's increasing it slowly as he approaches the top of the hill. McCall not doing anything, but if he can manage the damage here, he might have a chance at catching him on the descent. Although, remember what happened the last time around, Brad? As I recall, I made some comment about Matt Osborne maybe carrying a little more meat on his frame and therefore being a little bit better descender than McCall. So that suggests that McCall may be in trouble on both the climb and the descent here.
Yeah. It could just be a crack. You know, this happens as well, where you're already on the limit, and then that last little bit that whoever you're with pushes is enough to push you over the edge. Look at his power profile, though. McCall really didn't respond, it looks like, to getting dropped by Osborne. He's really riding within himself. It seems like McCall knows exactly what he can do, and I'm guessing that's because he's probably pretty close to the limit right now, and so that's why he's keeping that power so steady, because he knows, look, if I go any harder and try and chase Osborne down, I may be looking at third place today.
Yeah, for sure. Admitting when you have to let go can be hard on the ego, but you know what's even harder on the ego is doing too much work, blowing up and throwing away a very likely second place because you crack completely and get overtaken by the field. So right now, McCall may be making the careful calculus that he can still manage this 1.3 kilometer advantage he has over the chasing field, get down this hill, and then make that long 16 kilometer run to the finish line without losing more than 1.3 kilometers to his chasers. Matt Osborne, however, has no such difficulties. All he has to do is look at his 600-meter lead that he just established on this climb and try to stretch it out a little bit if he wants to for safety and maintain it for the remaining 15 kilometers of this bike race. It's nothing we haven't seen Matt do before, and here we're seeing Matt do it again.
This guy's cruising. Up to 60k an hour on the way down.
Yes, indeed. It's a fast ascent. You know, he's putting in some watts, but he's not putting himself in difficulty. And we're seeing these numbers like 300 watts. I'm pretty sure that's a number that Matt can comfortably maintain all day and probably while nose breathing, frankly. You know, we're now seeing McCall in the descent, so that looks like it's a true 700-meter gap that Osborne's established. And given what we've seen all day and the fact that Osborne is, you know, has put little small gaps into McCall before, And whereas McCall really hasn't done the opposite to Usborne, I think this may be the race right here. So we're getting a beautiful quad screen view. We can see the actual and the virtual suffering all at once as McCall is putting in the dig. He knows this is his race. If he wants to challenge for first place, he's got to catch Matt in these next 10 or so kilometers. So it's everything to play for. And even if he doesn't think that he's got a chance of catching Matt, he knows also that he's got to put as much distance as he can between those chasing group of 4, because otherwise he'll be a solo rider trying to hold off 4 riders who, at least at the moment, appear to be working reasonably well together. So this is your podium, and it's so much to play for. Only Matt has an easy job. All he has to do is ride hard and finish the race, whereas McCall has to think about the balance of both the chase he's making and the escape he's making.
Usborne putting the headphones in to put Eye of the Tiger on repeat for the next 13 kilometers as he gets ready to close this out.
Well, I was always a Harvey Danger fan myself, but I can hardly judge him for that.
And now he's turning it up. Switch off of the Miley Cyrus playlist and on to the Eye of the Tiger playlist.
Yeah, I too enjoy some idle speculation about what these riders are using for their race day soundtracks. I mean, I've got to say that, there's some point at which I'll bet you that even if it is the Eye of the Tiger, I'd like to recommend to Matt that maybe he wants to put in a little bit of Shake It Off by Taylor Swift. Please remember to use the Taylor's version, if you will. Whereas Taylor McCall, I'm going to say he's more of an 80s metal hairband guy. Really see AC/DC's Thunderstruck in his future.
Hold on a second. McCall, he's registering 0 here. Okay, I thought he had frozen, and I was worried that we had a dropout because I saw the 0 wattage on his screen, and I think his Zoom froze for just a second, and so I was worried that maybe he had disconnected from the game. But he is back, clear, no worries. Sorry to panic everybody.
I was looking at that too, and I think he's just taking a break. He was on a 7% descent, and I can see that as it's flattened out, he suddenly picked it up. So I think he might have been just making a tactical decision to take a rest, get a drink, and take advantage of the steep road. And now he's back on it. Now he's got his work cut out for him because he's still about 630 meters behind Usborne, and he's now about 3.4 kilometers ahead of his chasers, although it's not quite as meaningful as it sounds because they've just come over the top, so we won't know how far behind McCall they really are until they get onto that descent as well. But I'm sure the number he's thinking about is Usborne, and right now, what is it, about 650 meters between the two of them, if I'm reading this correctly. This is the race, and it's go time, boys, so let's see. We'll be able to watch those numbers and tell whether or not McCall is putting time into Usborne, and that'll pretty much decide whether or not Usborne will have any challenge on his way to the finish line. And if you look at those little dots down at the bottom, you can see exactly the composition of the race. There's 11 kilometers between Matt and the finish line. Taylor is the smaller white dot, sort of sitting not too far behind him. And then everybody else is pretty far back. So yes, they're on the descent and they'll start catching up, but there's now a 3-kilometer gap between Ivani and his group and McCall. And looking at that group, it looks like it's now a group of Ridenour and Ivani, and Gavelis and Matthews are gapped. So we're observing McCall here. He's also looking, I believe that'll be the 10-kilometer banner roughly that he's about to touch. We're looking at Ridenour here. He's your leader, and you can see Ridenour has actually established a small gap as he comes down the descent. He's got about 80 meters over Ivani. I don't know if that'll close up or not, but this might be the moment. Ridenour might be looking at establishing his claim on a podium position right now.
Brilliant. God, I love this riding from this group. This 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place battle has been another really good one today. 1st and 2nd, Usborne and McCall have been kind of boring back and forth. Usborne just sort of slowly drifted away from McCall, but this group with Gavelis going on the attack, then Ridenour going over the top of him, and now Matthews in trouble out the back. It just goes to show you it's not how you start, That's how you finish.
That's right, and it's some big active racing, as you said. We're looking right now at Ivani. He's still 150 meters behind Ridenour, and that is the battle for third place. But Ivani has gapped Gavelis and Matthews, and it looks like, actually, believe it or not, Michael Matthews, who was looking so strong earlier, is still on the climb. So that gap between Gavelis and Matthews is only going to increase for a little while longer. And we've got Blair Drader there sitting in seventh place. He's still gamely keeping on. In fact, at this rate, he might start actually catching Matthews. But the real race here is the race for third, and that's what we're watching right now. So,
and now
peek here.
Gavelis that we're looking at here, about 600 meters ahead of Matthews. It went from leading the attacks to now trying to chase on for sixth here. Doesn't have to worry about Drader back behind him. And 14K to go. He can still get up to Gavelis. It's not over yet. Try and ride his way to a top 5.
Yeah, but I don't think he was hoping for a top 5 about 5 kilometers ago. I think he was probably hoping for a podium position. Right. Remember what we said about burning matches? Michael may have done a little bit too much of that a little too early. But we're looking at Osborne, and we're not quite ready to declare a coronation yet, but he's inside of 10K to go, and he's closing on having a 1 kilometer lead. It's about 900 meters more or less. And look at the effort on Matt's face, and look at what Taylor's doing. They're both going pretty hard. I think Taylor's putting in his headphones, so once again must be pulling up his A game mixtape.
Yeah, that's how you know it's go time, when you start to bring out the heavy music. We got our dubstep going here on the broadcast, so let's go. Inside 10K.
It's time for the work. You want a Maserati, Taylor? You gotta work. Immortal words of Britney Spears would tell us. So McCall and Osborne, this is the 1-2 punch, and no matter what happens here, we can't discount how big McCall's race has been here. He went out, he matched Osborne shot for shot for most of this event, and he's basically established that he's got second kind of locked up. I mean, look at those gaps there. He's still within shouting distance of Osborne, but he's really put the boots to everybody behind him. And he's done that because he's been able to do so much work and do it so well earlier in this race. So chapeau to McCall. You know, he's been gapped now by Osborne, but we've said that he's been gapped by Osborne about a lot of pretty good riders. So Taylor McCall can be added to that list of pretty good riders who have found out what it is to have the full Matt Osborne experience. But, you know, he looks set up to be the probable winner of the not Osborne category. Now we look back at the putative third place, the current third place on the road, Nicholas Ridenour. He is put about 300 meters between himself and Ivani. So we'll see how that works out for him. But Ridenour just tapping out the pedals, and there's Ivani on our screen now. And so Ivani is almost perfectly symmetrically 300 meters behind Ridenour and 300 meters ahead of Michael Gavelis. So this is essentially the extended mountain bike podium race from third through fifth. Ridenour, Ivani, and Gavelis, but they've all kind of separated themselves out. And now we've got this funny challenge, right? They're all more or less off the descent. I think it's still a slight descent here, but it's turned into a time trial for every rider in the top 5 or 6 now. There's 11 kilometers to go. There's not really any drafting effects in any of the top, really in the entire field now. There's the peloton has literally exploded as much as it can. I don't think there's a single draft effect left. So everybody just TT's home now.
Hang in there, guys. Almost there. Osborne can smell the finish line at this point. It looks like the finish line might be able to smell him too.
So while we're watching these guys suffer away as we experience this brief lull before we take you to the finish, I want to tell you about one more friend of this great organization, Cycling BC, and this great event, the virtual BC Cup. Our friends at Nomad Frontiers are proud to support this event. Nomad Frontiers is Canada's local online bike shop with bend-over-backwards kind of service. They've proudly served Cycling BC members with the best brands of cycling apparel, components, and accessories. Cycling BC's members can get a substantial discount, up to 15%. You can ask Nomad Frontiers for more details on the availability of that discount, and we'd like to thank them for supporting this race today. Speaking of some folks,
yep.
yeah, no, I think that's as good an observation as I was going to make. There's a lot of suffering going on right now. McCall is, as you say, he's wiping his face with a towel. He's looking in pain. We all recognize these looks. Even Matt Osborne looks slightly human at the moment. It's kind of disturbing. So he's, despite the fact he's got a substantial lead, he's definitely putting in the work. He doesn't want to see McCall ever again, honestly. That's not a diss on McCall, it's just that's how bike racing works, really.
That's a great way to
I don't think he's going to have to see McCall anymore, though, because he's got about a 1 kilometer gap in the last, with 6.5 to go. So he has not only kept his gap going, he's actually expanded it after we've left the mountain, and time is no longer in favor of anybody in this race except for Matt Osborne. For McCall, I am afraid to say he is just sort of in the no man's land where all he can really think about is he's got an easy ride to the finish. He's got 1 kilometer between him and Matt, and he's got 2K between his closest chaser. So all he has to do is basically manage the wattage, keep riding as we know he can, and he will take a easy and comfy second place of sorts. But behind him, we were alluding to it before, Ridenour, Ivani, and Gavelis are still racing pretty hard, because it's about 2K back for Ridenour, and then he's got Ivani still probably within sighting distance, and Gavelis is right on Ivani's wheel, more or less. So there is a lot to play for here. The gaps there in that group are in the neighborhood of 300 or 400 meters, and that is still closable in the last 7.8 kilometers. As we said, this part of the race is basically a time trial for these riders, and so what we should see is some really steady power output. And as we look here at Ridenour's numbers, look at that power history there, Brad Soner. That is the most steady number I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure that Ridenour knows what his threshold number is, and he's not afraid to hit it for
this guy is the
another
Terminator
7.5K.
when it comes to power.
Yeah, 310, 300, 320 watts. He's just sitting there. He's probably got a target. I'll bet you his computer beeps every time he goes below 300 and every time he goes above 340. Maybe it's just the computer in his head.
Amazing.
But that is kind of a textbook example of how you ride a time trial, right? You need to put the power out and you need to keep that output steady, because there's nothing more efficient than basically that steady output. And then if you really want to, there's the sophisticated way of time trialing for you kids out there is that you think about how you need to react to both hills and descents. Essentially, it's if you're going to burn matches, you want to burn them on the climbs and you want to ease off on the descents, and that gives you the maximally efficient time trial. I remember hearing a very good insight about what the right pace is for any sort of TT effort, and the answer is you ask yourself the question, can I maintain this for the entirety of the distance that I'm trying to ride? And the correct answer should be maybe. Because if you know you can do it, then you're not going quite hard enough. And if you know you can't do it, well, you're just going to explode before you get there. So you should be in that maybe realm where it just hurts the worst. Because you're just above your aerobic threshold and your body's telling you the whole time that this feels terrible and why did you take up bike racing and what is this bike race even about, and please stop because it hurts. But a good time trialist learns to ignore all of those sensations and just keep pedaling. Here we watch Michael Gavelis, who is currently in that pain cave one way or another, putting out his 5 watts per kilogram, putting out his 300 to 340 watts. He is just time trialing away, and he's sitting here in 5th place. So, not sure if that's the position he wanted when he started this race, but it's a credible position nonetheless against some genuinely strong opposition here today. It wasn't an enormous field, but nobody here is a lightweight.
Well, Nick Ridenour, we were talking about, up into 3rd spot. A nationally and collegiate rower. So he's got that big engine. He's got the ability to take in a lot of oxygen, turn that over into the muscles. We see some really strong rowers come over to cycling once they build that anaerobic engine up. So Ridenour is in familiar territory here, because if you've ever tried to row competitively, you know there's a certain element of suffering associated with that as well.
Yeah, it may be the only sport that sort of matches that sensibility you get in cycling, where you can basically, you can take yourself right up to your aerobic and then even your anaerobic limits, your physical endurance limits, without really the need to kind of balance yourself. So in running and, say, cross-country skiing, there's a certain level where you have to still be coordinated enough to do the activity. Cycling, because your feet are captured by the pedals and guided by the crank, you can suffer even a little harder because you don't have to be quite as mechanically perfect, although you still have to, like, you know, not crash your bicycle. But rowing, a team of rowers can basically do nothing except close their eyes, listen to their coxswain, and, you know, destroy their mind and body in the service of getting the perfect aerobic effort. So nobody knows pain and suffering quite like rowers do. It's the total body agony is what I hear. Wouldn't know, never have rowed seriously, never will. Sounds like work, Brad Soner. It sounds like work.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking
of work. I try to avoid it.
Speaking of work, we might as well give a shout out here to Matt Usborne. He is sitting at 1.5 kilometers to go, if I'm reading the readouts right. And it is basically a coronation, because he's 1.4K from the finish and he's 1.2K from Taylor McCall. So Matt will be enjoying a nice steady cruise. Any wattage he's putting out now is basically to finish out his training goals, you know, to honor the contest itself, maybe get a good time. Maybe he wants to put it in under 2:07 or something. So he's seeing the Fiamme Rouge now as we cross the 2:06 mark in a moment. And he's still doing 56 kilometers an hour on this slight descent.
Well, remember, you still have to publish this effort to Strava or Training Peaks or whatever, so you want to make sure that it still looks impressive all the way through your effort. Be just over 2 hours in the saddle for Usborne here. And got to say, his power looks like it's starting to modulate a little bit more than McCall back in second. A little more steady. They both just went up over the climb, but then again, when you're winning the race, you can do whatever you want with your power profile. So good on you, Matt.
Yeah, I think for all practical purposes, if Mr. Usborne wants, he can start his cool down now, and he may be more or less in that. See him relax, see him grab a towel, see him wipe his face. You know, if he was in a real race, this would be the moment where he was zipping up his jersey and making sure he looked good and tucked in for the sponsors. And you can see he's not even pedaling at this point. He's got cruising to victory, maybe savoring every moment. He's 330 meters from the finish. I think Matt may have to actually pedal 1 or 2 more strokes before he actually gets to the finish, because otherwise he will be in a bit of trouble.
Well, he can afford, again, to do this. He's got 1.2K back to McCall.
Yeah.
I think he's
not sure.
Just playing with it now.
Yeah, Matt, you do know you need to finish another 250 meters, right? He's feeling pretty relaxed. Yeah, the number is now 1 kilometer to go. Matt, can you hear us? You know you got to finish this race, right?
It might be a technical. I hope not. He's not pedaling either, so
Yeah,
it's hard to tell. Here comes McCall.
Maybe he's setting up a teammate in one way or another. He's decided for one reason or another.
There we go. Usborne's back to register.
Here we go.
He was waiting for McCall.
Well, slightly surprising events as we come to the finish of this race, but indeed, the expected has happened. Matt is rolling to the finish. He's got 100 meters to go. Taylor McCall there is still suffering away, but Taylor will be crowned with an easy, well, I say easy, except for the part where he had to do all that work, but a shall we say, a well-assured second place here in about 400 more meters. We're watching Taylor come to the finish. So, as we might have expected with a course with such a decisive climb, only 10 kilometers from the finish, we're sort of seeing a spread out field. All the action happened there. No sprint finishes, but nonetheless, real power riding and real smart riding by all of these top riders here. McCall did a lot of work, but he's getting a pretty good reward for his efforts as he comes to a decisive second place finish here. So chapeau to Taylor McCall.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. McCall certainly put on a show today, gave Usborne a run for his money. So you gotta appreciate the effort. They certainly put on a good show up at the front. Looking forward to the rematch as well. This will not be the last time, I'm sure, that we see these two guys battle. So I hope they get back to it. Meanwhile, Ridenour on his way in the last 1.5K here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the quality of the field behind McCall kind of tells you how well he did today. I mean, Ridenour and Avani, and Matthews, these are good, strong riders. They rode well, and every one of them would have hung with Usborne if they could, but it was McCall who could stay there. And now we're watching Ridenour. Remember, he just rode away from these four guys. And we saw how much strength was in that field. We saw how dominant Avani and Matthews were, but clearly Ridenour, saved his efforts from when it mattered. He jumped at the decisive moment, and now he's being rewarded with a podium finish here. He's about 1.2 kilometers away from claiming third place in this race. We're seeing him approach the Fiamme Rouge. He doesn't have an indestructible lead, but he's still got 550 meters over Karsten Avani. So Ridenour, unlike Usborne, will actually have to pedal reasonably hard all the way to the finish line in order to assure his position. And that's what we're watching right now. Meanwhile, Avani is on his tail. Avani has also sort of managed to get, well, he's not all the way clear either. Avani is still only about 400 meters ahead of Gavelis. But nonetheless, these are all just like, they're gaps where you're not going to get caught if you just keep pedaling at the way that you've been pedaling for 2 hours.
Right. This is tough. And that, again, solo riding is, especially at the end, is always that much tougher. So tapping out the last 1,000 meters or so is sometimes the hardest 1,000 meters of the day. Ridenour into the finishing stretch now in his last 400 meters, and we just saw Avani go underneath the Fiamme Rouge as well, so they should be wrapping up. And then looks like Gavelis will be good for 5th behind Avani, and then I think Matthews is going to be safe for 6th, and Drader safe for 7th. Ridenour with a little celebration on the way in for 3rd place. You deserve it, Nicholas. Great ride today for the Hugh Dog Racing rider, as they'll take a bronze medal here in the virtual BC Cup.
That's right, wearing that virtual husky on his back. One of my favorite logos in the local cycling scene. And that's and now we're watching Avani. He will cruise through for 4th place. He's only 400 meters from the finish. On this lovely Durango circuit, it gave us a lot of pretty good action here, and it gives it sort of exactly what you'd expect on the tin. Big decisive climb was the big decisive moment in every race we saw today, including this final Cat A men's race. And we're seeing the fruits of that as Avani closes it out. He's 100 meters to go, but he's got a big gap on Michael Gavelis. And Michael Gavelis has a pretty big gap on Michael Matthews. So we watch. Here's Avani. And he is done, and he is dusted. And Gavelis is just coming into the finishing chute now.
See if Gavelis does any celebrations, uses any of the in-game post-ups. I think it's kind of hidden in the menu. I think you got to go kind of deep in there to try and find it, but we'll see.
Yeah. We saw a few of the riders earlier on using some of those salutes, and that was kind of fun to watch. And Gavelis just stops pedaling, so maybe he feels like he's done enough to entertain us today. 2 hours and 13 minutes riding, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Gives a little virtual shove to Vanny there. Just watching. Damon's going to put up our results so far for us, so that's your top 4. I think we're going to be able to add Gavelis to 5th place there in a moment, but Usborne, look at that watts per kilo there, Brad. Huge watts, and yet look at how much Karsten Ivani did. He actually put out more watts, average watts per kilo than Usborne, which tells you how much it matters to be sort of, make the decisive move and keep it away, where Matt was able to put out the watts when it mattered, establish the gap, and then basically had a hard but not the hardest race of anybody here.
It's all about efficiency, especially in the gameplay here. Usborne showed it, and then look down at Ivani you're talking about. It's really amazing to see how clearly that shows up in the average watt per kilo, the way that these guys rode. So a great ride from our top 5 as Usborne, McCall, Ridenour, Ivani, and Gavelis go 1 through 5 in our Category A men's race here on stop number 1 of our virtual BC Cup. See the rest of our riders rolling in here in just a bit. But Ryan, this is the first of several stops for virtual racing with BC Cycling.
Yes, that's right, Brad. You're going to put me on the spot and make me guess about what the next race is. It's coming soon, and it's definitely on Cycling BC's website. Thank you, Damon, saving me from myself. Our next stage will be the February 26th Canary Wharf race, and mercifully, I do remember this from last year. It's a very simple, super flat, super scenic crit race. You'll want to watch this one. It's a lot of fun to watch because it does actually happen in their virtualized version of Canary Wharf, right in the heart of old London, or probably New London, actually. I think that's where Canary Wharf is. But it's going to be exactly what it says on the tin, a pure power effort. This is Sprinter's Paradise coming up, so we'll see if that changes the race results any, and we hope that you will be there to enjoy the show coming up in, I guess that would be 1 week from today.
You can register online at cyclingbc.net. They'll have links to the virtual BC Cup there. I think that is going to do it for us. Congratulations to all of our winners here from day 1 or stop 1 of the virtual BC Cup. For my partner, Ryan Kuzno, my name is Brad Soner, and on behalf of ZMS Livestream behind the scenes, thanks for watching today, and hope to see you at the next stop at Canary Wharf.